Hey, welcome everyone. So this I decided to do after I saw the video. I knew I needed to respond to it. It's from a channel, not a whole lot of subscribers, but that's besides the point, because what I hear from them, I hear from so many people. And I mean, thankfully not in person, but I see it. It's growing online and it needs to be addressed. But hey, Zero, feel free to join if you want. Here, I'm going to post the link to join in the chat again. But yeah, I wanted to start off with a little bit of a, I guess you could call it a firecracker, I guess. It's definitely something that's going to start us off for the night, but let me just take this stab real quick to get us started. But yeah, this is actually a local delicacy that we're going to sample. And his name is actually, let's just say his last name rhymes with another word for feces. But obviously, plenty of nice people with that name. His first name's Ethan. So let's just call him Ethan SHT. Or as my rabbi likes to say, ship with a T. But yeah, so here is Ethan, ship with a T. Wait, is this the right one? No, so here, I want to get the one that was here. Oh, sorry. I wasn't sharing it yet. My bad. Here we go.
Hey guys, I just want to tell you guys that you guys believe in the Messiah, right?
We do.
You guys think he hasn't came yet?
Talk to him. He knows.
What do you guys think? Has the Messiah came yet?
You got the video on?
Yeah.
First of all, hi, Instagram.
Hi.
Well, that requires a bit more of a complicated discussion than one for a YouTube video.
Because I'll tell you guys, the Messiah has came, and his name is Jesus Christ, the King of Kings.
It's private property. I'll tell you that.
That is true.
So Jesus said
good.
that.
I rebuke you in the name of private property. I'm invoking the holy trespassing. You, demon, be gone! But no, in all seriousness, like, that's one of the reasons why it is nice that there's a law. Like, if they really needed to, they could have called the police on him. They probably did. This was only 2 minutes of video.
Nobody can come to the Father except through me. So don't.
Wait, does this guy think it's through him? I mean, usually Christians think it's through Jesus, but I think this guy might actually think that he is the medium through which people attain unity with God, or, communion with God. That actually would not surprise me in the slightest. This guy's that delusional.
Only way to heaven is to believe in Jesus Christ.
What's your idea? What are you looking forward to in heaven, and what sort of life do you feel you need to lead together? Let's like practical. Not just,
You just have to believe in Jesus
really?
to go to heaven. That's all you have to do is believe in Jesus.
So if a Nazi, if a Nazi decides on
this guy makes a beautiful, brilliant point.
that I accept Jesus Christ and get stabbed, he's good. If Osama bin Laden, right before he got shot, said I believe Jesus Christ, is in heaven right now? We got terrorists in heaven because they accepted the guy? Dude, it's about how you live, really.
Hey, Jesus Christ, guys. Jesus, the Messiah has already came. The Messiah.
I don't want to go to
Answer that question.
Don't you know, if you say that name enough times, eventually something will change. No, wait, that hasn't worked in 2,000 years.
I actually want to answer.
Think about it.
I
don't want to go to heaven where Osama bin Laden and Hitler are standing next to me. Really? Would you want to go to that heaven?
Well, what heaven do you believe, man?
I believe in a heaven that anybody who puts in work and making the world a better place and trying to help other people have a positive experience in life,
And not
keep other
murdering
people safe, not murdering people, making sure that there's a fair and just system, making sure that there's no abuse to animals and whatnot. Anybody who believes in the basic tenets of humanity, anybody.
And so those things that he's talking about are the 7 Noahide laws, which we'll actually get into later, but I don't want to share the video right now because it's more time relevant later. But basically, I mean, at the end of the day, I do think that, it is a bit prescriptive to say, like, oh, well, everyone has to, follow these 7 laws, which most of them are, completely, I think everyone could agree on. But then you get to stuff like no idolatry. And that just gets really complicated when you're dealing with, well, for one hand, neighboring populations who do have idolatry, but on top of that, populations that have really no contextual connection to your culture. And you're saying, oh, well, to be right with God, you can't worship idols. I think at the end of the day, though, like, really how much of the division comes down to the idea that the idol itself is divine, as opposed to that it has no inherent divinity and that what it is a representation. So, I mean, whether people are representing pagan gods with idols or whether they're representing their idea of a monotheistic God with an idol, at the end of the day, so long as they don't think that the thing that they created is that thing itself, it seems like that you could argue. But again, I do admit, like, in this regard, I am trying to find a way that it could still be like, because for the most part, almost all of the 7 Noahide laws, like, I think everyone would agree without hesitation. But then there's, people who their cultures, like, I mean, for instance, you're not going to be able to get people in India to follow the Noahide laws. It's just not going to happen. Like, maybe some people, but it's just one of those things where I think the idea that some people have is that Jews are trying to push this on other people. And that's just not the case. I mean, from the, Orthodox Jewish perspective, I'm pretty sure that it would be viewed as, you're trying to help people be right with God. Given that doesn't mean you're going to force it on them. There's other religions where there is this idea where we know what's best for you and we're going to make sure that you do what's best for you. but that's not what's going on in this case. This is something where it's, I mean, as a phenomena that that's not just something that Jews know about, but something that where there's actually a movement of non-Jews like becoming Noahides. I'm pretty sure that that is oh shoot, where was I going with that? I think that actually has to do with yeah, I'm rusty on that, but the point is shoot, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Let's continue.
Everybody goes to heaven. You don't have to believe in a single guy. I'm not going around right now preaching everybody's got to believe in God the way we believe, the way Jews believe in God.
But Jesus is the Messiah, man.
B'maji. No, not your G.
What does that mean?
You guys believe in a Messiah, don't you? Like,
We do.
What's that mean?
What does that mean?
you guys believe.
Someone needs to meme that. What's that mean?
What does that mean?
You guys believe in a Messiah, don't you? Like,
We do. We do.
so the Messiah that you guys are gonna.
This guy is an actual turd burglar. Ethan. Ship with a T. Sorry, I've had a long day. It took a while to put all this together, but so that was July 22nd of this year, or sorry, of last year. This is presumably this year. I just assume that. Honestly, I haven't been following this guy. But anyway, let's see. Any comments so far? So Graham says, "What's up, y'all?" And hey, Graham. And Zero says, "Joshua, tear down their holy high places, destroy their Asherim." Yeah, definitely. But the thing is, so for one, I mean, I'm going to put on my my critical scholarship hat here, which is also my kippah, oddly enough, or maybe not oddly. I don't know. Anyway, but the point is, the conquest of Joshua, there's no archaeological evidence to attest that it actually happened. It's largely something that probably happened within the soul of Canaan, not within its body, if that makes any sense. You had Canaanites who were basically, and again, I think that Canaanite, Israelite, Phoenician, at the end of the day, so again, not all Phoenicians are Israelites and not all Israelites are Jews, but just in general, there's so much connecting these cultures that even though you have different religious beliefs, they're emerging from the same matrix. And yeah, it's the reason why they're saying to tear down their Asherim is because they had them. But the question is, whose are they? And then, I mean, like, you could even just look at the narrative of King Hiram, or alternatively Hiram of Naphtali. But they're both from Tyre. It's likely that they're the same person. That basically, well, for one, they had holy trees in the temples in Lebanon, but the temple in Jerusalem was modeled off of that one in Lebanon. It was built like with the instructions of, well, so I mean, there's an apocryphal tradition that Solomon used demons to build it, but it was Hiram that sent down the log floats of cedar from Lebanon, and I think the quarries as well. But basically, he was the tradition of like Hiram Abiff actually emerges from King Hiram, and he was said to have been, you know, this master stonemason that was responsible for the actual planning and construction of the temple, whereas it was done in the name of Solomon. But yeah, I mean, the point though is that they're saying to tear down things that were common at that time. And I mean, I tend to think that it might be like you could even view it within a similar context as the Nehushtan, the bronze serpent. It's something that God, you know, tells Moses to erect, but then later it's taken down for idolatry. Is it possible that the reason why people were using trees where it was like to was this the other sect, cousin on cousin crime? Basically, yeah. Speaking of sects, we're going to get into talking about that because this one video we're going to comment on has a lot to do with that. And yes, SECT, the less interesting kind. I'm joking. Actually, it's the more interesting kind, especially if you're into religious studies. But yeah, so Graham is waiting to join. So welcome, Graham. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good, Ariel. And yourself this evening?
I'm okay. Exhausted. I spent, I don't even know how long trying to put this together. But anyway, so this is from, well, anyway, do you have any thoughts so far?
I was going to say I hate these sorts of attack videos that try to trick people.
What attack video?
No, the guy going up and asking questions of people and things like that.
Oh,
Where,
yeah.
You know, other than that, just waiting to see what all you got.
You guys open? Remember your name again? Ethan. Ethan. Remember it. Nice to meet you too. Are you here from Jesus? Yeah. What's your Oh, Schmidt. Schmidt? Yeah. Oh, nice. Like your mustache. Thank you. Have you been here before? The Messiah came 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ.
I just want to point out, notice how welcoming they were to him. And now the thing is, if he really, I mean, given, I still think that it's scummy, but if you really wanted to share the word and it wasn't about your ego, then, you would just start asking them about the Messiah and ask where these ideas come from and, start comparing your ideas. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things where if what you're saying is actually so true, it's the type of thing where you should be able to talk with people about the idea of Messiah, and then it would inevitably come up. But the thing is, it's so based on people's lens. I mean, even the idea of Messiah is not biblical. It's post-biblical. Well, I guess it depends on what you consider biblical, but you know what I mean, right? Like that, basically this idea of Messiah really emerges out of the need for redemption from oppression. Grab me there.
I'm here. No, I agree 100% with what you're saying. And, that's part of the whole apocalyptic movement in, the whole, Canaan area around the time of Jesus and all.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's about the doom and gloom. It's not about the revealing anything that's hidden, because if it was hidden, they wouldn't have to shout about doom and gloom.
Yeah, I was here one time. Nice. Came in time for the Havdalah, for the way that we start the week. It's like a ceremony, basically. You'll see right now, actually. Hey, my Jewish friends, how you guys doing? I come here today in the name of Jesus Christ to let you know that He is the Messiah.
I know you. We're going to ask you to leave, please. We're going to ask you to leave.
Jesus Christ is the Messiah, guys. I love you guys. I love the Jews.
Listen, you're not welcome here. Next time you come, we'll call
We
you.
love you guys. Christ is the Messiah.
Thank you very much. I'll ask you to leave.
Oh, you're insulting me, sir.
Next time you come, so it's not a place for this, man. Next time you come, you'll go to jail.
I just want to tell you guys about Jesus. He's the Messiah. Okay, thank you.
You've been here. We asked you not to come, and you're coming again. This is called trespassing in legal terms. Next time,
come on.
next time, no. This is trespassing. Next time, I promise you'll go to jail.
Christ is the Messiah. You guys gotta realize that.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you will worship the Antichrist when he comes.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right. God bless you guys.
Never come back here.
All right. God bless you. Christ is the Messiah. Have a good night.
And notice this, despite that, still said good and have a good night. Not Ethan. I mean, he's being fake nice, but the other ones could just be, rude to him because he's being a complete asshole.
Have a good night.
All right. God bless.
So he's responding to the guy who's being harassed by him.
Back here.
All right.
And the other guy's the one who says never come back here.
Christ is the Messiah.
And he's still trying to proselytize.
Have a good night. No one comes to the Father except through Jesus Christ. No one comes to the Father except through Christ. I love you guys. I love you, Jews. I love you.
I love all people, but we got.
He is actually so deluded. Yeah. Hey, Ryan, I don't know if oh, yeah, actually, this might be someone who I like in my community that I shared the link to. I'm not sure. Oh wait, no, I shared the link through YouTube. So, yeah, I don't know how you found. It's not only Christians, and that's the thing that I want to point out. There's this thread of, oddly enough, of Christian anti-Semitism even amongst non-Christian movements. Wait, what? You saw this dude going on Fortnite streams talking about Christ to kids, and he told this one Muslim kid he'll burn it. Well, imagine literally having nothing better to do with your life than you decide to proselytize to little kids on video games. I mean, I guess on one hand, it's better than, yeah. I mean, I do have to say, it would be better to have basically the internet filled with, actually no, I was going to say proselytizers rather than people who are trying to be inappropriate with young kids. But now that I think about it, it tends to be that they're the same demographic.
Or at least too much of an overlap.
Yeah, fair. Hey Vesper, what's up? Yeah, if he doesn't follow Christ, they would go to hell if he didn't follow Christ. That was so messed up. He got banned on Twitch. Yeah, if you were, speaking as right, if I were his parent, I'd say I'd effing call the police on you for grooming other people's kids. Let's see. Oh, Vesper. So that's through Twitch. There's, just what? Yeah, one person watching on Twitch right now. This is actually the first time I've had someone on Twitch comment that wasn't a bot, so thank you, Rai. Also, we have a Discord server. If you want to join, I can post the link if you want. Let's see, edit invite link. I mean, not that anyone would check it out later, but I'm just going to put a never expire. Generally, yeah, copy. We always love friendly neighborhood shit posters. We've got a lot of those in my server. But yeah, here's the link. I put it in Twitch, so you can join through there. But yeah, I hate this attitude too. What's really concerning though is I'm seeing it be among more communities than just evangelical, like the type of far right evangelical that is so this is the funny thing. You have people like this that also support Israel not because they actually believe in the idea of a Jewish homeland. It's literally because they think that that's going to be a Jew magnet, and then they can convert all the Jews once they go to Israel. You stay on Twitch, you don't follow or anything, keeping it non-committal. That's cool. Well, I'm really pleasantly surprised to know that people are able to find my stuff on Twitch. It's literally only ever been bots. But what was I saying? Shoot, I forget. Yeah, usually these types of evangelicals, they support Israel for the sake of second coming. They do it out of self-interest. A lot of those assholes are anti-Semites. Yeah, since they blame Soros for everything. And yeah, that's something that, you're saying it become basically mainstreamed within certain parts of, it's not really used on the left because Soros is, more left-wing, but it is the type of thing where it's like, if there's not a Jew on the left you're going to criticize, there's going to be a Jew on the right you're going to criticize. And you tend to see that criticism of, there is legitimate criticism of Israel, but it needs to be clear that not all left-wing criticism of Israel is criticism of Israel. It's one thing if you're criticizing Israel for what it's doing versus Israel for its ability to exist. And again, just because Israel exists doesn't imply the displacement of other people. The problem has a lot to do with British colonialism, but that's something to get into another time. Anti-Semitism is having a resurgence. I'll say there's a little bit of anti-Semitism on the left, but it bleeds into the Israel-Palestine discussion. But that's, a whole other issue I don't want to get into right now. But so here, now to move to the next. Actually, I could push this one back a little bit because I want to show kind of a little bit from the left what we're talking about.
I was going to say, one of the aspects that's a problem here from my standpoint is the whole, it's not enough for me to be able to worship my way. Other people also have to worship my way, or else they're wrong. Anybody who goes that way, regardless of what religion they're following, is just asking for trouble. Hey.
Wait, so basically you're saying it's okay. I mean, like, I did share this this link with some of the people in my Jewish community, so I'm going to try to be a bit more respectful when it comes. Well, I mean, not that I personally don't think it's disrespectful, but just I like basically, the Tetragrammaton. It's my way or the way. You get the joke?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I really think that, I mean, especially because it's like there's this one thing where I forget where I heard this from, but basically where the where a rabbi was talking to someone about like Jehovah's Witnesses, and he was saying, it's actually a miracle that like God inspired them, that their name, when they used the name of God, that they would say it incorrectly so that they wouldn't be committing a grievous sin. I don't know. I find that funny because it's like, okay, so Jehovah's not the name, but like, if like, does that basically mean you can reference it using something that invokes it, but is not actually how you say it? I mean, I don't know. I just think that's really fascinating. But it's my way or the government will force you. That's the biggest problem. Yeah. Let's see. What was this? You're okay with people thinking they're right. Problem is when it bleeds into making law. Yeah, that's where it gets really dangerous. You like talking about effing, but not saying the. Oh, I mean, I'm just doing this because like this is like some of my other streams definitely are going to be a bit more like, oh well, maybe more religious people wouldn't watch it just because it goes against some of what's orthodox. But like this is much more about social than it is religious. So I'm just trying to be as inclusive as I can because I at the end of the day I do want as many people to feel comfortable watching this as they can. I mean, it's also a very uncomfortable topic, so I'm just trying to lessen the discomfort for some people, I guess. But yeah, so check this out. So we saw someone on the far right who was spewing the stuff. Now, what does he have in common with this lady? Oh wait, hold on. Here.
And many have carried this truth. When the Templars were interrogated and they admitted to worshipping Baphomet, which official history calls a demon. Baphomet is a code for Sophia. They worshipped her.
And you only know that she only knows that because it was conveyed through Hebrew. It's from an Atbash cipher, which only works in Hebrew. If you tried to use an Atbash cipher with English and do it to Sophia, or to Baphomet, you wouldn't get Sophia. It only works in Hebrew. She's completely reliant on Hebrew for so much of her. Okay, so not completely reliant, but she's almost totally reliant on her on knowledge that she doesn't even know. Basically, none of this she can verify, I almost guarantee. Like, I'll bet you she doesn't know any Semitic languages. Because this would also work with Arabic. It works with Arabic, it works with Hebrew. Theoretically, it should work with other Semitic languages that don't have two different scripts. But the point is, when you put Baphomet in an Atbash cipher, it becomes Sophia. Sophia, or Dat in Hebrew, is basically just, it's knowledge. But it's also like an embodiment, a female embodiment of knowledge. So I actually originally shared this to a friend, this video, because I thought it was really interesting. And I was explaining like, oh, this is using the Atbash cipher, because a lot of people think that Baphomet is some evil, demon or something. But like, it's literally, I mean, within a Christian understanding, Sophia is the Holy Spirit. Within a Jewish understanding, she's the Shekhinah. Like, they're just other names for her. She's called as Chokhmah. She's called as Bina. The point is that there's so much more to this. And what she does know is thanks to the Jews. The Jews preserved some stuff that she wouldn't have access to otherwise. It's just, that's the truth. And I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, maybe she'd get the Atbash cipher from Arabic, but it's much less common because that's the type of thing where you would only find it within Sufi schools, whereas this is the type of thing that would be more common knowledge to all Jews. I mean, maybe not all Jews, but like anyone who knew the littlest bit about calligraphy and like how the letters line up. But anyway, to continue.
The Gnostic.
Also, I do want to point out, so this video was made, how do I see, description, July 10th, 2022. Excerpt from her sermon on the goddess Isis or Sophia is the all-seeing eye. Mention the work of John Lamb Lash in the sermon. You can find his work there. Show more. So here's what she tags here. Gnosticism, Sufi, goddess, Gnostic. Okay, that's interesting. She was trying to get Neil's attention. or trying to like vampirize his followers. Who knows? Like I don't know. That's strange. You see that, Graham?
Yeah, no, definitely strange.
Yeah, I'll have to let him know about that. I mean, that is just so wild. But I mean, and see, this is the thing that I do want to point out. Look at her tags. So you have Gnosticism, Sufi, goddess. I mean, Gnostic informant. So they're, Gnostic again. Spiritual awakening, mystic, tantra, yogini, magic mushrooms. Like, she's literally casting a net on everything that is either spiritual, new age, or occult. Plant medicine, Holy Communion, gospel, Jesus, Gnosis, Divine Mother, Cosmic Mother, Alchemy, Mary Magdalene, Goddess Isis, and Baphomet. Like, I don't know. I think that's interesting. She doesn't tag Kabbalah. She doesn't tag, well, she tags Sufism, so that you could argue that's the medium, but she doesn't tag Atbash. She doesn't, like, I don't know. There's just something really weird about this. But anyway, so notice this. She's wearing a cross, and I normally wouldn't point that. Well, for one, actually, yeah, that's a good point. So,
in the first century.
Sorry.
And many.
So, on one hand, she has a bindi, which I don't know how much of a faux pas that is, but I'm assuming that's something you just do not do if you're not Hindu. I mean, right here, let me look through the comments. Let's see. They want the ground zero for Christ's return. Yeah, that they want it. It's like with the I had to listen to a little bit of this for my like debunking pseudo archaeology and like hoaxes class, and it was a bit about the I think it was the what's it the Triphonium, is that what it's called? The like the three stones. You know what I'm talking about, Graham?
I know what you're talking about. I don't know if that's the right term though.
I'm gonna have to look this up. So basically, it's the three let's see, three stones Baalbek. So there are these giant stones that some alternative theorists believe. If you watch Ancient Aliens, which, oh my god, I literally cannot torture myself to do that. Okay, the Trilithon. Here, let's see. So basically, there's like one of the really fringe theories is that this was some sort of giant spacecraft like landing port or something, and so it's like that's what they want for ground zero for Christ's return. That's what they're looking for. They're going to use the the imagery. Imagine that, like, it's horrible, but imagine like they want to destroy the Dome of the Rock so that they can make a landing pad for Jesus's spaceship.
I was going to say, I tend to go the other way on Ancient Aliens, if not only for Giorgio's hair alone. And again, I like James Clotworth, the narrator. It's a fun time. It's if you take him too seriously that you run into all sorts of problems tagging.
Yeah, Rise says, it's my way or the government will force you. That's the biggest problem. It's like, oh, wait, I already read this. Sorry, let's see. Anti-Semitism is rooted in all conspiratorial thinking. Even if people don't realize it, they reproduce anti-Semitic tropes from centuries back into modern discussion, or even stuff like deep state, great replacement, elites, globalism, and COVID stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, again, like, I mean, I don't want to get into a heated discussion here because we do need to keep moving, but in any of these cases, like, regardless of what you think on any of these things, there might be a core of truth to some of this, but to try and say that it's the Jews, like, Jews are a part of humanity, and yeah, there probably are some Jews involved. Well, okay, so I want to make clear, there's nothing true about the Great Replacement. What people, I mean, I guess the only kernel of truth you could say is that there are people who they feel like they're no longer as represented, but that doesn't equal genocide, and that needs to be made clear. Like, and also, I mean, it goes off of this one Nazi conspiracy theory that like the Jews and the Jewish allies were trying to turn Europe like brown. And the thing is, no, what did that was European colonialism. Like, in all honesty, I don't think that the world, and I think that, you know, I want to be clear. I don't think colonialism was good, but I do think that the world wouldn't necessarily be as connected today as it is if not for colonialism. And again, I don't even think that how connected the world is necessarily a good thing. I want to be clear about that, so I'm not, you know, misunderstood or misrepresented. But like, I mean, part of the reason that, you know, outside of any, you know, pandemic, the reason that diseases spread so fast and why pandemics happen more than they ever used to, like, has a lot to do with statistics. The fact that we're clearing out more, you know, wild land than ever before, and we're reducing the area that animals can be in. And so, say you have a disease that one animal is completely, you know, impervious to, now they're in close proximity with other animals, creating the possibility for this zoonotic shift, which again, I don't want to get into this just because it's so far off. But the point is, with everything here, except for the Great Replacement, like there is stuff here, but the thing is, the attempt to try and say that this is something that is tied to Jews and to Jews alone or to Jews uniquely, like that's anti-Semitism. It's another thing if you call someone out who happens to be Jewish for doing something that's immoral, but if you're calling them out and you're like, oh, look at this immoral Jew, look what they're doing, that's anti-Semitism. The moment you introduce someone's identity into it, even if that's what they are, it's kind of like, you know, imagine if actually I don't, I'm just going to move on because but yeah, it all stems from anti-Semitic tropes, whether people realize it or not. Yeah, I mean, I think some of it, there is this, like, you know, societal, like, anti-elitism that's built in, but it is anti-Semitism that associates elitism with Jewishness. Like, it's only even within the past 100 years that the idea of Jewish elite could even exist. Like, it literally is only thanks to America. And then people look at this backwards and they say, oh, so that means that the Jews took over America. It's like, no, it means that Jews were allowed to thrive in America. And then you see Jewish-owned businesses, and all of a sudden, if that's a threat to you, maybe you should re-examine yourself. Because again, if your issue is what a company is, like, oh, it's owned by Jews, as opposed to it's doing something unethical, then it raises this divide between what actually is a legitimate criticism and what's not.
I was going to say, I don't think it's quite that simple with America, because you have things like, I forget which, I think it was either the second or third generations Rothschilds being knighted in England. You know, there was a fair acceptance of Jews in Europe at a high level, probably starting in the 1700s.
Yeah, but that has everything to do with largely with industrialization, I think.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And the need to what's the word, to acculturate, or like to I mean, basically to shoot, what's the word when you or to assimilate their non, you know, like, majority populations. And it wasn't just Jews that this happened to. And like we're actually going to see this in one of the videos, but that the USSR was big about this, and then it ended up souring very quickly because it was a type of forced assimilation, not an allowing to assimilate. So anything feminine with chokhmah letters-wise? Yeah, so chokhmah is grammatically feminine. The masculine form would be like I'm trying to think. So chokhmah, it's like the essence of it, but basically the root is chacham. Chachma. Yeah, I think if someone is like a female chacham, which is a wise person, they'd be a chachma as opposed to a chokhmah. It comes down to the vowels. But yeah, what's going on in Ukraine is reminiscent of Odessa massacre. Could you be a bit more specific? I mean, at the hands of who? It's just there's been so many massacres in Ukraine, and by many people, and to many people. In Middle Ages, Christians would burn her. Burn who? I feel like I'm missing something. Any clue? Graham?
Missing. Oh, probably this woman here. He's probably saying that she would come across as a witch in the Middle Ages.
Oh, I see what you mean. In Colorado Witch, yeah. Alternative theories equal wackos. Great replacement theories from the 1970s, I think coined by a French or Belgian neo-Nazi. Its main premise is that there are elites that engineer migrations of people from the global south into white European and Western countries to replace them racially, and as a deliberate effort. And usually it's suspected there are secret circles of people who control governments, Jews. The fact that shift with time is normal. It's not something that's designed by nefarious forces. Furthermore, if you do want to blame anyone for, mass migration, maybe look at, the Western governments themselves that are responsible for causing chaos and even displacing people from their places. I mean, like, again, the anti-Semite would look and say, yes, I agree with you. Don't you know it's the Jew doing that? But that's just not true. It's like, at the end of the day, what's doing that is money. And again, the anti-Semite would say, look, money. You see money, you see a Jew. But again, this goes back to an even older, like all of this stuff. It's like what's the word? It's a lie built on a lie built on a lie, and there's a kernel of truth in every bit. But the thing is that almost always the kernel of truth is universal. And that's the scary thing. People don't want to realize that no matter what we do, humans will always be flawed. And they'd rather turn someone into a scapegoat. That way they can say, look at this flawed human. They're flawed because of this. And because we're not that means we're not flawed. Therefore, I mean, it's really simple, but it's really insane when you think about it.
I was going to say, one aspect here is you're talking about people who go around with their Jew-colored glasses on, where whenever there's a problem, all they can see is a Jew. And, you got another group that they have their Catholic glasses on. The Catholics and the Jesuits are the problems behind everything. Both of the groups just need to pull their heads out. Tag.
Yeah. So Zero says critique of concepts and adherence to atrocity as policy isn't the same as advocating discrimination of genocide or those of an ethnic group. Wait, what was this? Yeah, agree. But I mean, is this in response to anything? Because like the thing is, there's a lot of people who they'll use one to mask the other. But yeah, I agree. Like, and that's one of the things I'm going to show, like when it's more appropriate, responding to a video. But let's see. Jewish people had been barred from most professions except those to do with finances largely, so their options were limited. Semites include Palestinian, making Israel anti-Semitic. I think that's, I mean, if you view it within that context, then, I mean, you even have, like for instance, if you have two populations in a country and one is in power and the other isn't, and they're like, it's just one of those things where when you're dealing with both groups, it's like, I personally wouldn't use that term, but like, I also don't like the term because it was actually coined by an anti-Semite. Like, I guess technically the first self-named anti-Semite, was it, Wilhelm Marr, I think. I just want to be sure. But the point being, though, is that when that coin was termed, it was specifically referring to hatred of Jews. Given it shows how myopic, because you have to keep in mind that there weren't really a lot of, I mean, you know, there was trade with the Arab world, but there weren't a whole lot of Arabs in Western Europe and, you know, America until you have this like lifting of certain, like, I mean, it also depends on what so I mean, like, for instance, in the British Empire, you had people who were from India and people from, you know, different parts of the Arab world, that they were living there because they had been colonized by the British and they had an ability to, like, I don't know enough about this time period, but the point that I'm trying to make is that was it when this term was coined in the 1990s? This was the start of British colonialism. I don't think that, or sorry, not British. The start of German colonialism in Africa, around more or less. And I don't think they had any colonies in the Middle East, so almost all of their contact with Semites were Jews. So it's purely just that's how the term was coined. I think that the much better term is Jew hatred because, for one, implying anti-Semitism implies that Semitism is something you can be opposed to or something that you can be for, when Semitism isn't something that even exists. It's literally just the act of speaking a Semitic language, which means it shows it's not really an ethnic concept. It's one that's become one, and it was made into one by largely the Germans.
I was going to say it's primarily a cultural concept that, again, people in the same culture, if isolated, tend to become more of their own, you know, ethnicity. You know, sort of culture and ethnicity can often coincide. And the other aspect is, I think the use of anti-Semitic here, it gets strained, sort of like trying to use racism in like the Rwanda massacre. You know, it's like you could probably get it to fit if you need to, but it just seems a little more strained than what you need to use. There are better words I think you could use than that.
Yeah, very clearly it was tribalism. I mean, and you could say it was racism, but the thing is, it just won't be seen as that in America, because America would by and large see both peoples, the victim and the victimizer, as both black. And like, that's so reductive because there's more ethnic groups in Africa than in, I think, any other part of the world. And we consider, or not we, but like the West in general considers anyone from black, or anyone from Africa who happens to have black skin to be black.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying you can, there's probably much better words than either racism or anti-Semitism to deal with it. Like you said, tribalism is a fabulous usage, and it totally fits. Good call, Ariel. Tag.
Interesting point. Sage of Sidon says some blame the Phoenician bloodlines for the nefarious stuff. Some blame Catholics. Some blame China, etc. I mean, if you're blaming the Phoenicians, you're basically taking what the Romans say, and if you're taking what the what Protestants say about Catholics, then you're basically taking the anti-Roman. So it's like you either hate the Romans, you either hate the Carthaginians, or you hate the Jews. Like I don't know. I just think it's kind of wild. But
sounds like some people just need somebody to hate.
Yeah, it's just I mean, if you have any actual evidence, but from everything I understand, that's just a Russian talking point. And like, yeah, American imperialism is bad, but that doesn't, like, that's something that Russia uses whenever any of its former Soviet states try to go democratic, or, you know, they try to have increased representation. Because they serve as buffer states for Russia, and so that's the reason why Russia was taking Ukraine, you know, falling more under NATO's influence so seriously, because that is their buffer. They're basically left with their pants down now. Or said, since the stream seems to be about combating anti-Semitism, what's your opinion on the? I personally would not say great. I would say late. but Rabbi Meir Kahana's solution. What was his solution? Just so that I don't misrepresent it. Where I say it's largely a semantic thing with anti-Semitic if you include Muslim, well, technically Arabs, but we already have separate terms for anti-Arab, anti-Semite. I mean, technically, Islamophobic is the only term there's not, Arabophobia isn't really a commonly used term. People tend to use Islamophobic to refer to I mean, a lot of it also has to do with people's fear of people from the Middle East being almost exclusively tied to them being Muslim, which ends up being, I guess in a sense, yeah, fear of Arab people or people who look Arab because of the perception that they are, the perception that, shoot, where was I going with this? Basically, if you're relying on how someone looks to determine, if you think they're dangerous or not, rather than, well, first of all, it should be about beliefs, but not like what religion, rather what you actually believe. But that's not something you can see. So we try to, just because we're humans, we look for patterns, and people will, even if it's really poor pattern recognition, even if it's not good sample sizes, that can affect people's bias. But the point being is, you could argue that most anti-Arab hatred is, because of the ignorance of so many people, is basically just bundled into Islamophobia. In the same way that there is such a thing as hatred of Judaism without hating Jews. There's even some Jews that are like this. But the point being is, hating Judaism doesn't make you an anti-Semite. Hating Judaism and hating Jews does. So it's like one of those things. Well, and again, anti-Semite using the commonly used definition, not what it literally means, but yeah, because it's a semantic definition. We have anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, perfectly good. I mean, there's more than just that. Like it's a bit reductionist, but yeah. Darren is a Vatnik, so don't really take those people seriously. Oh, I know. Being against capital punishment for blasphemy, homosexuality, stated biblical policy isn't race hatred; it's hatred of murder. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think there's a difference between like Jew hatred, anti-Judaism, and okay. So basically, anti-Judaism would be like against Judaism. But again, I think that if you make it your entire identity, as opposed to just being anti-fundamentalist religion, then I mean that might be indicative of something itself. But then you have or Jew hatred, which is just hatred of all Jews, and then you have anti-Semitism, which colloquially is used to refer to hatred of Jews, but you could technically just use it to refer to hatred of Semitic speaking peoples. But it's like, I don't know. I think we should probably move on. Yeah.
I was going to say that one part of it is ignorance is pretty much at the heart of any hate. So it goes hand in hand.
Yeah. So War Knight says Mayor Khan had some simple solutions: kicking out the terrorists from Israel, having Jews stop. I'm not even going to say that word. It's disgusting. Not what it tries to imply. The actual idea to say that two people who happen to be of different ethnicities. I mean, like, it's literally, it boggles my mind that you have people who are against that in Judaism. Literally, Judaism as it is, Christianity and even Islam would not exist if that was something that was banned. Because David was literally the great grandson of a Moabite, a people that the Israelites weren't supposed to intermix with. So, I mean, but anyway, so kicking out by terrorists, I'm guessing he wasn't talking about only the terrorists, because I know Kahana's views. I'm guessing you're probably referring to all the Palestinians, which I think that would just make anti-Semitism so much worse. But kicking them out from Israel, having Jews stop mixing with American and European Gentiles, and giving Jews more traditional Orthodox religious training. Also, self-defense groups, sure, having more training or more knowledge of either Jewish culture or Jewish tradition, yeah. But all this other stuff, no. I mean, frankly, if it wasn't for, like, it was only, like, you also have to look at like the statistics, the only reason why I really think that the like religious Jewish community has been able to thrive the way that it has in the West is because I mean, for one, you have even though it can be strained at times, you do have this connection between the less religious and the more religious, but in a way that like basically the less religious end up becoming more religious, and then they end up having kids, and then they end up having a lot of kids, and then you end up with more religious kids. But like I don't know the actual statistics, but I'd guess that a good amount of people who are religious now, like religiously Jewish, like or Orthodox, that not all their family was. Like, sure, you have people who their families have been Orthodox all this time, but you also have people who become Orthodox. And it's something where, I mean, the way that the statistics are looking now, it's probably going to end up being that a majority of Jews in the future are Orthodox, because you don't like so I do agree that the identity needs to be strong, but I also don't think that that needs to be exclusive to like marrying or having children with people of other backgrounds. Like that's just, it's not historic. I don't know. It just doesn't hold water in my mind. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I was going to say you tend not to subscribe to a lot of that genetic aspect of Judaism.
I mean, I think it's there, but I also think that like, I mean, because on one hand, you could say, well, as long as you have a Jewish mother, you're good. But on the other hand, if you had a Jewish father in the Bible, then you were good. So at the end of the day, it seems like as long as you have a Jewish parent, you should be Jewish. And then, I mean, that's that. Like,
I mean, you allow for conversions as well, though. So
well, yeah, obviously. But let's see. People fear what they don't know, which is true ignorance breeds hate. Any solution in Israel that even mentions ethnostatism is disgusting. Exactly. And this is one of the things I've been trying to push, that like there needs to be a revival, is a revival of cultural Zionism, because it basically got smothered in the cradle by national Zionism. Basically, was it Echad Ha'am versus Theodor Herzl? They had two opposing. So she was a convert, but the thing is that she was a Moabite. Like at the end of the day, it's this idea of conversion almost like the idea of conversion is tied to Ruth, not Ruth to conversion, if that makes any sense. We end up saying she's a convert but there was no formal conversion process. She didn't do anything other than how she lived and acted. So like, I mean, if she were alive today and she didn't go through the conversion, you see what I'm saying? Today, she wouldn't be a convert. She would just be she'd probably be seen as like a Ger Tzaddik Ger Tzedek, like a righteous inhabitant. But the thing is that she actually took on the customs. It shows that she became a member, but you don't have this idea of conversion yet. So that means that she tells Naomi that I will walk where you walk. I will sleep where you sleep. Your God will be my God. Your people will be my people. I just got goosebumps from that. But the point being, though, is that she doesn't become not a Moabite. Like that. I mean, maybe religiously she's no longer practicing Moabite traditions, but that doesn't mean she's not a Moabite. So, like, if you're talking about, at the end of the day, I really think it comes down to raising kids Jewish. Like that's what needs to be set as a priority, not marrying only Jews. Obviously, I mean, if you marry only Jews, then you're more likely to raise your kids Jewish. But there's just as many Jews who don't raise their kids religious at all. So, who are you to say that someone who only has one Jewish parent isn't going to be? In fact, I actually know a lot of people who only have one Jewish parent, and they tend to care a bit more about their Judaism than that. Actually, I'm not going to say that, because it's like the point is there is no one's more like in terms of like spirit. No, someone's not more Jewish. I mean, given Orthodox Judaism would disagree with that, but the point is that Like whether it's through your mother or your father, they were considered valid both at different points. So why like it just makes no sense to me. It definitely seems like it's something that's developed more out of a type of like cultural communalism, like especially living in situations where intermarriage is even something that's possible. See,
I was
also
gonna say there are so much better things to, get angry, argue about, and kill each other over than this. Tag.
let's see, opinion on prescriptions of Torah, what the Torah of the king. Are you referring to the king as in like Melech Moshiach, or are you referring to Hashem in terms of dealing with terrorism issues in Israel? Again, terrorism is different than Palestinians. I want to make that extremely clear. Like, obviously, yes, some Palestinians are terrorists, and some, some people who were in the was in the Haganah or the Irgun were terrorists as well. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think it's productive to just use basically, like, I feel like there might be an undertone to that isn't implying just people who commit terrorism, but even then, how does it say to deal with them? Because I'm not going to agree to anything outright. Let's see. So technically, it might. Okay, so Christian women is different than what you said before, which was, where was it? American and European Gentiles, different than Christian. And even then, I actually have a lot of friends who one of their parents is Christian and they still ended up becoming Jewish because that's what, like, at the end of the day, I don't know. You also have to keep in mind that the world we live in today is so different than in the past. How we view, what makes someone something is so different from the past. All right, Torah HaMelech is King's Torah, which was a book endorsed by Rabbi Yitzchak Ginsburg and was written by Yitzchak Shapira and Yosef Elitzur, saying you can preemptively kill Gentiles that are thought to present a future risk to the Jewish people, especially in wartime. Yeah, that's nutty. That's a dangerous idea. I thought you were referring to an actual concept in Judaism. This was just something that some rabbis came up with. Like someone could be like, oh, look, see, a rabbi says this, but it's literally a rabbi, not the rabbis.
Yes, going to say that looks like they're trying to use a just war principle and adopt the what justifies a preemptive strike to, the Israel and the Jewish people. Tag.
Yeah. So, Warren, I don't know what your background is, but like, if you are Jewish or what this is referring to, like, is this anything close to is there anything close to this in Chazal? But anyway, let's move on because we're already an hour. Let's see. The imperialism of patriarchs, colonial conquest, the promised land deed makes it political, not religious. Wait, what's this in reference to? And again, yeah.
My take on it is he's probably talking about the Joshua conquering the Holy Land and that being an aspect of imperialism in the ancient world.
No, but before, because we're talking about religious versus like political, or like religious versus cultural anti-Semitism. So like but yeah, like at the end of the day, yeah, the conquest narrative is, but I think that it's dangerous to basically to associate that with Jews and be like, oh, look what the Jews believe, because that's something. What did I just do? That's something that like in reality, how it's been used by the Jews is like maybe a drop in the bucket compared to how it's been used by Christians and Muslims. And it's just like one of those things where you're like, yeah, I think we should criticize it all equally, but it feels weird when people criticize Jews for this, but they don't just say the Abrahamic religions, or they don't say the Bible. You see what I'm saying? There's a different note to it. Let's see. So Warnight's an Orthodox Jewish Kahanist, and probably to my right. Definitely to my right. You also think there's merit to the theory that Palestinians descend from Amalekites. Well, I mean, personally, I think that, I mean, that's spurious, because the whole idea is that we don't know who Amalekites are today. So even if they are, we can't know it. And so, like, the way that gets interpreted now is that it's not necessarily, also goes into the idea of Gilgul, of reincarnation, that some of the souls of Amalek get recycled into, basically, it's almost like it gets dispersed throughout everyone. So Amalek is within everyone, and everyone has to collectively fight against Amalek. But I mean, even if that were the case, the thing is, there's no way to know it. It would only ever be speculation. I just think it's really dangerous to imply that, because there's people who are going to look at that and say, well, someone thinks this must mean it's true. Because it's true, that must mean we have to wipe out Amalek. Like, if that ever becomes mainstream, that could actually lead to, I mean, I hate to think about it, but like,
I was going to say that the Amalekites tend to be the great boogeyman. Whoever that person you hate is, they're an Amalekite. Tag.
Let's see. So, conquest of Canaan, the borders drawn, claim, same as Sumerian imperialism. Yeah, I mean, I tend to think that a lot of this imperialism is actually mirrored from Akkadian and like Assyrian sources. But yeah, I mean, it's the type of thing where I don't think it's okay regardless of who it's from. I think we need to call out these narratives regardless, because like, yeah, you can remember these borders, but to claim them as like, oh, these are the borders of this nation or whatever, like the idea that like holy sites need to be conquered or what what's that? But War Knight said, well, you do want to do things to Palestinians that you can't say for TOS reasons. Well, in that case, Lech Le'Azazel. I mean, you can stay here, but I just, no, I don't respect your opinion if that's what you think. Whether Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian, Sumerian, law codes full of atrocious punishment, discrimination, or American. I also want to rebuild a temple in Jerusalem. I mean, personally, me too, but the thing is that I don't want to see it be the start of any war. First of all, that also raises the question. I'm not going to get into this now. We still need to get back on topic, but oof, I have so much to say about the First Temple. Okay, so let's see, where are we? Oh, right, we didn't even finish this.
They have carried this truth. When the Templars were interrogated and they admitted to worshipping Baphomet, which official history calls a demon. Baphomet is a code for Sophia. They worshipped her. The Gnostics worshipped her, the Essenes, the Nazarenes. They all had an understanding of this serpentine consciousness that is embedded in with us, is the all-seeing eye taking us through. And this truth has been purposefully annihilated because it's what
it's purposefully annihilated.
It's what takes us out of this construct.
Like, I'm sorry, purposefully annihilated? Yes, it was purposeful. The Catholic Church didn't want people doing anything that wasn't orthodox, because they created an orthodox so that they could get everyone's money. But I'm sure she thinks that somebody else is responsible for that. It can't be the Catholics, because it's impossible to do evil unless you're Jewish in some worldviews. It's literally.
Well, Ariel, come on. If the Catholics did it, it's only because the Jews manipulated them into doing it. Tag.
Yes. Because Italians have never been known as strong or, even-tempered people. They're so manipulatable.
People just will make anything up. Tag.
Yeah.
This matrix of subjugation and into her creatrix.
Creatrix does not mean a creative matrix. It means a creator that is a female. I mean, it just doesn't rhyme, or like it doesn't flow well. But anyway, so let's see. How are we going to connect it? All right. Yeah, I just wanted to show a little bit of this as well. So the narratives that we're going to see later, so this is stuff that was seen as early as, I think some of it, I mean, you can see it throughout, but basically there was this one cult called Negative 48. And yeah, let's see, where is it? This was in response to like claims of Khazar origin, which there might be very, very minute, but it's not like there's people. All right, so here, so this is someone who's in this one cult. Kazakhstan is Khazar land. Astana is they connect it with Satan. They try to say Astana is Satana. It is the Illuminati capital of the world. Destroy the mob. Balfour Agreement null and void. Dethrone Satan. Bring Yeshua back to Jerusalem. Palestinians, the true Israelites, regain their homeland. It is happening, folks. Don't miss it. Like, no, I am Jewish. I'm Reconstructionist. Like, basically, pagans see me as Jewish, and Jews would probably see me as like pagan. But at the end of the day, I think that the idea itself is like I mean, given like it also depends on the culture, but I think that a lot of it has to do with shifting norms. So, like, for instance, the idea of the Nehushtan. Hashem tells Moses to erect the Nehushtan, but then later it gets removed for idolatry. Was it there for idolatry? The implication is no, it was used in worship to Hashem. But the Zohar even goes into some of this, saying that the issue wasn't that people were the issue wasn't with Asherah. It was that people were planting Asherahs beside the altar of Hashem, which implied that the two were separate. And like it also goes into like the idea of Asherah as one of the names of the Shekhinah, but we don't use it for her out of sympathy, because Asherah is a name that means like blessed or happy, and ever since the thank you, but that was it that with the yeah, I lost my train of thought. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you're on board with abortion or on demand and LGBTQ nonsense, then yeah, I think we may have some fundamental theological disagreements. Yeah, I mean, I personally think that what's nonsense is to think that, you know, that gay and I mean, you could even I probably wouldn't argue trans people just because that idea didn't really exist back then, but gay people definitely existed in the time of the Bible, and it just happens to be that because of how it's written, everyone thinks, oh, that means that it's bad. But if you read it, like I think it's even Rambam that writes about this, uses the same terminology, mishkaveh zachor. He say like it matches the idea of like el tishchav et zachar, like don't sleep with a male as you do with a woman. Like it's there's a really solid argument that it was used later. Again, I don't necessarily think that it means that, you know, oh, the Bible loves gay people, but like to say that it says to put gay people to death, I don't think that's supported, because the idea is someone, implicitly a man, who lies with a male as with a woman. How come it's not Zachar and Nekeva? How come it's Zachar and Isha? Why isn't it Ish ve'Isha? It's because we're dealing with, like, and especially if you believe that yeah, I'm not going to read this right now, but the point is that, you know, regardless, I don't see why, you know, even if you so fervently believe this, why isn't it enough that, you know, you believe that Hashem will punish and reward people as they deserve? Like, what? At the end of the day, it's something that it really boggles my mind that it's something that's seen as a concern for people who have nothing to do, like, anyway. But to continue, let's see, where is it? So let's see, yeah, here. So then they posted, new video posted, Eaters of Blood, a classic New Templars take on the Khazarian Mafia, Khazars of Ukraine, Bloodline and Eaters of Blood. And then, so this was actually, wait, was this, when did the war in Ukraine, No, so this would have been after, but some of these narratives were already being started before the war in Ukraine ever started, which is the really eerie thing. There was hatred that was trying to be directed towards Ukraine under the guise that it's secretly run by Jews. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's like, I don't think that people who, I mean, like I don't think, like, I personally don't think that, that means that people are bad. I just think that it means that, like, within the context of Jewish ritual purity, that they're not fulfilling it. So, I mean, yeah, so the word for boy, I mean, that's where it gets difficult because, like, in most cases, the word for boy and girl, or like, say, a young woman or a young man, a man and a woman, so on and so forth, they share the same root. But when it comes to male and female, the roots are different. Zachar and nekeva, but then you have like a young man could be elem, and then a young woman would be alma. You also have what would it be like? Betul and Betula. I don't know what the male form would be, but the point is that, like, yeah, I mean, it's something that there's enough ambiguity that it's a conversation that's been had, and at the end of the day, I mean, I'm also just not an orthodox person at all. I'm very heterodox, but the thing is, I don't think that makes me any less of a Jew. It just makes me less, ritually observant. And, they're like, I'm fine with that because, I mean, personally, like, I find, I find joy in, religious Judaism, but it's not something that I confine myself to. I enjoy it because, it's a part of how it's a part of my culture, but at the same time, I don't feel like I'm bound to it. I mean, there's even an understanding that because there's the tradition that Hashem held the Torah or held the mountain over the heads of all the Israelites, that because it was done under duress, that doesn't, like, by that logic. Could the verses reference the Roman? Yeah, that's almost certainly what it's talking about, which is also interesting as to why you have what was it? Shoot, what was I saying? Basically, pederasty was something that was big in the Greek and Roman world, and the times when these rules come about. Well, on one hand, you have it in Leviticus, but I think it's also in Deuteronomy. The point being is that in either case, these are being put down, like, into word as opposed to just oral tradition. It's being done in a near Hellenistic context, which means that you can't just ignore the fact that their neighbors were sleeping with young boys. Like, that's something that the Israelites were dealing with. And so at the same time, like, I mean, I think there's a lot of people nowadays who aren't even religious who would have no issue with people who sleep with young boys or young girls, which it also raises another issue. How come it doesn't say anything about, don't sleep with a young girl, or, don't sleep with a girl as you do with, I mean, like, so there definitely is also an element of, like, you can't ignore that there's things that are seen as, like, uniquely horrible about sleeping with a young boy as opposed to a young girl. And I don't think we should gloss over that because it's, that's something that should have been treated just the same, which definitely could show, this, let's see. So being practiced by the Jewish community then, and doctrine written to deal with it. I mean, that's really what I think it was. But anyway, let's continue. So let's see. Perhaps most disturbing, though, is the fabrication and distribution of audiovisual propaganda that has as much effect on the psyche, that has much more effect on the psyche than mere words on the screen. This video is amateurishly edited to imply that the child sacrifice occurred at a 1930s Jewish celebration, while false.
A new day, dog.
While false, the claims can have a real impact on those ignorant to the context and viewing this uncritically. By slicing together the above footage with a film depicting the worship of the, what's this? I'm guessing the golden cat. Oh wait, what's this say? funeral urn. I'm guessing golden calf / ball in the Passover story. They are then implying modern Jews sacrifice babies to demons. So check this out.
The 20th century with hopes of freedom, happiness, and peace.
Wait, so notice this. So this is a rally. This is a Zionist rally, which it's also interesting. They're specifically trying to connect Zionism to like this to the occult. So notice this. They're going to do a bait and switch. Did you? No, not yet. This is still the actual thing, I think. Okay, there. It's pretty obvious if you're actually watching this critically. They're dancing the fora, and then, but. And I'll bet you this is like some biblical movie or maybe even like 10 Commandments where it shows them dancing around the statue or whatever. And there you have this isn't, that guy looks more like a gay member than he does any sort, like that is not any sort of Jewish ritual. That is not a priest's hat. Not at all. Do you see that? That's some shitty Hollywood was it costume set or whatever. Any thoughts, Graham?
Well, one is that sort of cone hat is more of a Scythian sort of thing, which they're clearly not going with here. This is sort of a mix and match thing. It's definitely a interesting catch of early filmography. Don't know what else to say to this. Peg. You muted.
Oh. And then now they're switching the music back to try to imply that it's, you see. So notice this. This is a movie, and now we're back to the actual festival.
A new day dawn.
It's actually really clever, but it's really messed up. And so then here they have another one. And I think this is from another movie. Is there any sound? I guess not. Maybe? I don't know. So look at this. There 125,000 see Jewish historical pageant. And then, this is this New York? I'm not sure. But notice how they don't share any of the historical data that's relevant to this. Oh, okay, and now you have the bait and switch. Yeah, let's bring out the Moloch. Yes, because this is totally real. Like I swear, some people are really, really, really dumb. And on one hand, I mean, also here, look, it's like, how do people not realize this is a movie? But like, I'm not even joking. There are people that believe this. Is that supposed to be Aaron? This is too funny. And now they're bowing down, and then
Now I gotta say, this guy's got a better hat than the first one.
Yeah. But yeah, they're like, oh, look at all these Jews, powerful, be scared. But it's like what? That last thing didn't. They're just constantly switching back and forth. It's like, I mean, it's actually so much that I don't think anyone could actually believe, but inevitably people will believe it. So,
You got to remember, this is the era of Orson Welles and his War of the Worlds scare. So,
yeah. Let's see. Is there anything else I could find about this? Yeah, here. So, let's see, where is it? Here. So, listen to this. So, Lisa Clapier / Snow White 7IM has been running a small group of 432 followers on Telegram with possible connections to a White Rose group that has 52,000 members. The reason I bring this up is their narratives are near identical to the narrative coming from the Sacred Blue Tent. So, check this out. So God the Father, Jesus Christ, Mother Mary, and Holy Spirit have already come forward, as well as the royal lineage, king of the historical territory. The spiritual physical protector lineage is documented back to 900 AD. So do you know what they're referencing?
no, I don't, and I'm scared to find out, but I want to know. Tell me, Ariel.
I'm pretty sure the Merovingian dynasty.
Gotcha.
So, what is this? The Swordman to the Immortals, also my witness. We still have the same lawyer, Reagan, assigned to. Let's see, what else is there? Oh wait, what is this? Oh, wait, here. It is not just believing in the Lord Jesus Christ. It is also being the hands of God. Wisdom pours through my heart, as God has gifted me the experience in physical reality of touching the hem of the Virgin Mother who brought me to be home to him. The stained glass window and maybe it's here? Oh yeah, here. So they're all like this one cult, separate from what we're going to watch in a bit, but is like they're obsessed with JFK. They think that he's like the second coming of Christ. Oh, here, look at this. My heart is overflowing with gratitude. So many of you feel the Christoferio, Brotherhood of Christ, following his way, the Gospel of Q, encode within your DNA, RNA. Why questions were dropped so you could hear Christ singing in your own treasure chest. Why QAnon is not an organization so you could respond with your will aligning with the will of God, following the call of your own heart, the voice of God speaking directly to you. So if you can't get this, they were trying to convince people that Q was actually God speaking to them. The right of self-determination, when we're free to purely choose, our sovereign choices honor and fulfills Christ's intention for... Wait, was there anything? Hold on. Now, this was just significant because it was Clapier, who she's connected to some other cults, but here, this is the reason I brought this up. So, wait, here is it. So look at this. So you have an attempt by people to try and tie the whole like adrenochrome conspiracy theory together with Jews supposedly drinking baby's blood, which never happened. And only that, but blood of any kind is unkosher because it contains the lifeblood of of the animal or the human, and the whole point is that that's not kosher because that's only for the earth. It's not for humans. And then here you have where they're trying to be like, oh, look at the swastika, how nice. And it's like, it's just, if you're not getting weird vibes from this, I don't know what to tell you. But then here they're obsessed with Epstein, obsessed with the Masons, typical stuff. But they always will inevitably tie it back to the Jews, and that's just what you have with anti-Semitism. And obviously, not all conspiracy theories, because some conspiracy theories are true, but like in general, the types of communities it can attract. Not here, what is this? They also buy into the six-finger giant thing, I think. But anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to show some of this to kind of show how you have different groups saying basically the same thing. Any thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, I'm curious if they've actually resurrected the idea of the swastika being heritage, not hatred, as I thought, that was one of my jokes from 20 years ago, and I was curious if they've actually started saying that.
I mean, in everything but direct words. Oh, here, we got some. Let's see. Carrie Ann said, Rome had those hats, didn't they? I'm not sure. War Knight said, yeah, people, especially Christian and Muslim anti-Semites, lie and pretend that Judaism has been corrupted because on top of the Torah and Hebrew Bible, there's an oral tradition in Talmud. Oh, you're going to be interested in what Crazy Lady has to say in a bit. But that doesn't change the Torah. It's just a lens of interpretation that is extrapolated and debated on. And even with that, it's not just a lens, it's 70 lenses. But anyway, yeah, it's like watching Reefer Madness. It's I'm trying to think. Ooh, Breacher Madness, like Breach, Covenant or Brith. But basically instead of Reefer, it's Breather. I think I'm funny, even if nobody else does.
That's all that counts.
See, the Gospel of QLL. Halcyon says, hey, Halcyon. People get into some pretty weird headspaces. You have no idea. Yeah, conspirituality, that's exactly what this is. I actually wrote a paper on conspirituality for university. Hey, that's a good one. Yeah, it was actually coined, I think, back in 2006 or so by a scholar. No organs, right? I think certain organs are okay. Like I know liver's okay. That's why chopped liver is a very common Jewish dish. But let's see, wasn't that some Herald Viking who had 6 fingers? Not sure. Maybe he was a Nephilim. Laughing at that. Hey, sorry, Al. All right, so let's start with the murky myths behind anti-Semitism.
There was this.
Actually, no. I think this would. I want to show that lady that we're watching before, and I want to show why we're doing this in the first place. So this is the same lady from before. Now, I want you to pay attention. So this is 1 day ago. So that is 5/20/2023. So a little under a year after the video we watched last. Now, I want you to look at this. Do you see what she's wearing on her neck? Can I zoom in? Wow. No, I can't. Well, wait. I think I just... Okay. How do I... this is annoying. Maybe I can... okay, well, this isn't just your normal cross. This is a hooked cross. Now, I mean, obviously, we shouldn't assume that every swastika is a Nazi swastika, especially because she's wearing a bindi. But again, why is she wearing a bindi? Because, and I will caveat this with she might be part Indian, like she might be half Indian, or I don't know her background, but I know she's not Indian. Like she's not from India, and her just how she takes on everything makes me think that she's probably just appropriating it. So she has a bindi, and then she has what looks like a swastika. In and of itself, maybe don't be too concerned, but let's just see what happens.
I have a difficult message to deliver today about the nefarious entity or group that governs the earth, our economic system, continuous war, subjugation, and control.
Oh yeah,
Before I speak about
that's all horrible. I think we can universally agree that that's all freaking horrible. But that's called like lobbyists, right? That's called corporations. That's called big business interests. So that's who she's talking about, right?
this group, I want you to know that I come from the tribe of Asher, which
Oh, funny, me too.
is from ancient Israel, one of the tribes of Israel.
And how do you know this? Given with me, it's just kind of like a spiritual thing. It's like because nobody knows for sure unless you're like a Levi or a Cohen. But the whole point is that I at least can say that my claim to that possible claim would be because I'm Jewish. But at the end of the day, it's not like she never explains how she is. She doesn't explain her family tradition, nothing. But let's see, what's this? I also find it hilarious when Catholic anti-Semites of all people make conspiracy theories of Judaism being corrupted because of the oral tradition when the basis of the Catholic Church is literally tradition and papal authority and not just the Christian New Testament. Yeah. Hey, Mimi. Oh, hey, what's your profile picture? Is it like a dog or something? I can't see. But anyway.
And I'm a devotee of the Christed path.
So you're a Christian. I mean, like, what else does that mean? She might be a New Age Christian, but she's still Christian. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is what she's going to say after.
I'm a Virgin Mother. And I have a message for the children of Israel and the children of the earth. And it's difficult, but I'm going to say it.
So is certain things, but you got to do it. What's she going to do, though?
Quick side note. Somehow, Jewish and Israel have been conflated into one thing.
So what she's trying to do is she's trying to basically hijack this idea that there are people who try to use the label of anti-Semitism to silence criticism of Israel. But that's not what she's doing, not in the slightest, which is why, like, basically what she's saying is the people who live in Israel and Jews, they aren't connected. That's what she's saying. And it's really underhanded, but you can piece it together little by little. And that's what we're going to do. I don't even want to know how. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't even want to say how many tabs I have open to counter what she's going to say.
But historically, in terms of archaeological evidence, not all Israelites are Jewish.
Well, yes, that's true. I mean, but where is she going with this? In reality, yeah, not all Israelites were Jews. But functionally, yes, they were. After a certain point, most of the Israelites ended up migrating south to Judah because of the fact that that they'd been occupied by Assyria, and while some stayed, a lot left. The population of we are. But the population of Jerusalem actually doubled about, I think, 4 times the size. So like 1/4 of the basically what previously was all the population of Judah, so it might not be Jerusalem, but Judah in general. 100% of the population of Judah after the Syrian conquest of Israel. And by the way, Judah was a vassal of Assyria. That's the only reason they didn't get wiped out. So basically, if you wanted to live in a society similar to yours, but it had to be in a different land because the land that you previously lived in was now being conquered, and all these things were being spread from the Assyrians. So or Assyrio-Babylonians. But the point being is that what was previously 100% of the population of Judah became only 1/4. And so it doesn't matter that only one of the tribes was called Judah, because eventually everyone gets called Jews. But yeah, so the point being is not all Jews are from the tribe of Judah, but all Jews are Israelites. Now here's where it gets tricky. Not all the Israelites became Jews. So yes, she's right on that. Arguably, certain parts of Lebanese, even like local Palestinian population. I want to be specific though. Some Palestinians like that, and it's tricky because it kind of goes into the idea of how identity works in the first place. But basically, if someone's last name is Al-Misri or Hijazi or so on and so forth, it means they're not from that region, whether you're calling it Israel or Palestine. So it's not as, then I guess you could also go into this argument. It's a bit different because on one hand, you're dealing with an ethnic identity as opposed to, say, this idea of, the Islamic world or whatever, because there's a lot of, in a lot of ways, the Jewish civilization and Arab civilization are as equally intertwined with Jewish religion and with Islamic religion as each other. So it makes it kind of, but let's see. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, we're talking about Israelites, Jews.
So we had IHRA as well as the father. We had.
Hate to break it to you, honey, the Jews had that as well. Like, this isn't something unique to the northern Israelite tribes. They just kept it for longer.
Father and mother, the tribe of Asher. And
it's just so wild how she's like subscribing to certain things, but just completely ignoring others.
we were connected to the earth mother as well.
And she's implying that so was
Just
Jesus,
so
which
you know that.
I actually tend to think that Jesus was, and that he was like I personally don't think he was a prophet of you know the God of Israel. I think he was a prophet of Asherah. Like so much of it lines up. But let's see. Yeah, were you going to say something?
I was gonna say I don't see why Jesus couldn't have been a prophet of both, but you know. And where she ends up going is, in my opinion, pretty much putting her car into the middle of the Sea of Galilee. But tag.
Nah, it's more like a hovercraft. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Within Judaism, which
Oh, hold on. We're moving on to our next ridiculous claim, so let's start off with this. So, in case any of you are unaware, it's not as simple as was Hitler a Christian? Because yes, he was. Was he into the occult? Also yes. And was he was he into more like Gnostic type ideas? Also yes. There's some speculation as to how pagan he was, but he was definitely involved in the occult. The point that I'm trying. Oh wait. Let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah. So anyway, this is Dr. Susanna Heschel. She's the daughter, I think daughter, might be granddaughter, but I'm pretty sure the daughter of Abraham Joshua Heschel, who he's basically the Abraham of the conservative Jewish movement. And by conservative, I mean religious, not political. But so here, let's check this out. She has some really, anyway, so this is about the Aryan Jesus, and it shows how the Nazis, so yeah, he wasn't a traditional Christian, but at the same time, I don't really think that matters. I mean, on one hand, there's what he actually believed. Regardless of what he believed, I think there's, very nuanced discussion there. But regardless of what he believed, it's what he preached. And that's the thing. He used Jesus in order to rile people up. He presented himself as the new Jesus. In some ways, arguably even as a second coming. But yeah, here, let's check this out.
Your first book is on this incredibly important figure in history, a brilliant scholar.
Amen.
But someone whose findings are extremely provocative. Your next book, so the first book is on the Jewish Jesus. The next book is on the Aryan Jesus. The Aryan Jesus. What is the Aryan Jesus? Tell me what that is. Tell us about that book.
It's a lie.
So you see, here's Geiger saying that Jesus was Jewish. He's a Pharisee, that he's a rabbi, and so on.
Take care, Carrie. Have a good one. Don't break your leg like I did, or foot, but it's healed now. At least hopefully. Still hurts a bit.
Fine. Christians didn't like that. They didn't like it because they wanted Jesus to be different, to be unique and original. But on the other hand, they knew that they had to explore.
Yeah. At first, because this is a stream about Judaism, I didn't know if at first I saw that I was like Chava. No, that's Chavo, and I'm like, wait, no, is it Chavo or Chavo? I'm not sure, but yeah, this is live. Let's see, what's this? Temple granaries, emergence of merchant state. Interesting. Instead of church and state, it's merchant state. Even the word Aryan is a misnomer, but fascists love to romanticize history. Yeah, I mean, what better way to say that you're superior than by claiming that you come from a people whose name just means noble? And the fact is that they probably weren't even a race. It was probably a class. Let's see. Didn't Jesus literally call Jesus the synagogue of Satan and repudiate the Pharisees numerous times? Yes, but again, I'm really suspect about some of that because on one hand, he repudiates the Pharisees, yet again, he goes against them, but a lot of his ideology is derived from people like Hillel the Elder, though on some level, I don't really know that any of this was actually him. For all we know, this could just be stuff that was attributed to him. Like, we know that there was a real Jesus, or there were more real Jesuses because they're attested in the Talmud, but personally, I think the idea of synagogue of Satan, that has a certain connotation. Like, if you were to say it in like a modern context, like modern Jewish, you'd be saying like, and I mean, you have to keep in mind, this would be someone Jewish saying it. So like, this would be someone Jewish who's criticizing the majority, and they'd be like, oh, don't you know, you guys are, it's like, you're practically serving the devil. Like, it doesn't need to be a literal connotation, but it can take that on. But you have to also keep in mind, what does it actually mean? Like, you are of your father, the devil, because like this idea of devil comes from diabolos, which means like evil. But the idea of Satan, which predates the idea of the devil, just means the opposer. So like, what does synagogue of Satan actually mean? It probably means the synagogue of opposers, or people who are opposing, Hashem's will. That might have been how it was seen. But like, the idea that synagogue of Satan, like, the only reason we see that as anti-Semitic now is because synagogue is something that only Jews have. But that wasn't the case back in the Greek times. A synagogue was just a meeting. In fact, like, a synagogue wasn't the name for a place of, and this is what's interesting, because a synagogue wasn't a place where people got together to pray. It was a place where people got together.
No, I was going to say that the Judaism appropriated the synagogue from the Greek world, and my understanding of the whole synagogue of Satan is the idea that these are basically evil people who are pretending to be good people, and it's not like the whole Jewish community was the synagogue of Satan. More like some select leaders within there were leading the whole Jewish community astray, be it by their leadership positions. That was the wicked priest versus the leader of righteousness. Again, Dead Sea Scroll stuff. Gonna tag on that.
So I mean, I do think it. What was it? It is important to keep in mind that what was it? Basically, we can't say the word synagogue now without implying Jews, or like it's tied together now. But like, say assembly of Satan, or like, honestly, just like say the evil assembly, or like, I mean, it refers to this idea of corrupt governance. And especially if you have someone who's Jewish saying this, there's no way you can understand them as saying that Jews are bad, because they're talking about specific people. And it's like, if you have a bunch of candies and you're picking out all the red candies because you don't like, red Skittles or whatever, your problem isn't with Skittles. That's clear, right? Your problem's with the red Skittles.
Yeah, no, that's exactly why I cited it via the Dead Sea Scrolls, where it was Jewish, the Jewish scribes there who were criticizing one group of Jews over the other group of Jews.
Yeah. So Rai said Aryans are also Persian, or descended from Aryan culture. So Satan is just a poser for the devil. Not entirely. It's more so that the devil is derived from the idea of Satan, but it's twisted into it. What do you think about the ideas involved with the neo-Gnostic esoteric Hitlerists who claim that the Jewish god of this world was a demiurge, and that Hitler was an Aryan avatar of Christian? That's so laughable, because if anybody would have been the demiurge, it would have been Hitler. You could view, like, he's an embodiment of the demiurge. He's blind, he's dumb, he's ignorant. He was responsible for the ultimately responsible for the loss of the Germans. Like, he embodies Yaldabaoth, not Krishna. So the best way to debunk that, I think, is to show how big of a joke Hitler was, because they like to remember him as this great hero, but he was just a schlub. And not only that, like, again, I don't want to disparage anyone for having health issues, but he was not the peak of physical health. He's the type of person where if you were around him, and again, I feel horrible for saying this because there are plenty of nice people who have, this issue, but basically you couldn't be around him without smelling his gas. And I'm not making a Holocaust joke. I mean, like, you could not be around him without smelling his farts, because he had, so I'm not going to continue with that because, like, I feel bad for even bringing it up. But the point is, he was not your peak Aryan man. He was not this, savior light bringer that came to restore Germany. He literally destroyed Germany from, like, things weren't, perfect, especially after World War I, but things were getting better. The culture wasn't stagnating. It was only, I mean, basically, people like to pretend that the way that culture was going was connected to the state of the finances, but it just wasn't. Anyway, we're going to move on, but we could address this later.
The only thing I was going to say there is the only good thing that I can say about Hitler is he was a gifted public speaker. Just kind of used it for evil. Tag.
The only good thing I can say about Hitler is that he killed Hitler. Crickets?
I think that deserves crickets. Yeah, let's go on.
Yeah. Fair enough. Jesus may not have been anti-Semitic. I'd have to read into the historical context of that verse. Where I said that's where child sacrifice started, blood libel. You could argue that, but people read way too much into overachieving meth head with a funny mustache. He's not that complicated. 100%. Yeah, so here, let's continue with this. I need to take a dab. Let my throat relax.
Jesus, from a historical point of view, what do historians do? They contextualize. So if they're going to contextualize the historical figure of Jesus, then it's first century Palestine. They're going to have to compare him to the other rabbis, other Jews of the day. Well, they didn't like it. They didn't like the comparison. They were struggling to find some way to preserve Jesus's difference from Judaism. Some of them came up with the idea of using racial theory. So racial theory was beginning to infiltrate the academy in the 19th century, in Europe in general, not just in Germany. So some theologians came up with the idea of saying, well, it may be that what Jesus said was similar to what other Jews said, but racially, he wasn't a Jew. Racially, he was an Aryan, whatever that means. What's an Aryan? An Aryan basically means you're a white German. There was even a novel that said Jesus was born in Schleswig-Holstein, which is up in the north of Germany. I mean, crazy things. But they wanted to say that Jesus wasn't Jewish, that he actually, his origins came out of Iran or out of India, out of Iraq, They said that he wasn't really born in Bethlehem, which is near Jerusalem, but instead he was born in another.
Yeah, don't you know, we found Jesus' lederhosen. It is confirmed fact. Okay, that was stupid. But let's see. Pretty sure he was a Jew. Yeah, he was Jewish. IHRA's Orchard. Also, since the Muslims believe that Jewish and Christian texts were corrupted, I'd say that also contributes in part to anti-Semitic theories in the Islamic world, even more than Christians, since at least Christians acknowledge the Old Testament. Yeah, but keep in mind, the Christians might think that the Old Testament's true, but they don't think that the Jews know how to properly interpret it. So it's the same amount of anti-Semitism that can emerge from both. Traditionally, the Muslim world was actually much more welcoming towards Jews. Not saying it was welcoming, it was just more. So, like, we do need to remember that everything's relative. Yeah, what? You think that it's possible Hitler was deep into esoteric research and he really believed that the Jews were connected to supernatural power and that scared him. So, I mean, honestly, I don't know. There's only so much reconstructing of a crazy, madman who's responsible for the death of, more than 10 million people. But what was I was going to say that if you do ever want to check out, let's see, what is it? It's a book called The Rainbow Swastika. explores the origins of a lot of Hitler's ideology. Let's see. It's Hannah Newman, I think. But I highly recommend this. Like, this is really what I used. I used this. Like, I looked at the sources and I read the sources and used the sources. Like, I recited the sources. So, like, I didn't just read this and cite the sources. I actually read the stuff that is from. And here, I'll just share this link. But it is. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Back, forward, Control C. All right. So. Yeah, here you see introduction for readers pro and con, how big a conspiracy leading New Agers makes them. And again, not all New Agers. This is specifically like this, like dark, really dark side of theosophy that's still alive. Leading New Agers make some pretty fantastic claims. Are they exaggerating? How can they function if the benevolent conspiracy is as big as they say? Human history, according to the New Age. Human evolution takes on epic proportions and definitely racist tones. Guess how the Jews rate, but reincarnation and karma explain everything. The fact that 80% of humanity must be weeded out to save dear Mother Earth is only part of the big cosmic picture. C, the gods of the New Age. The Creator, the Christ, they don't mean how Jews think they mean. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing this. I meant to. Don't mean what Jews think they mean. That's part of the big plan. Part of the plan. Meet the New Age hierarchy. Their Trinity and Lucifer. Who? What do the masters offer mankind? What do they want from us, and how is their track record so far? The plans of the New Age. The goal of the plan, world peace, but first the hierarchy has a score to settle in an ancient war. Next, they will deal with world problems like the Jews. Read about your date with Planetary Initiation, who's running the new humanity project, and what nuclear disarmament is really for. E, the Jewish problem, how we ruin mankind with Judaism, Zionism, and just being ourselves. Why we had to do it, why the New Age has to undo it. They don't hate the Jews, the secular Jews do it for them, but the dark force behind the Jews is another matter. So, I mean, there might be something to what you're saying. Nazism and New Age. Hitler, the adept occultist, Gnostic guardian of the Grail, Messiah of the new humanity, fellow occultists knew it. Hindu and Western New Agers recognized it. The neo-Nazis celebrate it, yet few historians have explored this link. Why do so many Holocaust scholars miss it? G, the transformation of society. More than a familiar slogan, transformation is the New Age strategy to get us to... And again, I really want to clarify, this isn't New Age thinking in general. This is a very specific, like, ideology that's a subset. I mean, it's basically the Theosophical Society, the part of it that went cancerous. Strategy to get us to conform to the plan, either knowingly or unwittingly. Media and entertainment have done their jobs well. There are hiccups in transformation, however, as well as resistant portions of humanity. I'm just going to skip that. But yeah, New Age is grooming the emerging generation with or without parental permission. Just how far back it started will shock Americans. What do Alice Bailey, the UN, the Clintons, and Littleton, Colorado have in common? A look inside the Trojan horses of the world core curriculum and outcome-based education. Even homeschooling is not out of their reach. Missionizing amongst Jews. This section is twice as long as any other, which should tell you something. Tell you something already. Why have New Age missionaries invested so much in penetrating the Jewish community? More importantly, how do most of them manage to blindside the anti-missionaries and other Torah guardians? Kabbalists could tell you if they chose to. Learn about the networking effect, how it has hurt us, and how it can help us. A short list of the most successful New Age missions, both in Israel and abroad, in the secular, traditional, and Orthodox communities. Brace yourself. J, what to do? A Jewish response. Hopeless situation for many Jews, yes. For yours truly, no. It all depends on where you're expecting help to come from and whether you're willing to commit to personal and community transformation of another kind. But it will mean hard decisions, and the hierarchy is counting on you to shrug it off and go back to sleep. So yeah, I'm going to post the link for this, but highly recommend it to anyone. I mean, read it critically because obviously some of it's very, very out there. But then there's the stuff that is like based off of scholarly work, and that alone is terrifying.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as Hitler and the Jews, from a political standpoint, he really didn't need much more than seizing the property of a lot of your richest citizens and redistributing it and using it to finance your government is a shortcut to quick power. Tagging.
Yeah. So Essene Scrolls, Sons of Light versus Sons of Darkness uses Zoroastrian language, Jesus going back to the old-time religion. Yeah. For me to take this seriously is too much. There's so much conjecture and working off mistranslations, retranslations, it's becoming a joke. A lot of this shit. We can't know. We can't know. We do not know the state of mind of the authors, and we go off scarce circumstantial evidence. I hate these conspiracy theorists and whatever anti-Semitism bullshit they come up with. Judaism drawing from the Western dualism, monotheism, Aryan roots of Judaism. I mean, I tend to think that has a lot to do with this, like, dualism. And no, Jesus wasn't a fair-haired white dude like that looked like a pot-smoking hippie. He might have looked like a pot-smoking hippie, but a Middle Eastern one. He looked more like one of the migrants white people hate from the Middle East. Yeah. True. Also, it's odd how much Nietzsche contributed so much to the Nazi ideology, even though I don't think Nietzsche was actually so. Yeah, he was being trapped by his sister, wasn't he? Like locked in his room. Graham?
Well, you're talking that was when Nietzsche had basically gone insane and was suffering from syphilis. So, yeah.
But think about it. His works were being used by his sister. It's entirely possible that she could have exaggerated how severe it was and used it to basically take over his estate.
What are you saying? Like he was a 19th century Britney Spears?
Basically, because he wasn't anti-Semitic. His work was redone to make it so.
No, 100%. No, he himself. You could easily read that into his work, but I didn't read that out of in him himself. So tag.
1 second. Let's see. Hitler completely took Nietzsche's writings and misinterpreted them. Let's see. Judgment Day of Ahura Mazda defeating Ahriman, light versus darkness. Let's see. Book of Revelations does seem borrowed from Zoroastrianism. I could explain how and why, but too much typing because I know how Hitler came to his own fucked up conclusions off Nietzsche, and it's wrong because it had zero to do with race or any physical thing. Oh, wow, we got a long comments. And I heard the 7 churches represent the 7 Amatius Spentas of Ahura Mazda. I'm pretty sure he'd look like the average Sephardi or Mizrahi Jew, which look just like the migrants who come off those ships for the most part. Those are the Jews that lived in Middle East and North Africa. Sephardi comes from Spain, lived under Muslims and were kicked to North Africa, as opposed to they actually lived under Christians before the Muslims, but actually lived there before the Christians or the Muslims, opposed to the light-skinned Ashkenazi that lived in historically Christian societies. Right, so I don't know, maybe he ain't no white dude. That's the point. Ritual, purity, angels, 7 days of creation, and much, much more. Judaism draws from multiple traditions, but the most from Zarathustra. Who do you think the Hittites were? I mean, they were Anatolians. You might need to be a bit more specific. Also, I don't even know Kabbalah much, but due to its esotericism and being not publicly learned much, it leads to so many false conspiracy theories. Oh, I know, it's ridiculous. Anyway, I am going to continue with this video before we get sidetracked again. If I can find where we were. Here.
She was raving against Jews.
Who? No, this.
Century.
The woman in the
No,
video.
that's in Germany.
Oh, sorry, this one.
Some theologians came up with the idea of saying, well, it may be that what Jesus said was similar to what other Jews said, but racially, he wasn't a Jew. Racially, he was an Aryan. Whatever that means. What's an Aryan? An Aryan basically means you're a white German. There was even a novel that said Jesus was born in Schleswig-Holstein, which is up in the north of Germany. I mean, crazy things. But they wanted to say that Jesus wasn't Jewish, that his origins came out of Iran or out of India, out of Iraq, They said that he wasn't really born in Bethlehem, which is near Jerusalem, but instead he was born in another village up in the north, another Bethlehem in the Galilee. And anyway, he's called Jesus of Nazareth. Nazareth is the Galilee. And then they said, well, the Galilee, you see, isn't a Jewish area at all. And in fact, it's an Aryan area. So Jesus, now, why does this become a problem? I mean, as you can say, it's nonsense. It becomes a problem. And what I looked at was this. Not only did they say Jesus was an Aryan, which means he was German, they were trying to say. They were saying that when Hitler came to power, that Hitler was doing what Jesus wanted. Jesus wanted to destroy Judaism, and that's what Hitler was doing. So Hitler was a good Christian, so to speak. That's what they were saying. And in fact, they wanted to de-Judaize Christianity entirely. They threw the Old Testament out of the Christian Bible. It's a Jewish book. We don't want it. And Jesus is an Aryan. They took the Hebrew words out of the hymnal, words like hallelujah, for example. And they wrote a lot of anti-Semitic propaganda. And I discovered archival material that demonstrated
Actually
who was
hilarious
involved,
because
the amount of money they spent,
if they
how
if
productive
they believed
were during the Second World War.
if they believed what Amon did, they wouldn't have taken out hallelujah. They would have just changed it to Alleluia, like Alleluia or whatever.
War, and really how wicked, how evil.
I was
they
going to
were.
say, if you take out all the
fact that
Jewish
they
stuff, it
kept
makes it a
their-
lot shorter too.
Oh, that's true.
Their careers.
Well, it makes it
after
shorter.
World War II in East Germany, West Germany, as pastors, as theologians, as professors of theology, important figures in the church, was never investigated.
Tell us about your research on that book, because it's an amazing story. Where did you go? What did you have to do? Tell us about your research on that book, because it's an amazing story.
Some of the documents.
Tell us about your research on that book.
Germany, West Germany, as pastors, as theologians, as professors of theology, important that they kept the Second World War, and really how wicked, how evil they were, and the fact that they kept their careers after World War II in East Germany, West Germany, as pastors, as theologians, as professors of theology, important figures in the church, was never investigated.
Tell us about your research on that book, because it's an amazing story. Where did you go? What did you have to do? What was the experience like?
Well, I found some of the documents that they had published during World War II, and I wondered, what were theologians in Germany saying during the war? You know, it was hard to get paper, so what did they say? And it was sheer anti-Semitic propaganda, horrible stuff. I wondered, where did it come from? So I went around to different archives in Germany that had the documents, the paperwork from the era of the Third Reich. And most people said to me, oh, we don't really have anything. There's nothing. I went to archives in Berlin, and I also went to Thuringia, which is in the geographic center of Germany. It's part of the former East Germany. I showed up at the church archives in Eisenach, and they were amazed. They had never before met an American. They had never before met a Jew. And I had the first laptop they had ever seen. This was in the 90s. Anyway, they didn't like the project. Then nobody liked hearing that you wanted to write something about Nazis, certainly. They said, well, we don't really have anything. They gave me a few papers. And I went back a year later, and again, a few papers. And, you know, each time I went back, year after year, I would have to get a grant, and it was difficult to travel. And I was a professor already in the United States. And finally, after several years, they said, well, actually, we have everything you need. So they did. And I was able to collect material there. And I also traveled. And everywhere I went in Germany, even to tiny little towns in the north, I went to university archives in Heidelberg and Jena. The only place I had a problem was University of Vienna, where they wouldn't show me anything. At any rate, the people were very hesitant to admit. And I wanted to say, why do you hide this? These people were Nazis. You aren't. Let's write about it. That's it. Let's face the history. At any rate, I had to collect material, and it took a long time. And then I had to piece it together. It's kind of a detective work.
How was that book received in Germany? It's been translated into German, has it not?
No, it hasn't been translated into
hasn't
German. No.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Huh. So when I first asked you about Geiger, you said you mentioned his first book on Islam. Tell us about your new project.
So I'm very
So, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with their attitude. You need to basically open up the wounds, air it out, and let history be what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not surprised, especially when she's in East Germany area, about them being a little reticent to give up information.
Yeah. So,
especially in the early 90s. That wasn't too long after the Berlin Wall fell.
Yeah. So, also, why do you think, as a whole, Christian American culture wasn't as anti-Semitic as German Christian culture, which it had its issues, but doesn't seem to have as rough a history as European history? You want to know the truth? Time. That's it. It's time. Like,
I think I was going to say I'd throw in economics too.
I mean, sure, on a level, but like, for instance, there was a point where Jews were banned from the Union. On top of that, Here, let's see. Do you know about the Messina blood libel?
I remember reading about it back in the day, but I don't remember much about it right now.
Let's see. Is this here?
Time for me to get set up for therapy, and I use this room as my office, but the desk is over here. And so when I
Here. Oh, I thought I pressed play.
So the question is that in the long history of the ritual murder accusation against Jews, there are a lot more terrible incidents than the one I wrote about, which ended up having a happy ending. Nobody got killed. And so why did I decide to write about this story when there are so many more dramatic versions of it? Am I repeating your? So it's a really great question. And so the first answer is because it's a personal story. I was born in Messina, New York. My father was born in Messina, New York. My great grandparents were the first Jewish residents of this town, and so there was a personal connection there, and so that is probably the main thing that made me want to tell the story. And there was also a mystery involved that I wanted to solve, and that was that although the blood libel is depressingly common in European history, it was unknown in the United States until this incident happened in 1928. And even more than that, there was a really serious anti-Semitic episode just 15 years earlier, the case of Leo Frank. Anybody, probably some of you have heard of Leo Frank. So Leo Frank was a Jewish guy from Brooklyn who got transferred down to Atlanta to run a pencil factory. A 13-year-old girl turned up dead, and Leo Frank was accused of the murder, even though the evidence was slim. And even though there were a lot of anti-Semitic overtones to this case, the ritual murder accusation never came up. And so in Europe, if there was a young woman or a young man who turned up dead and there was any way to blame a Jew, that would have happened. And it didn't happen in this case. But 15 years later, in Messina, New York, with a tiny Jewish community, all of a sudden there was a ritual murder accusation. So that was the mystery that it seemed to me would be interesting to solve. And the answers have to do, I think, with the character of the 1920s in the United States, where immigration is incredibly controversial, if anything more so than it is nowadays, where the Ku Klux Klan became a mainstream organization with 4 million members, where Henry Ford published the only explicitly anti-Semitic newspaper in American history, and where you were in 1928 in the middle of a presidential election between Al Smith and Herbert Hoover, in which the religious hatred, because Al Smith, as you know, former governor of New York, was the first Catholic candidate to be nominated by a major American political party, and the anti-Catholic invective against Al Smith, which spilled over into anti-Semitism because 2 of Al Smith's most visible advisors were Jews. I think all those things came together to produce a kind of perfect storm that created the climate in which this kind of anti-Semitic incident was possible. So that's why I wanted to tell the story.
Dinner. It's more than just a meal you make every.
One second. So, yeah. So I'm going to see if I can find one that actually explains what happened. But shoot, what? That's weird. It's not letting me scroll. What the heck?
Too many tabs open, maybe.
No, I think I fixed it. Okay. I don't know what the heck is going on. It was no problem before. Oh, wait, here. Is this 2 minutes?
Rolling.
Hi everyone, Hunang Bear here, and greetings from the historic Adat Synagogue in the city of New York. In 1928, this was the site of America's only blood libel against Jewish individuals, in which the community, the Gentile community of this town, accused Jewish individuals of using blood, Christian Gentile blood, in their rituals. Allegedly, a woman was kidnapped, and right here,
A little 7-year-old girl.
a 7-year-old girl was allegedly kidnapped. Was she later found?
Yeah, she got lost in the woods.
She got lost in the woods, and there was a whole horde of people right here, townspeople ready to murder the Jews, just like in the Holocaust.
It wasn't pleasant either.
And it wasn't pleasant. Now I use this as a deeper concern. Me, as you
Are you muted?
Sorry, yeah, I was muted, but yeah, basically what I was saying is that it really comes down to the reason why there weren't more blood libels in America was because and why you only have it starting now is because it wasn't until then that you really had a lot of population of there weren't a whole lot of Americans that weren't from the British Isles, and because the British Isles, at least in England, not Ireland. I forget about I think Scotland they were able to as well, but basically their Jews weren't allowed in England, and so as a result, there was probably less anti-Semitism. Not because they were less anti-Semitic, but just because they had less Jews to be anti-Semitic towards. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, they hadn't learned to hate the Jews yet. Got it.
Yeah. So let's see, where was it? All right, here. All right, so
From the tribe of Judah,
all right, so here.
as well as the father. We had father and mother, the tribe of Asher. And we were connected to the earth mother as well. Just so you know that. Within Judaism, which comes majority from the tribe of Judah, are mostly Jews. Within the Jewish peoples, there is a radicalized Zionist sect. Jewish people.
So hold on, that's a whole lot. So I want to address this idea that the Jews and the Israelites are somehow different.
Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother. That is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous, group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew, and this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective we can use to all kinds of things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating kind of thing. We'll talk about that later. At any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person, and the Bible will use the terms
It's interesting
children of
because
Israel, house.
if it's not, because there's two Israels potentially. There's Yisrael, and then there's Yisrael. And Yisrael is actually where the name Jezreel comes from, which is interesting that Israel and Jezreel aren't like more similar in how they're pronounced in English. But the point is, what was it? That, shoot, where was I going with that? Oh, right. That, so Yisrael comes from the root zara, which means to seed or to like potentially even to bestow seed or like to bless with seed. And so it's possible that Yisrael, before this idea of struggling with God, that there was this idea, because we don't have as old references to Yisrael as we do to Yisrael, which means that the older form might be in reference to how many sons he had or like how many children, but that's just speculation.
Of Jacob, more or less synonymously, although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac,
It's also interesting
Jacob,
because if
also
you notice that
Israel. But
the men are the men are the children and the women are the house. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, that's the standard sort of thing where the women were in charge of the house, the men were out doing their thing, and it was the division of the genders back in the ancient days. That was just sort of how it worked, where the women were they reigned supreme in the home. Tag.
It's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. And you can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the Kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would leave a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who was not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who was referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms: Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching.
No, that totally tracks with the old rule of thumb that I learned, which was that the Hebrews went into the Babylonian exile and the Jews came out. Tag.
Well, it would have been, it would have been like Judahites that go in the Babylonian exile and Jews come out, whereas it's Hebrews that go into Egypt, Israelites come out.
And I was going to say that don't they become Israelites once Joshua conquers the land? I know. I'm just saying the general rule I learned back in the day. You know, it's sort of like stuck with calling them Hebrews before then. But yeah, you got a good point there. Tag.
Yeah. So let's see. I think there was a comment. All right. So oh wait, yeah. So wait here. Right here. 3 Magi astrologers signs abound that Jesusism is primarily Avesto-Judaic, but synthesis of Indo-Greek, Egypto-Sumeric. Let's see. Also, I read that Ahura Mazda has a son named Atar, which blew my mind because I thought he was a standalone god. Yeah, you have Atar, who's the male form of Astar or Ishtar. I'm not familiar. Can you link it, please? Oh, that must have been about Messina. Also, I noticed a son of El named Atar/Athar, who is a brother to Astarte, and Atar is possibly an inspiration for Apollo. Interesting. Let's see. Also, have you seen this really nasty group called the Goyim Defense League that makes these really nasty flyers? Yeah, I have. They drop some shit at my campus. Yeah, they were also impenetrative, interpolating constantly, like remixing songs. Found my notes. Atar, twin brother to Ashtart. Horians call him Astabis, Ishu Minakad. Asher's Orchard. Aren't there a lot of people that pretend they're the real Israelites and that Jews stole their identities? Like not only Black Hebrew Israelites and British Israelites. Yeah, there's more than that. And a lot of it has to do with like New Age spiritualism. People being convinced that one group or another is. I always wondered whether many Masons were closeted Jews, converts underground, that America was found partly as a secular state to free themselves. I don't know. I don't think so, because most of these people's families came from the British Isles. Like, there just weren't enough Jews there for it to... I mean, you could argue maybe they were... I don't know. It would be interesting. I just don't think there's anything to it. But if you find anything, that'd be interesting to look into. From Christotic States. Any evidence that Benjamin Franklin was of Jewish lineage, other founding fathers? Nothing that I know. Michelle said, huh? Womb, original house of man, Yisrael. I heard that's the way they used to refer to the children of El. Interesting. The seed of El. It makes sense. What about the Ethiopians? Yeah, we'll get to them in a bit, and also to other Black Jewish communities, like real ones, and then we'll also talk about the like Black Hebrew Israelite community. And the walls of Jericho come tumbling down, except they didn't, not historically. When did anti-Semitic Judeo-Masonic conspiracy theories come from, and why? I'll actually get into this in a bit. Let's see, Sage of Sidon. I didn't know there were British Israelites too. That's actually where the Black Hebrew Israelites got their ideas from. Alexander Hamilton may have been half Jewish, I think. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that. So I have to use the restroom, but I'm going to put on something in the meantime. How about... Oh, this should be good. Martin Luther and anti-Jewish perceptions in early modern Europe, to address why there was more anti-Semitism in Europe than in, I'll be right back.
Let's begin our examination of anti-Semitism in the modern era by focusing on the 16th to 18th centuries, a time known as the early modern period. Marked by major trends and movements such as the Protestant Reformation and the Enlightenment, the early modern period brought with it dramatic political, economic, and religious change to Europe. It was also during this time that the European exploration and colonization of the Americas, Africa, and Asia took place. This led, among other things, to modern globalization and the rise of early forms of capitalism. When discussing the history of the Jews of Europe, it is during this time period that the center of Jewish life was no longer concentrated in Western Europe. Stimulated by their expulsions from the western parts of the European continent in the late medieval period, Jews began searching for more tolerant and favorable conditions, eventually settling in Eastern Europe and in parts of the Ottoman Empire. How did the developments and changes of the early modern period affect the way the Jews of Europe were perceived and treated at this time? The answer to this question differs from Western to Eastern Europe. As we will now see, it is in Western Europe that the major anti-Jewish ideas and ideologies continued to originate during this time period, promoted by leading philosophers and thinkers of the intellectual elite, while in Eastern Europe, a more grassroots form of anti-Semitism began to develop. Let's explore this further by first turning to the western areas of the European continent.
During the Middle Ages, we see that the spread and formation of anti-Jewish ideas coincide with the major Jewish centers of Jewish population. In the early modern period, we see a paradox appearing. The anti-Jewish ideas continue to be produced in the Western Europe, but the major centers of Jewish population are moving to the eastern parts of Europe, to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and also to the Ottoman Empire. This production of anti-Jewish ideas even intensifies in the Western regions in the early modern age. Of course, since there were so few and marginal Jewish population in Western Europe, we ought to ask ourselves why, and we can answer it by saying that it wasn't connected to the Jews themselves, but rather to processes, very intense processes, inner Christian processes going in the West. First of all, new ideologies and new movements like humanism, like Reformation, like the scientific revolution, like Enlightenment, like first signs of secularization, and so on. All of these movements clashing and arguing with each other, fighting with each other, both in words and in swords, turn to the traditional archetype other, meaning the Jews, using them to define their own positions in the inner Christian polemic. So, for example, if we take the Reformation, for example, we can see a very ambivalent attitude towards the Jews. For example, Protestants that were attacked and had to protect themselves from the accusations that they are Judaizers, that they are very like the Jews, they're similar to the Jews, created a very sharp anti-Jewish new polemics on the one hand. But on the other hand, of course, when trying to define their own identity against the Catholic Church, they turned to Judaism. They had great interest in Judaism, learning Hebrew, translating the Bible from the Hebrew, showed interest in the Jewish commentaries, translated also Jewish philosophy, Jewish prayer books. All of this was very, very ambivalent, and this ambivalence is also impersonated in the founder of Protestantism, in Luther, Martin Luther, which also in his early works, in his famous work, Jesus the Jew, for example, showed very, very, very positive tendencies towards the Jews, criticized the traditional church attitudes towards the Jews, and so on, when he wanted to define himself against traditional Christianity. But later on, when attacked by the church, he turned to a very anti-Jewish, radical anti-Jewish positions. and even new radical anti-Jewish, not traditional, but new expressed new anti-Jewish traditions in his works, especially in his famous work published in the 30s of the 16th century on the Jews and their lies. There he went even against the traditional tolerance doctrine, which helped the Jews to survive in Western Europe during the Middle Ages, abolishing that tradition and going out not only against Judaism, but against the Jews themselves.
Sorry, I'm back. But yeah, I mean, what do you think of that? It's interesting how he actually started off not having any issues with Jews.
It reminds me a lot of George Wallace, the governor of Alabama in the South, where he started out, really being one of the most pro-black members of the leadership in the Democratic Party there, until he lost the race for governor to somebody who was very, very racist. And then he totally flipped and he became like the ultra racist instead, kind of similar to some of what happened to Luther there, tagging.
Wow. So yeah, let's continue with this.
People even know this and speak about the problem. Peoples, the Judaism, which comes majority from the tribe of Judah, are mostly Jews. Within the Jewish peoples, there is a radicalized Zionist sect.
So she's going to run all over her words. She's not differentiating Zionism with radical Zionism, for one. Like, that would be like saying that, I mean, it's not a perfect parallel, but it would be like saying that, yeah, I mean, it's not, actually, it's not a perfect parallel, but it would basically be like saying that all Christians are evangelicals, just like all Jews are Zionists, or no, because in that case, like, I'm using like, basically, maybe not all evangelicals actually believe in like in this idea of Christian supremacy, or that America is supposed to be a Christian nation. There's plenty of evangelicals who don't think that. Just like there's plenty of Zionists who don't think that Israel has to be a Jewish only state. And then there's the people like Kahana that War Knight mentioned, and he outright wanted to get rid of all the Palestinians, like whether that meant kicking them out or I don't even want to think about it. But the point is that there's people on both sides of the debate. It's disgusting that's even a debate, but the point being is just like how there's there's a good amount of evangelicals who want to take over the country, but there's also like, it might not be a majority, but there are also evangelicals who just, it's part of their faith and that's it. They don't use it as a way to treat people worse. But anyway, yeah.
I was going to say she's reducing it to a very, very small minority there. It's sort of like saying all Christians speak in tongues. Tag.
Yeah, I mean, she's fast and loose with her words, which makes it clear she's not talking about a minority.
Jewish people even know this and speak about the problem of what some would say the Khazars.
No. Like, there is a history around the Khazars, but it's not like Jewish people don't talk about this amongst ourselves. It's not like, oh, we secretly know that we're Khazars. That's just not a thing. I mean, there, inevitably you might have had some Khazars who did, as part of converting, that they might have ended up, mixing in with the general Jewish community. But that's not anything that Jews would have an issue admitting if it were true, like in some massive scale where it would affect culture. It's just the reason people push back against it is because it's used as a way of trying to delegitimize Israel, not attacking its actions, but attacking its character, saying that, well, even if we were to grant you that we think that there should be such a thing as a Jewish state, we still don't believe that you guys are actually Jews. That's basically what that theory is. Though, oddly enough, it was originally proposed by a Jew who actually coined it in order to basically try to make Hitler's Aryan race theory and destruction of the Jews like totally ironic, or basically his theory was that the Khazars, who like come from the same same general like population as the Scythian, or the Khazars come from the same general population as the Scythians, which ultimately also connect to Germany and to like the Goths. But the point being is that the person who came up with this, he cut a lot of corners. And again, this doesn't mean that there wasn't a contribution of the Khazar community to Judaism. It just wasn't in the scale that people like to pretend it is. And it's one of those things where, like, I mean, imagine you could be whatever percent, whatever, like, say you're 1%, you find in your DNA you're 1% something. What does that actually equal? Like, how long ago was that? And I think that's kind of the thing to bring up. You can have an impact, but it could be very minimal. But what she wants to project is this idea that all the Israelis are Khazars.
Well, she's also kind of going with all Zionists are created equal as well. So, it's she does a lot of overgeneralizing here.
Yeah. All right. One of the Khazars, like, there was a small part of the Eastern European Ashkenazi community that were descended from the converts of the Khazarian Empire, which may have a grain of truth, but certainly is a pretty small population. Even if we're true, so what? I thought converts were always legitimate. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's racism. That's what it is. But the other thing is that the Krimchak Jews, the mountain Jews, actually, like the songstress of the wars in Israel, Yafa Yarkoni, she's a mountain Jew, and like there are some theories that if any of the Jewish populations have this connection to the Khazars, it's probably the Krimchak mountain Jews. But let's see, where were we? Oh, right here.
The Khazars are a radicalized sect.
All right. Before we get into that, I'll actually bring up the thing about. Let me see. Where is it? Oh yeah. Krimchak. Let's see. Let's see.
Well, first of all, the Khazars aren't a sect. They were a people that inhabited the nation state of Khazaria. So she's already going off on her own little tangent here.
Yeah. Let's see. Mountain Jew. Yeah, like most of them were killed, and ironically, the ones who might have had the only the ones who might have had the connection to the Aryans were the ones who were almost completely exterminated. Like out of the Jews, the ones who were almost completely exterminated by the Nazis. Right here. Yeah, some of them. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Azerbaijan. That's right in that region. Let's see.
Blah, blah, where? Blah, 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 Jews. Blah, 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 where? Azerbaijan!
That's really
the Mountain Jews are an ancient Jewish people from the Caucasus. They predate the modern nations of the region, but can be found in Chechnya, Ingushetia, Dagestan, a bunch of other Russian republics, Georgia, and Armenia, but mainly in Azerbaijan. They are culturally and linguistically distinct from the Georgian Jews, another relatively large, thousands of years old Jewish community from the Caucasus, who I will also talk about eventually. Side note, I found this Azerbaijani state-sponsored series of videos where this LA woman named Nancy Perlman travels through Azerbaijan and marvels at everything. She always looks a little wigged out, and everyone she interviews looks really uncomfortable, which makes sense because she's talking at them in English, but she's too powerful to feel awkward back. I love it. I love her. We stand a queen. Anyway, the Mountain Jews are... I love her. We stand a queen. English, but she's too powerful to feel awkward back. I love it. I love her. We stand a queen. Anyway, the Mountain Jews are descendants of Persian Jews, who have been in Iran since the 8th century BCE, and arrived in earnest in the Caucasus in the 5th century BCE, with evidence of their presence in Azerbaijan since at least 457 BC.
Interesting. So I wonder, you think there might be a connection that they arrived there right when the Khazars were starting to kind of disappear?
I was going to say, it sounds like they predate the Khazars. So who knows on that front?
Or what I'm saying is, could it be that when the Khazars start disappearing, that the Krimchak Jews appear because all of a sudden you don't have like basically there is no more Jewish rulership in the land, so then they just get known as the Jews. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it could work that way. That's plausible.
Yeah, who knows? Let's see.
According to oral tradition, they are members of the lost tribes, with 19,000 Jews who left Jerusalem after the Babylonian destruction of the temple, went through Syria, Babylon, Iran, settling in Media. According to some historians, the strong military traditions of the mountain Jews suggest that they may be the descendants of warrior Jews who were settled in the Caucasus border regions by the Parthian and Sasanian empires. While there is little written evidence from this time, as can be more or less expected, there are some things that we can know for sure. The first is that we know they are an offshoot of Persian Jewry because of their understanding and incorporation of the Zahumrani language, which was a lingua franca of Persian Jews, while the languages spoken around them in Azerbaijan, Dagestan, etc., are Turkic. Juhuri, which is another name for them in their language, is of Iranian origin. More cool language stuff. Juhuri, while the languages spoken around them in Azerbaijan, Dagestan, etc., are Turkic.
Oh, wait, sure. All right, so interesting. So yeah, Johori is an Iranic language of Indo-European language. The other Caucasian people, mainly professing Islam, use a Turkic variant of the word Jew to refer to
Persian Jews, while the languages spoken around them in Azerbaijan, Dagestan, etc., are Turkic. Juhuri, which is another name for them in their language, is of Iranian origin. More cool language stuff later. The second thing that we can know for sure is that Cyrus the Great was great. After he bodied the Babylonians, he allowed the Jews to return to Zion, but we loved him so much that a lot of us just didn't go, and rather spread out amongst his many domains. One of his domains was Israel, but you get what I'm saying. While there is little written evidence, there is some. 1 6th and 6th century BCE treasure trove of Jewish information is the Murashu tablets, a collection of 879 clay tablets about/by the Murashu family, who were descendants of the Babylonian exile and captivity who stayed put in Nippur after our boy Cyrus freed them.
So Morasha could be from Morasha or Moreshet, which, shoot, what does that mean? I am Yarash, something to do with inheritance. Heritage. Marashu.
Of 879 clay tablets about/by the Murashu family, who were descendants of the Babylonian exile.
Well, that's a proper name. It literally the Heritage family. That's funny. Yeah, it's derived from the root Yarash, which is actually the same root in Yerushalayim. Yerusha means inheritance. So Yerushalayim could mean like inheritance of Shalim or like Shalai. So that's interesting. If you turn if you don't make it Shalem and Shalai, if it's Shalayim, then the root has to be like Shal or like Shala or Shalai. But if it's Shalayim with a single mem, it's possible that the root is still Shalem, in which case it means inheritance of peace. Which is ironic. Really ironic. If it weren't due to Roman anti-Semitism, then the Jerusalem Talmud would have more time to be fleshed out as the Babylonian Talmud. Interesting. You know, I never thought about that, but you're right. Well, hold on. Wasn't it also... it was written in Yavna, not in Jerusalem, right? Or no, it was written up in the Galilee after.
I was going to say a big angle there is the meddling of Christianity there versus further west. I think that had more of a role to play than pure anti-Semitism. Hey.
In captivity, who stayed put in Nippur after our boy Cyrus freed them. In these documents, they describe Jews being present in what is now modern South Azerbaijan. Later, in the 200s CE, post-Achaemenid Sasanian king Shapur I allowed the Jews to establish communal institutions and appointed a Rosh HaGolah, or a head of the diaspora, to lead them. Lit. There is also archaeological evidence in the form of a 6th century synagogue that was dug up in Azerbaijan. There are also texts, architectural analyses, talismans, etc. that show their presence in the region. Links for everything in the description. Okay, so the history of medieval Azerbaijan is crazy and pretty well documented, and I recommend you look it up. I'm going to power through it, though. Sorry. It's too cool to skip entirely, but there's also so much Soviet and modern stuff to cover. Okay. Islam takes the stage in the 7th century. Azerbaijan becomes a part of the Umar Caliphate in 639. The Albanian Kingdom, Caucasian Albania, an ancient kingdom, not to be confused with Balkan Albania, a modern state. It is an interesting curiosity. Look into it. Rebelled against the Caliphate, resulting in a crackdown in the 640s and 50s. It was not fun, but Jews survived, and 100 years later, during the Abbasid Caliphate, things cracked. Ancient kingdom, not to be confused with Balkan Albania. Azerbaijan becomes a part of the Umar Caliphate in 639. The Albanian Kingdom, Caucasian Albania, an ancient kingdom, not to be confused with Balkan Albania, a modern state. It is an interesting state in 639. The Albanian Kingdom, Caucasian Albania, an ancient kingdom, not to be confused with Balkan Albania, a modern state. It is an interesting curiosity. Look into it. Rebelled against the Caliphate, resulting in a crackdown in the 640s and 50s. It was not fun, but Jews survived, and 100 years later, during the Abbasid Caliphate, things were good for Jews. They just had to pay jizya. The Caliphate collapsed and was replaced by the Shirvanshah Emirate at the beginning of the 9th century, whose capital, Shibran, had a significant and integrated Jewish community. Now, the thing about the Shirvanshahs is they loved being vassals. 1066, Shirvanshah is a vassal of the Seljuk Turks. 1194, Seljuk collapsed. Shirvanshah is a vassal of Georgia, but maybe also Khwarezmians. It doesn't matter. Here come the Mongols. Mongolian Ilkhanids take over in the 12th. Also, Khwarezmians. It doesn't matter. Here come the Mongols. Mongolian Ilkhanids take over in the 1200s, make Azerbaijan the center of their empire. How are the Jews? Let's check on the Jews. Jews are great. The Buddhist Ilkhanids allowed Jews into the upper echelons of civil service and bureaucracy. I'm speeding up here, but actually a Jewish potentate named Labid en Abi Irabi actually administered the whole province of Azerbaijan during this time. But now it's 1295. How are the Jews? Islamic anti-Jewish faction rises to power in the empire. Oh no, massacres and forced conversions for all. One of these conversos, Rashid al-Bin Tabib, actually retained high office for a time, first vizier under Khan Mahmud Garzan, but he was eventually killed on the orders of a Sharia court in 1318. Carrying on, the Ilkhanid Empire collapses in 1335. Chaos. Here comes Timur with another horde of Mongols. 1383, Timurid vassal. 1501, Safavid vassal, until the Safavids finally put them out of their misery and brought them under direct rule in 1538. The region changed hands again in the Ottoman-Safavid War of 1578 to 1590, before changing back again in the 1600s. And now we can talk about the Jews again, until we talk about the Russians. How are the Jews? Not great, to be honest. The population has really declined because of all the wars, massacres, and forced conversions. This led the mountain Jews to head out to more remote areas where they could chill for a minute. They found the mountain valleys of Dagestan. One valley in particular and its settlement, Abba Sava, was called the Jewish Valley by their Muslim neighbors, eventually developing into a semi-autonomous Jewish state. Very cool. The Jewish Valley, called the Jewish Valley by their Muslim valleys of Dagestan. One valley in particular and its settlement, Abba Sava, was called the Jewish Valley by their Muslim neighbors, eventually developing into a semi-autonomous Jewish state. Very cool. The Jewish Valley settlement lasted from 1630 until the end of the 18th century, where they were brutally, systematically slaughtered by Russian-backed Shiite Ali.
Wait, was it? Sorry,
Valley by
Abbasab
their
or
Muslim
Abba?
valleys of Dagestan. One valley in particular and its settlement, Abba
Oh, Abbasab. Sorry, I swear sometimes I feel dyslexic.
Sava, was called the Jewish Valley by their Muslim neighbors, eventually developing into a semi-autonomous Jewish state. Very cool. The Jewish Valley settlement lasted from 1630 until the end of the 18th century, where they were brutally, systematically slaughtered by Russian-backed Shiite Ali Khan. Yikes. But they escaped to Durban, a city in modern-day Dagestan that was conquered by the newly established Kuba Khanate in 1765. The Khans of the Khanate were surprisingly good to Jews. While Nadir Shah was massacring and converting the Jews of Persia, and the Russians were just massacring, this lovely little Khanate welcomed Jews, especially under historically good dude Fatali Khan, who ruled from 1758 until 1789. I even saw that he let Jews own property, which is unprecedented. But it's so unprecedented that I need to find a better source than an unsighted claim on the internet before I can jack it.
That's why the main road in this town is named after Fatali Khan. And we also plan to erect a monument for him.
After his death, rest up Khan, the power of the Khanate declined, and the major powers, Iran, the Ottomans, and the Russians, got back to jockeying for supremacy. And the madness began again. Russo-Persian War of 1804 to 1813, Russia wins, takes control of the Khanate, Georgia, and Dagestan. Russo-Persian War of 1826 to 1828, Russia takes control of the Yerevan Khanate and more up to the Aras River, all of modern-day Azerbaijan.
Somebody bring him back, he's moving too fast.
How are the Jews? The Jews are bad. Russian Christianization projects makes Islam the religion of resistance. Jews are caught in between, getting massacred by both sides. However, there is some progress in cities like Baku, as some Jews managed to gain some business success there, opening a religious house in 1832 that became a synagogue in 1896. Also, Russian control means we have interactions between Russian and Azeri Jews. However, Russian control means European textile dyes flood the market, putting many mountain Jewish agricultural laborers out of business. They've got to urbanize. From the end of the 1700s to the early 1900s, the Russian Empire's Jewish population faced constant pogroms, widespread massacres, and ethnic cleansing, during which thousands and thousands were murdered. In her book, Legacy of Blood, Jews, Pogroms, and Widespread Massacre, from the end of the...
There's a reason why so many Jews left Russia.
Flood the market.
See, aniline versus matter dyes. Oh, wow. It's wild how much industrialization has to do with everything else.
Putting many mountain Jewish agricultural laborers out of business. They've got to urbanize. From the end of the 1700s to the early 1900s, the Russian Empire's Jewish population faced constant pogroms, widespread massacres, and ethnic cleansing, during which thousands and thousands were murdered. In her book, Legacy of Blood, Jews, Pogroms, and Ritual Murder in the Lands of the Soviets, Professor Bemperad's study of only the pogroms of the late 19th and early 20th century put the death toll at 150,000 Jews murdered and 1/3 of all Jewish women raped. During the Russian Civil War, an estimated 60,000 more were killed in Eastern Europe. These numbers are not even including the thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands, murdered in pre-1881 in territories Russia conquered from the Ottoman Empire and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth from 1772 on. Big yikes. They were forbidden to move around in Eastern Europe, but they could go to Siberia or the Caucasus, and many ended up in Azerbaijan, where things were better.
Somebody break him crack. He's moving even faster.
1917 Russian collapse. Transcaucasian Democratic Federative Republic is formed in 1918, combining Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. The republic collapsed a few months later because they hate each other. Azerbaijan Democratic Republic breaks away. Fairly based. First parliamentary republic in the Muslim world. Gives legal sovereignty to women. Elects a Jew to parliament. Yeah. 23 months later, the Red Army comes in and is now a Soviet republic. Azerbaijan SSR in 1920. The Jewish population had swelled to 137,000 at this time, mostly refugees fleeing pogroms. Soviets put the peasant farmers, which mountain Jews primarily were, in collective farms, which was bad for some, but it ended their isolation, leading to interactions with other peoples, which was good. Sovietization meant Hebrew, Yiddish, and religion were banned, and synagogues and organizations were closed.
We couldn't go to the synagogues until the 60s and 70s when they began to reopen.
But mountain Jews spoke Judeo-Tat, which we will get into, was also banned, but not as severely, and were mostly out on the periphery, so they were okay. During World War II, the Holocaust found its way to the Caucasus when the Wehrmacht occupied a large part of the northern Caucasus in 1942.
This is a list of the mountain Jews who fought in World War II and died in battle. In this district, every family has a relative who died in the war.
They did round up and murder between 1,000 and 1,500 mountain Jews in the course of their occupation. However, I did find a heartwarming story where their neighbors convinced the Nazis that they weren't Jews, but Tats, a similar-looking Iranian people who live in the area, saving thousands of Jewish lives in the process. The citation for this story leads to an article in Russian, which I can't read, so take it with a grain of salt, unless you can read Cyrillic, in which case the link is in the description. Anyway, after the war, life went on. In 1951, Stalin didn't like the Kurdish Jews for some reason, who had a large community in Baku. Soviets deport all Kurdish Jews from the Caucasus. In 1962, an Ashkenazi Azerbaijani Jew from Baku won a Nobel Prize for his contributions to nuclear physics, showing that education was definitely open to Jews in the area, which was a big deal because at the time, Jewish discrimination in higher education was typical for Soviet republics and the United States, but not Azerbaijan. He was theoretical physicist Lev Landau, who I thought was the Landauer limit guy, but he's not. But that guy is also Jewish. During the 70s and 80s, Baku became one of the many centers of Soviet chess excellence, producing the most well-known, by me at least, Azerbaijani Jew, Garry Kasparov. Anyway, the USSR collapsed and Azeri independence occurred on October 18th, 1991. Because of the clever Soviet border drawing, Stalin was a master at this. Look at Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan borders. Independence led immediately to the First Nagorno-Karabakh War as Armenia seized control of the majority Armenian region of Azerbaijan. First Nagorno-Karabakh War, 1988 about to 1994. There was a huge amount of violence and ethnic cleansing that I won't get into, but it was bad. Watch Caspian Report. Good channel. Notable Jews. Albert Agarinov, a tank commander who was posthumously awarded the title of National Hero of Azerbaijan after being killed in 1992. Most of the Russians and Armenians left Azerbaijan at this time, but not the mountain Jews. While mountain Jews in Chechnya and Dagestan had a bad time after dissolution, mountain Jews in Azerbaijan were relatively okay, despite the wars and stuff. Power through. In 1993, the democratically elected government was overthrown by the military, and former Soviet leader Haydar Aliyev came to power. He died in 2003, and his son Ilham Aliyev took power. He is still in power. 2020 saw the outbreak of Nagorno-Karabakh II, Electric Boogaloo, and this time Azerbaijan made significant territorial gains, but the situation is still very tense. Which brings us to today. Wow, so much history. Nowadays, there are an estimated 30,000 Jews in Azerbaijan, according to a 2016 estimate by Jewish Virtual Library, but there could be as many as 50,000. There are many groups other than the mountain Jews. There are the aforementioned Ashkenazi Russian Jews who came down in Soviet times, Georgian Jews, Gerim, the Subotniks, the Krimcheks, Kurdish Jews, the Bukhari Jews, Central Asian Jews from Uzbekistan, Jewsbeks, if you will. The majority of Jews live in Baku.
What? Okay. These aren't the Krimcheks, sorry.
There are many groups other than the mountain Jews. There are the aforementioned Ashkenazi.
So Ashkenazi from Western and even Southern Europe.
Russian Jews who came down in Soviet times, Georgian Jews. So it's either I think the Georgian Jews, Gerim, the Subotniks,
as well. Subotniks, I think, were a Slavic population that converted to Judaism.
The Krimcheks, Kurdish Jews,
but like they like still kept separate, like because they, or no. The Subotniks, I think they might have been they were Jewish converts to Eastern Orthodox. I'm almost sure.
Bukhari Jews, Central Asian Jews from Uzbekistan, Jewsbeks, if you will. The majority of Jews live in Baku, about 16,000, while the majority of mountain Jews live in, forgive me, Germizi, Gasab, about 4,000, the world's only Jewish town outside of Israel and the U.S. It has been described as the world's last surviving shtetl.
Currently, we have approximately 3,500 Jews living in the Red Town. In 1917, Before the Russian Revolution, there were approximately 15,000 Jews living here.
Cool. Religiously, they are distinct. They are not Sephardi, Ashkenazi, or Mizrahi, but they are Mizrahi-ish, which makes sense considering they are an offshoot of Persian Jewry. However, their traditions are infused with Kabbalah and other mysticism. They have a two-tiered rabbinate, distinguishing between a rabbi and a dayan. The rabbi title is given to the cantor, preacher, teacher person, but the dayan was the true chief rabbi of a town, representing the highest religious authority in the town. They
So-
are democratically elected, which is dope. The Mountain Jews speak a
So dayan means judge.
unique Jewish language, or just a distinct dialect of the Persian Tat language called Jehuri or Judeo-Tat. You know the drill by now. It's a Judeo-Creole language. It's awesome. It's critically endangered. It has certain sounds from Hebrew with no neighboring equivalents, which is lit. It was written in Hebrew, but then it was written in Latin between 1929 and 1939. But then after Sovietization, it is now written in Cyrillic, but Hebrew is coming back. I'm not sure. I found this video on the internet.
So so Sephardi is exclusively from Spain and parts of North Africa, not all, because some of the Jews, North African Jews, are actually descended from like not from Spanish, but they were there prior to the expulsion from the land. So you actually have like well, then there's also a possibility that some of the communities actually converted from the Amazigh tradition, that they're basically Berber, but part of it actually could also be remainders from Canaanite culture, where they basically just converted once Judaism basically became a religion that was accepted by the Roman Empire, and so it could have been that I don't know. There's a lot of theories to that, but the point is that Mizrahi, they either stayed in the Middle East, or they never left, or they went further east. So so Mizrahi and Sephardi very different. It just so happens that a lot of Sephardim ended up in Mizrahi countries after the expulsion from Spain.
Internet, but caution, I have no idea what she's saying.
אימא, זה לא מה שאת חושבת, באמת שלא. خوندنم ها؟ خوندنم. من 2 ساعت اونجا قاعدم خوریانه بچینم شقا پا قجقالا. تو از بعد گفتی که ماما مادم خوندنم. هری؟
It was just dope to me to see someone who's not super old, but here's someone who is super old also.
جوری فارسی گروپ ان سون هایی اگر دانو گفته هیبرو داری ای رازن سه ان گوسکی جوران ان تاتا اونی که اگر دان سون گوسکی جورا ام برا گفته هیبرو داری.
Is there anti-Semitism?
There is no anti-Semitism in Azerbaijan.
Very rare. Little anti-Semitism in Azerbaijan.
This synagogue and the Jews who come here are a testament to the fact that we live freely. We read our Torah, we practice our religion, and we enjoy all the constitutional rights that were given to us by the Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan has actually been great to Jews, but the Mountain Jews have gotten their fair share in pretty much everywhere else. But anyway, in Azerbaijan, the U.S. Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor put out a report in 2005 saying cases of prejudice and discrimination against Jews in the country were very limited, and in the few instances of anti-Semitic activity, the government has been quick to respond. The government does not condone or tolerate persecution of Jews by any party. I love you for that, Azerbaijan. In 2005, they even elected Yevda Abramov as an MP in National Assembly.
I still represent the Jewish population, but I represent them not as a Jew, but as a citizen of Azerbaijan.
Unfortunately, he just recently died in office, recently in 2019, but still, incredible. So,
Wait,
is it
what?
full? No.
That was the president? No, member of parliament.
As an MP in National Assembly.
I still represent the Jewish population, but I represent them not as a Jew, but as a citizen of Azerbaijan.
Unfortunately, he just recently died in office, recently in 2019, but still.
Of Azerbaijan.
Unfortunately.
Population. But I represent them not as a Jew, but as a citizen of Azerbaijan.
Unfortunately, he just recently died in office, recently in 2019, but still, incredible. So, is it foo? No. Good genetic evidence from multiple studies, good cultural and language ties consistent with the Babylonian diaspora, and a 2002 study by geneticist Dror Rosengarten found that the genetics of Mountain Jews, quote, were shared with other Jewish communities and were consistent with a Mediterranean origin. Who are some famous people? Well, there's a lot of singers, dancers, poets, musicians, artists, doctors, a football player, mathematicians. I get to talk a lot about Gary Kasparov, but unfortunately found out that he is a Russian Jew from Baku, or I should say an Ashkenazi Jew who was born and raised in Baku and not a mountain Jew, and so is Landau, the physicist, but still Azerbaijani Jews. But here is a Russian pop star, so is Landau, the physicist, but still Azerbaijani Jews. But here is a Russian pop star, Sarah Livonia Monachimova Shore, aka Jasmine, is a mountain Jew from Dagestan. I would play her music here, but I've been copyrighted for less, so I won't. But duh, has all the makings of an early 2000s bangalanger for sure. Beep. And yeah, to close it, I just wanted to tell you about one of the most Jewy things I found. There's an article interviewing a weirdo rabbi as he walks through a Jewish cemetery and complains about stuff. He points at a statue on a grave. Not good, he says. He walks on. I knew all these people personally. This guy, for instance, went fishing one day, and when he cast his line, it ended up hitting some wires. He got electrocuted and died.
Oof.
Not funny in itself, but, you know, imagine the context he's walking with this journalist. Then, when the Soviets came, they sent all the rabbis to the gulags. But there was always at least one synagogue being used here. Even though it was shuttered for a time, people continued to pray here in secret. Over time, however, the people here lost their knowledge of Torah and Jewish law. You know, complaining about people not being Jewy enough. When the Soviet Union collapsed, a lot of Jews here seized the opportunity and became really rich. A lot of them made millions at a relatively young age. They went from nothing to being exceptionally rich, and a lot of them began using drugs. When you suddenly get a lot of money and don't know what to do with it, you lose your head. A lot of them died from drugs, many of them between 30 and 40 years old. What? Then he complains that no one is learning Azeri anymore, pointing to tombstones with no Azeri, just Russian. He complains about children who don't follow the mitzvot, you know, next generation is lost. He complains about people moving to Russia, to Israel, away. But then at the end he says, as long as there are Jews here, I plan to stay here. Classic. Baruch Hashem.
What is my wish for the Jews of America? I wish for American Jews that they experience the same level of tolerance that we, the Mountain Jews, enjoy here in Azerbaijan.
Muted.
No. So, yeah, wow. Let's see, back here.
Of Jews that have taken over Israel and the world scene and speak for Jews. These
I mean, the one thing she is right about is that there is this idea that that some people have that Israel speaks or represents all Jews, and like it's supposed to be a safe place for all Jews, but like to say it represents all Jews is like saying that the American government or America itself represents all Americans, and it just, you know, in a sense, but not literally. Like, but the difference is she's trying to say that there isn't anything Jewish about Israel. That's what she's trying to do.
people over hundreds of years were evicted from over 100 countries and cities. Not because of anti-Semitism or...
Oh, no, it couldn't possibly be anti-Semitism that resulted in the expulsion of Jews, right?
No, it wasn't anti-Semitism. They just hated the Jews.
That's anti-Semitism.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Let's see. Oh, right here.
Israel's founding movement, Zionism, may be one of the most misunderstood and controversial phenomena in modern history. Some Palestinians and anti-Israel groups condemn Zionism as a 19th century colonialist enterprise that sought to extend the influence of white Europeans into the Middle East, at the expense of the Arab people living there for generations. But for the overwhelming majority of Jews and Israel supporters of all backgrounds, Zionism wasn't and isn't anything resembling that. Rather, it's a movement that sought a people's return to their ancestral homeland, and a sanctuary for powerless persecuted Jews around the world. So how did Zionism become associated with the colonialism narrative? The answer has a lot to do with the Roman Empire.
The birth of the...
Absolutely nobody should question Palestinian indigeneity to the land of what we now call Israel-Palestine. No one should ever question Palestinian rights in Israel-Palestine, or the fact that their ancestors and their connection with the land has produced a national identity specific to the land of Israel-Palestine.
When we talk about Zionism, a little history goes a long way. Today, we tend to understand Zionism as a modern, secular movement that started in the late 19th century. This is true as far as Zionism's organized political establishment goes, but if we only begin the story there, the essence of what Zionism gave expression to is gutted out. The Jewish people have yearned for their homeland Zion for over 2,000 years. Since being exiled around 70 CE, attachment to the land has permeated every aspect of Jewish culture. The dream of 70 CE have yearned for their homeland Zion for over 2,000 years.
So this is actually something that it's kind of funny because how is it? Usal mentioned this before, that you don't want to spell it Zion, because if you were to like spell that like with a Zion and then basically that same way, but with a Zion, it would mean penis. So basically it's pronounced Zion. So it's not Zionism, it's Zionism. And so like in Hebrew, it's not Zionut, it's Zionut.
So I guess the ones that distorted we could call actually Zionists. So
I mean, to me, Zionist is just, I mean, at its core, it's Jewish self-realization and self-actualization. Like, obviously, a part of that has to do with, you know, our homeland, but like, there's more to it than just like Israel is the Jewish land, if that makes any sense. Like, it's our homeland, but if that's all you view it as, you're missing out on so much of it.
no, makes sense. I was trying to crack a joke there, but that's all. Tag.
No worries. I don't know why they added like these meanings or whatever, like that tells anyone anything about the word.
Years. Since being exiled.
Oh, interesting. They do have the Paleo script, the Paleo Hebrew script here.
Around 70 CE, attend Zion for over 2,000.
For the house, it shows like a brick or something instead of like the typical. Wait, sorry, I'm interested.
The floor plan of a house, like looking at blueprints.
Yeah, it's just interesting because there's different different ways it's depicted depending on the version.
Yeah, whose house?
Years. Since.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, depending on whose house, whether it had 2, 3, 4 rooms.
Well, no. I mean, in general, like for instance, this this nun, usually it's a bit more rounded, or this samach, it's usually straighter. This I'm trying to think what else. The dalid, usually it's not rotated that way. I mean, I think it's just different. People write it differently.
Being exiled around 70 CE, attachment to the land has permeated every aspect of Jewish culture. The dream of returning home is repeated 3 times daily in Jewish prayers. It's the basis for many religious laws and is even the theme of Judaism's grace after meals. And Jews sit down for a lot of meals. And is even the theme of Judaism's grace after meals. And Jews, it's the basis for many religious laws.
So actually, that's a good point. Let me pull it up real quick. Here. Let's see. So, a song of ascents, Bishuv, in turning to Hashem, et Shivat Zion, shoot, I wish I had it right in front of me where I could. Shivat Hayinu Kacholim. Dang it. Hold on. Now I'm going to pull it up. 1 second.
So I wondered
Yeah.
whether Graham had any knowledge around the Zoroastrian stuff, because the more I find out about it, the more it definitely looks like the progenitor of Judaism. So in a way, these areas that we're talking about are kind of original homelands, if that is the progenitor culture that came into the pagan Canaanite realm and reformed it with Zoroastrian ideas.
I was going to say, my take isn't quite as simple as progenitor. It looks to me more like Judaism and Zoroastrianism as we know it today are like sister religions, both of them pretty much starting up after the Babylonian exile. Kind of Darius the First was the first one that we can actually confirm was a Zoroastrian and really brought in Zoroastrianism big time. Plus, he was the one that threw the extra money to actually build the temple in Jerusalem as well. So it seems like the Persians were financing, and it was going on both sides under Darius the First. We don't know about Cyrus and Zoroastrianism quite as strongly. Going to tag on that.
I'm trying to, let's see, is it, let's see. Oh, wait, here it is. At Shivat, is this the mourners? No, that sojourner. Shivat. All right, here's what it says. A song of Psalms. When the Lord turned away the captivity of Zion. Oh yeah, Shivat is captivity of Zion. We were like unto them that dream. So I mean, like it literally go. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sharing it. It literally is there from the beginning of Judaism. This isn't some like modern. The idea of returning to Zion is very key. And again, that doesn't have anything to do with the way that Palestinians. I mean, I don't want to be crass. Like, of course, the movement has to do with how Palestinians are being treated. But what I'm saying is this idea, this return, doesn't necessitate it. The people that are doing it, they either don't care or they actively hate. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, obviously it's not that simple, but there are people who, because of their fear, they aren't able to see anything other than, like, you know, one or the other, as opposed to, I don't know. It's, again, another topic.
I was going to say, I would say once a group gets large enough, you're going to get violent extremists that go beyond what they should do in any group. So, tagging.
And is even the theme of Judaism's grace after meals. And Jews sit down for a lot of meals. Speaking of food, the saddest day on the Jewish calendar is a fast day called Tisha B'Av, devoted to mourning the loss of the Jewish kingdom that ruled the land for about 1,000 years. Let that sink in for a moment. 1,000 years of Jewish statehood, centuries before Christianity or Islam even began. According to the Bible, the Jewish people grew from a small family, Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah. According to 1,000 years of Jewish statehood, centuries before Christianity or Islam even began. According to the Bible, the Jewish people grew from a small family, Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, Jacob, Rachel, Leah, and their 12 sons, into a tribe of families, then into a loose confederacy of tribes, before establishing the Jewish kingdom in 1000 BCE. Assyrian, Babylonian, Roman, and Greek historical accounts also mention the Jewish tribes and nation. Jewish sovereignty came to an end when the Roman Empire attacked Jerusalem, murdered 1 million Jews, and exiled Jewish leaders. In an attempt to wipe out all memory of the bond between the Jewish people and their land known as Judea, the Roman Emperor Hadrian renamed it Syria Palestina. Its new name, Palestine, a nod to the ancient Philistines who disappeared from the region 500 years earlier, gradually eased into common use. This is when Israel's colonization really began, with the Roman Empire, then on track to conquer most of the known world, forcing Jews out of their own country.
A lot of the reasons why the peace process has failed is because Palestinian leaders and for a while the surrounding Arab countries refuse to acknowledge.
Sorry, I was like kind of zoned out. Did they seriously say that?
Emperor Hadrian attacked Syrian Jacob. The Bible, Jewish state later, is a fast day to sit down for a lot of meals. Speaking of food, the saddest day on the Jewish
saddest, not holy
calendar is a fast day. To mention the Jewish tribes and nation. Jewish sovereignty came to an end when the Roman Empire attacked Jerusalem, murdered 1 million Jews, and exiled Jewish leaders. In an attempt to wipe out all memory of the bond between the Jewish people and their land known as Judea, the Roman Emperor Hadrian renamed it Syria Palestina. Its new name, Palestine, a nod to the ancient Philistines who disappeared from the region 500 years earlier, gradually eased into common use. This is when Israel's colonization really began, with the Roman Empire, then on track to conquer most of the known world, forcing Jews out of their own country.
A lot of the reasons why the peace process has failed is because Palestinian leaders and for a while the surrounding Arab countries refused to acknowledge that. Refused to acknowledge that Jews were not foreigners, we are not invaders, we are not colonizers. We have come home. We are among you. We have a language that comes from the Middle East. We have a culture that comes from the Middle East, and our national identity comes from the Middle East, obviously, which is why we pray at the Western Wall.
Exiled Jews were now presented with a daunting challenge. How do you stay Jewish when so much of Judaism was inherently tied to the land of Israel and its temple? The answer might be the most drastic pivot a nation has ever undertaken in history. Jewish leaders understood their painful exile as a divine consequence of their own sins and infighting. This reframe, driven by ancient Jewish philosophy, fostered a Jewish culture in diaspora whose self-improvement was directly related to its goal of returning home, to Zion. The better Jews became as a people, the closer they were to coming home. The harsher they were treated in exile, the better as a people they needed to become. How's that for Jewish guilt? This proto-Zionism inextricably tied Jewish identity with the land of Israel, and it's vital to understanding that what makes one a Zionist emerged as an identity close to 2,000 years before modern political Zionism came on the scene. While a constant Jewish presence remained in Palestine since the Roman exile, the land was conquered and reconquered by nearly every world empire from then on. Palestinian identity, as its indigenous people, While a constant Jewish presence remained in Palestine since the Roman exile, the land was conquered and reconquered by nearly every world empire from then on. Palestinian identity, as its indigenous people, is tied to this tumultuous history. While it's unclear exactly when their ancestors' presence in the land began, indigenous people of all backgrounds have lived in the area since biblical days. For Jews, the majority of whom were now living in exiled communities across the globe, persecution emerged as a terrible force that would help shape their dream of returning home. Jew hatred took on various forms in different eras, but it always culminated in organized massacres of Jewish communities, attacks known as pogroms that continued well into modern times. This is the climate in which modern political Zionism emerged, when in 1896, an Austro-Hungarian Jewish journalist named Theodor Herzl, shaken by Europe's ingrained anti-Semitism, wrote Der Judenstaat, The State of the Jews. The 60-page pamphlet was the first widely distributed call for a political solution to the Jewish question by way of Jews returning to their historic homeland in Palestine and re-establishing a state. In 1917, Herzl's efforts paid off, as the British Empire, the ancient land's current custodian after wresting it away from the Ottoman Empire in World War I, officially endorsed a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration validated Jewish return to their land on the world stage, and Zionism gained even more momentum with the League of Nations mandate in 1919 and San Remo Conference in 1920. For many Arabs who'd been living in Palestine for generations, British support was seen as evidence that Zionism was tied to imperialism, the British Empire's historic method of extending its influence to far-flung nations by seizing land, resources, and suppressing local identities. In other words, colonialism.
When Theodor Herzl talked about colonialism, he used those words to illustrate the need of the Jewish people to immigrate and to establish a home for themselves. Nowhere in that doctrine, in that creed, does it say that the Palestinians cannot do the same thing. It just says that the Jews can.
Hundreds of thousands of Jews returned to mandatory Palestine, its name under British rule, escaping growing persecution in Europe in order to realize Zionism's dream of re-establishing the Jewish state. Feeling politically vulnerable, many Palestinians turned to surrounding Arab nations for support. Jews, meanwhile, began to see Israel as their only refuge as Hitler rose to power. In our next episode, we'll see how this mix of aspiration and desperation created the perfect storm that would explode into all-out warfare when the British left Palestine, leaving Jews and Arabs to work the growing conflict out on their own.
So, way she said there that indigenous people have been in the region since biblical times. They've been there since before biblical times. And if Abram is attributed to have come from Ur, then Abram was Sumerian, if possibly of Akkadian extraction. So this whole point of that particular area of land is kind of a midpoint, not necessarily an origin point.
Not necessarily, because that's only if you take that story at face value. If not, they're indigenous to that by being Canaanites.
Then why the attribution to Ur?
it's possible that's just a reference to culture in general. I mean, you have to keep in mind that, I mean, here's a critical scholar coming out again, but the Genesis is definitely written in a what is it? Like it's written in a Babylonian context, which means that not only do they know about Babylonian culture, but it's possible the claiming that he was from Ur was a way of basically showing how powerful or how it's kind of like it's the difference between being from a backwater podunk town in the middle of Arkansas versus being from the big city.
But at the very least, it indicates a kind of a hybrid culture.
I mean, we already know that that Levantine culture has a lot of ties, if not came from Mesopotamia.
Yeah, the elves.
As soon as you get to Akkad, you already have a hybrid culture.
The thing I had emailed, are we still there? I had
Yeah.
emailed you the one link, the Krakenford, the guy pointing out the parallels between the Sumerian mythos and the early Hindu mythos of the dragon. The dragon stories coming from that Proto-Indo-European stories, originally cattle, but that they have, this serpentine, three-headed serpent dragon figure that Tiamat is the parallel of, which is, I guess, Vitra in the Indian system. And so I think there are still things pointing further back to that, really that kind of region you're talking about with Azerbaijan, of those people having moved down into Mesopotamia at some point, and as a grandfather culture spawning the sister cultures.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all from Africa if you go back far enough.
Bingo.
This unfounded hate. But because these people meddled
Yes, they're the ones with unfounded
in
hate.
economics of countries, driving up inflation and interest rates and destabilizing the economy of various countries and cities. And there are many, many cases of these people also murdering children.
Okay, so it's like in just a few seconds, so many claims, but I mean, holy crap. So, 1 second, where is it? Well, first of all, I do want to just touch on the whole Khazar idea, just to explain the history, because she explained it as a sect of Jews, which it's not. It's some, I was showing you before, it's actually a narrative that's been pushed heavily by pro-Russian propaganda sources. They're trying to tie it together with Ukraine, but to tie it together with Jews as well.
500 videos on Jewish history now. And one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion.
Are you looking for more in this world? Then we are looking for you. We are the Peace Corps, with volunteers in more than 60 countries, living together, working.
Very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who use that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Sephardim, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe, the Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. Great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back in my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied was precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today. And in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area. But with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are kind of uncertain derivation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary that its grammar is essentially Slavic is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seems to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that shows a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon, which is consistent with the historical record, of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms. And that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derive their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the East represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family. And they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with a Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these, the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and it is of now if Jewry, and as a probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these, the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that he has worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the course of North Africa, just not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines among the Ashkenazim. So complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector, and there are 4 women, ironically, you know, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it intelligently? Okay, thank you very much for watching.
So yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, Jews, there's no like vested interest in Jews not being Khazars, because that wouldn't be anything unique. Jews have, you know, intermixed with basically everywhere they've been, but that doesn't mean they're not Jews. Oh, here,
Teachers of tomorrow.
a lot of people have misconceptions that originate from
I
linguistics.
was calling to get more info on how to join your teacher certification program. We make joining our program so simple, you could start teaching this year.
Welcome to another edition of Would You Guess? You know, you've heard someone say, but your last name doesn't sound Jewish. But what exactly does that mean? Why would a last name sound Jewish? Well, the reality is, many of the last names of Ashkenazi or Jews of Eastern European descent do have common characteristics that result in the ability to generalize about the sound of Jewish last names. Why? Well, would you guess that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews did not even have last names until 1787, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire required Jews to take surnames. So as a result, Jews quickly adopted last names, with most Ashkenazi families turning to the same source of surname inspiration, resulting in a similarity of sound that even survives today. So the Cohens and the Levis and all their various derivations? Yes, these folks claim descent from the Jewish priestly class known as the Kohanim, and one of the 12 most respected tribes of Israel, the Levites. Then there's the patronymic last names, which are derived from the first name of the father. So in German or Yiddish, Abram's son would take the last name Abramson. In Polish or Russian, Abram's son would become Abramowitz. Some Ashkenazi Jews took matronymic surnames derived from the first name of the mother by adding in as a suffix. So Rivka's son took the last name Rivkin, Sarah's son Sorkin. Now, many Eastern European Jewish families took surnames based upon the family's city of origin. Prager from Prague in Czech, Weiner from Vienna in Austria, Unger from Hungary. Other Jewish last names came from family professions and are virtually direct translations from German. Fleischer for butcher, Kaufmann for merchant, Schneider for tailor. Personal traits or physical features inspired many Jewish last names, also near exact translations from German. Klein for small, Gross for large, Weiss for fair-complected, Schwartz for dark-complected. And some Ashkenazi Jews adopted names taken from natural objects. Applebaum for apple tree, Goldberg for golden mountain, Rosenfeld for field of roses, Hirsch for deer, Stern for star. So there you have it, and that's all for this edition of Would You Guess?
So yeah, I mean, it's oh, interesting. We were talking about Hamilton before, but it's kind of far afield from this. So here, let's go back to this.
These are the reasons why they were asked and told to leave. And unfortunately, actual authentic Jews, who are good people,
You hear this?
have been
Actual authentic Jew. So she's implying anyone who isn't an authentic Jew is not a good person. It's like, I mean, I really shouldn't be surprised, but they're just real pieces of crap. Like, I don't know what causes someone to be like this, in all honesty. Like, I mean, there's any number of things that could have drawn her into this, but at the end of the day, it's like there's too many people to try to figure out each of their stories. At the end of the day, all you can do is respond to them or to try to, fight their influence. But like at the end of the day, they have a right to free speech, just like I do. And that doesn't make their lives any less harmful. It's honestly it's kind of a trip when you think about it.
been caught in the backlash of people responding to this radicalized sect.
So she was still talking about Jews being expelled, right? Okay, hold on. Let me close. Okay, here. Why were Jews expelled from so many countries? This is actual Israeli answering.
יהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם, בכל ההיסטוריה. למה זה ככה? למה?
למה זה ככה?
לפי דעתך.
לפי דעתי, כי היינו קהילה די סגורה ומבודדת, אז כל מה שהוא לא מוכר והוא לא משהו שתואם לנורמה, אז הוא מוזר, אז הוא אאוטסיידר. ואז נתפלים למה שהאוטסיידר ומה שלא מוכר זה מעניין.
האם אתה חושב שיש סיבה לכך שזרקו יהודים מ-120 מדינות? במשך סיבה שזרקו יהודים...
אז הוא מוזר, אז הוא אאוטסיידר. ואז נתפלים למה שהאוטסיידר ומה שלא מוכר זה מעניין.
I don't know if it's just on my end, but I'm still seeing the same screen from Abram's son. I don't know if it's just on my end.
What, you mean Henry Abramson?
The screen that I'm seeing is still when he was explaining the surnames. Yeah,
What about...
it's frozen on my end at that point.
Yeah, maybe try rejoining. I'm not sure.
ואז נתפלים למה שהאוטסיידר ומה שלא מוכר זה מעניין.
האם אתה חושב שיש סיבה לכך שזרקו יהודים מ-120 מדינות? יש סיבה שזרקו יהודים מ-120 מדינות? כן, סיבה לגיטימית, סיבה היסטורית לגיטימית. אתה קודם מתחיל בהצהרה, אני לא יודע שהם זרקו מ-120 מדינות. או משהו כזה, 100 מדינות. נגיד בפולניה, מאנגליה פעם. זרקו, לאורך ההיסטוריה? לאורך ההיסטוריה. הרי אנטישמיות, קוראים לזה באנטישמיות באנגלית. אבל האם הייתה סיבה לאנטישמיות? אולי סיבה שהיא לגיטימית בחלקה? מיעוט תמיד לא אוהבים. את המיעוט שלנו במיוחד לא אוהבים. למה לא אוהבים את המיעוט? הרי בסדר, זה לא פוליטי, אבל זה היסטורי. למה לא אוהבים את המיעוט שלנו? דת שונה, מתחיל מדת, מסורת של דת. אני חושב שזה מתחיל ונגמר בדת. אתה לא חושב שאנחנו עושים משהו? יש טענות, אני מסכים שזה מאנטישמים, נגיד הרבה מוסלמים ונוצרים שאומרים לא, זה בגלל שלא הייתם בסדר בעסקים, או לא הייתם בסדר ב...
And that's the key thing. Hatred is hate. And like, there's just no... Oh. Okay, hold on. I'll repost the link. Copy here. Paste.
Had some connection issues. Who's hating who here?
Oh, so we're just... so she was talking about the reasons why Jews keep getting kicked out of different countries. So now we're showing Jews responding, or well, specifically Israelis responding why they think they've been kicked out of so many countries. Oh, sorry.
Gotcha.
כל מיני ארצות בכל העולם. It's too much? יש לך כאילו, חשבת על זה פעם?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea that you had?
I think that sometimes people...
Too much? יש לך כאילו, חשבת על זה פעם?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the idea that you had?
I think that sometimes people are looking to find someone to be mad on.
Just scapegoat someone.
And they think it was easy because they were a bit different.
Okay, go for it. Can they be blamed even in small part for being kicked out? האם אפשר להאשים אותם אפילו אולי בחלק קטן?
Vragen ook niet normaal.
אני שומע מבטא, נכון? למה יהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם? גרת ברוסיה, אז אתה מכיר משהו. אף אחד לא אוהב את מרוקו. זה לא מקומי, זה הסיבה. אוקיי, כאילו אלה שבאים, כן. כל אחד מהניישן שלו. מי ששואל את השאלה נראה לי קצת אנטישמי, והוא, אם הבנתי נכון, הוא אומר שיש משהו עם יהודים, שאנחנו כיהודים, יש בעיה אצלנו. זה בסדר. מה? כולם אנטישמים, זה בסדר. אתה חושב שיש משהו אצל יהודים? לא, אוקיי. אבל זה כל אחד, תגיד זה היה רומאים, ג'יפסיס, כאילו, זה לא משנה. למה היהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם, בהיסטוריה?
למה הם נזרקו? מה, אחרי חורבן הבית? זה אתה מדבר?
כן, בעולם. למה נזרקו?
Look at that name, Batel. What a name. The daughter of Val.
היהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם, בהיסטוריה.
למה הם נזרקו? מה, אחרי חורבן הבית? זה אתה מדבר?
כן, כאילו נגיד בפולניה או אנגליה היו תקופות שזרקו את כל היהודים.
מי שגר שם?
כן, היהודים שגרו שם. מרוקו, לא משנה.
אני לא מבינה את השאלה, מי זרק אותם? אתה מדבר על זה שהם יצאו מהארץ, או שגירשו אותם
לא,
שם?
היהודים בכלל בהיסטוריה, נגיד יהודים היו בצ'כוסלובקיה, באיזושהי תקופה נזרקו. הצ'כים זרקו אותם. אותו דבר בפולניה, אותו דבר במרוקו.
לא אהבו אותנו?
מה?
לא אוהבים יהודים?
במרוקו לא? המקום היחיד שלא, רגע נגיע לזה, כן?
אנטישמיות?
So you're the Moroccan we're talking about? Is it true that Moroccans were not Jews? Moroccan Jews were not thrown out of Morocco. Sorry, the lighting was bad.
Say it again.
Is it true that Jews and Moroccans were not? So you're the Moroccan we're talking about? Is it true that Moroccans were not Jews? Moroccan Jews were not thrown out of Morocco. Sorry, the lighting was bad.
Say it again.
Is it true that Jews in Morocco were never thrown out of Morocco? Okay. So but the question is, why were Jews thrown out of countries all around the world?
The diaspora.
What?
The diaspora.
Yeah, but why?
Because the Jews came out of Israel, went to East Europe, and part of them went to Saloniki, Spain, Italy, Europe. And
why?
Because the Jews came out of Israel, went to East Europe, and part of them went to Saloniki, Spain, Italy, and those were merchants, and they came to Morocco, North Africa.
Okay.
That's the reason.
No, why were they thrown out is the question.
Of where? From where?
Everywhere around the world. Poland, England, from Iraq.
Jealousy?
Okay, I don't buy that one, but okay. But
Why?
the jealousy one, I personally don't buy it.
The Jews are the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, but there was no Nobel Prize in 1200 AD.
Okay, but the Jews
That's what I
succeed
mean.
everywhere.
I'm not so sure about 1200 AD. When people were dying from the Black Plague or maybe 1300. All through history, from 2000 years ago. I'm not talking about the last 100 years.
If you start, then remember that they were for 1600 years. They said, non-Jews said that the Jews killed Jesus.
In Europe.
In Europe. That's the reason.
יהודים נזרקו ממעל 100 מדינות בעולם. למה? יש לך מושג?
מה השאלה?
יהודים נזרקו, למה הוא בורח? נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם.
למה? שנאה, כי אנחנו מיוחדים. לא,
יש לך מושג?
מה השאלה?
יהודים נזרקו, למה הוא בורח? נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם.
מה השאלה?
נזרקו מעל...
In Europe. That's the reason.
יהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם. למה? יש לך מושג?
מה השאלה?
יהודים נזרקו, למה הוא בורח? נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם.
למה? שנאה, כי אנחנו מיוחדים. לא, יש מיוחדים.
כל אחד מיוחד.
אנחנו עם נבחר.
כולם מקנאים בהם.
אוקיי, טוב, אבל לא ניכנס לזה. מה...
אני יודע, כאילו, אנחנו תמיד היינו שונים, זאת אומרת, אם רוב המדינות היו... תמיד היו נוצרים וכל זה, אנחנו היינו יהודים כאילו תמיד בשלנו, בסוג של גטו. זאת אומרת, וקראו כאילו אינסימנציפציה וכל זה שנפתחנו, אבל לא שינה הרבה. תמיד חיפשו סיבה לשנוא.
אוקיי, מה העדות שלכם? מרוקאי? תימני, רוסי גם? אוקיי, אני לא רואה את זה בכלל, אבל תימני אני כן. אז ברוסיה יש לי גם שורשים כאלה, אני יודע שנזרקו, זה בטוח, מתימן גם.
זה היה כאילו לא שנאת יהודים, זה היה שנאה לדת, כללי, זה לא רק...
היה... מי זה היה?
זה היה חילוני הזה.
אוקיי.
זה איסט.
במרוקו יש סיפורים במשפחה שלך שנזרקו, שהוכיחו אותם לעזוב?
כן, מה?
אתה יודע למה אבל? כאילו אומרים למה? Okay. Through history, Jews have been thrown out of 100 countries, over 100 countries around the world. Why? Why do you think that happened?
I think because the Jews live in a very close communities. They are often segregated from society.
From the majority population.
Yeah.
Self-segregated.
Yeah, because they wanted to keep the tradition for thousands of years.
Sure.
And I think this segregation is it's reducing. It's not like 100 years ago when the Jews were like the enemy of the public. I don't feel like
you feel anti-Semitism is lessening?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you think, I think the person asking the question is asking it because they think there's something inherent about Jews that make us not liked. Do you think there's any truth to that?
I don't think so. I don't think that anybody would know if I'm a Jew or anybody else is a Jew if he would say.
I was just curious about, do you think that, in your understanding of this problem, religion plays a role? Like, do you feel that this was like really the God's punishment, or it's just like usual political thing, which why this is even pushed out into that?
It's an interesting question because the majority of Jews are completely secular. Today, yeah. So the religion question is not the problem today for sure. Because if you go to the United States or in Israel, you will see that other Jews are secular intellectuals. They have nothing to do with religion whatsoever.
Isn't that influencing in some way? Like it's just the cultural background. Even if the person not religious, the person usually like.
You're asking if the influence is the
tradition influenced on the understanding of it, like.
Which tradition? You mean that the fact that Jews in the Bible it says we were punished by God to leave the land of Israel?
Yeah,
that has an influence.
This has been like discussed in 1,000 years, and that definitely should have somehow influence on the feeling still nowadays.
But I think that what the majority of Jews will feel is some sort of paranoia, because of the thing we talked about before, that they were persecuted for thousands of years, and you keep telling the Jews that in the schools, in all the system
that everyone hates you, the world hates you. Something we're told as Jews all the time.
Yeah, so I can understand why some Jews will not want to have contact with the majority of the population, but
I agree with him, but at the same time, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean there's nobody out to get you. Like sometimes that paranoia is because people are out to get you. And I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to people, you know, leaving somewhere when stuff gets bad, like on one hand, it's like, oh, you know, get out of our country. And on the other hand, it's like, oh, why you leave when things get bad? You're not loyal. And it's like, at the end of the day, you can't win with the people who just hate. Like, that's what it comes down to. There's people who hate and there's people who don't. And at the end of the day, I mean, I really don't know how much you can do to change people's opinions other than help them, you know, get a more balanced view of the world just by perspective. I mean, other than that, like you can't force anyone to have any, you know, sort of perspective, but what you can do is give them more. They don't have to take it, but at the very least you gave them that.
I think that this problem is reducing by the minute.
למה לדעתך יהודים נזרקו מכל כך הרבה מדינות בכל העולם בהיסטוריה?
עם ישראל זה עם שהשם בחר, ועמים אחרים חשים את זה ומרגישים את זה, ולפעמים זה יכול להיות מאיים. סך הכל אנחנו רוצים לעזור לגויים ורק לעזור לכל העולם.
מה מאיים לגויים? לא הבנתי.
שיש, עם ישראל הוא נס, זה שהוא כל כך הרבה שנים, כל פעם עם אחר בא להשמיד אותו וגירש אותנו מפה, וכל פעם בסוף חזרנו ואפילו הקמנו מדינה, ויש לנו כל פעם עם אחר, שיש, עם ישראל הוא נס, זה שהוא כל כך הרבה שנים, כל פעם עם אחר בא להשמיד אותו וגירש אותנו מפה, וכל פעם בסוף חזרנו ואפילו הקמנו מדינה ויש לנו צבא, אז זה משהו שאי אפשר להסביר אותו במילים אנושיות ובשכל אנושי, אז זה משהו ניסי, משהו מעל הטבע, שהשם עוזר לנו, ולכן זה מאיים קצת על עמים אחרים שרואים בנו איום.
אז איך השם, טוב, זה יהיה חריף, איך השם נותן לעמים אחרים לעשות את זה? בסוף
זה לא קורה, בסוף אנחנו מסוימים. לא הושמדנו עד תום אף פעם. היה תקופות קשות, ואנחנו לא מבינים.
I was actually just talking with Neil the other day about this. Like, how can you look on one hand and say, oh, you know, we were almost completely annihilated, but the fact that we were saved means that God loves us. Like, if that were the case, why wouldn't God just not allow it to happen in the first place? And I think it's one of those things where it's important for people to realize that, yeah, in some ways, you know, the ability to create the state of Israel was a miracle. I mean, it also was a travesty for, you know, Palestinians, but it's not as simple as bad or good because, like, I mean, obviously, it was bad and good, but the thing is that doesn't mean that it has to be all good or all bad, because at the end of the day, like, as bad as things are, it, like, sure, I'm going to try to avoid getting back into this, but the point being is that if you see being saved as a, you know, like, basically, if you have no issue being punished, in other words, being almost annihilated because you're saved, it's like, honestly, that sounds kind of egotistical, because what about all the people who were, you know, victims of genocide? Like, they didn't survive. Are you saying that you're somehow better than them? And honestly, like, if there was a God, it would be kind of immoral for that God to not, you know, kill immoral people and then leave the moral people alone, which just shows how immoral the whole idea is. I mean, when it comes down to it, like, even Maimonides had this idea that, you know, that which can be explained rationally is true, and everything else in the Torah is commentary, or like is myth, basically. And the thing is that, like, when people, I mean, at the end of the day, I think that these genocides, especially something like the Holocaust, where it was almost so total, in a way that really no other society could have been at the time, like, I think in a lot of ways it traumatized some people so far that they weren't able to see it as anything but from God, because it's like, at least if it's from God, then that means that it's like, I really don't know how to explain it. It's beyond my comprehension, to be completely honest, because I can't put myself in that frame of mind. But
למה היהודים נזרקו מעל 100 מדינות בעולם?
לדעתי הם, איך אומרים, כשיש בעיות פנים במדינות, אומרים הכה ביהודים, איך אומרים, ותציל את עצמך, צריך לחפש אויב כדי ללכד את העם.
למה דווקא היהודים? למה לא מישהו אחר?
היהודים משדרים מין איזה הצלחה, ומרכזים אצלהם בחלקם הגדול איזה עושר כלכלי שהוא מושא לקנאה, ועוסקים לא בגולה, לא עסקו במקצועות יצרניים, אלא עסקו הרבה בתיווך, הלוואות בריבית, מן איזה מקצועות כאלה שעוררו קצת רגשות
שליליות, כאילו.
שליליות, גדול לבעיות.
למה היהודים לא משנה? שליליות, כאילו.
שליליות, אז איך אומרים, האויב, שני סיבות, אחד זה אויב, אומרים, במשטרים דיקטטוריים, תמיד צריך להמציא אויבים, אז המציאו את היהודים, הם היו מיעוט, שקל היה, איך אומרים, להשניא את הציבור כלפיהם.
Please donate to the program. Come here, come film with me. If you want, just contact me. It'd be great to see you, to meet you. We can rent cars, go to visit Palestinians, Israelis, subscribe to the channel, do anything you can to help support this really important project.
So, let's see. Where is it? Here.
And unfortunately, many cases of these people also murdering children.
Oh, they get faults. Hold on, I gotta find the right video for this. Let's see. Here we go.
Welcome to Antisemitism Uncovered, a video series by ADL created to explain and combat the most common anti-Semitic myths. Blood libel, the outrageous and dangerous myth that Jews murder non-Jews to use their blood for religious rituals, has fueled anti-Semitism and violence for centuries. In 1991, a Syrian delegate read charges of blood libel on the floor of the UN Human Rights Commission. The Syrian delegate claimed the book The Matzah of Zion by the Syrian defense minister proved Jews engaged in ritual murder.
We know it's true. We got it from our own defense minister. Sounds legit.
Anti-Semitic propaganda still spreads claims of Jews drinking blood and eating.
Honestly, that movie would be kind of awesome, not gonna lie. A Jewish shark that like a giant Jewish shark
eating children. Nazi propagandists spurred fear of Jewish plans for mass murder and blood rituals. Blood libel accusations also incited the 1903 pogrom in Russia and 1946 pogrom in Poland. The myth emerged in the 12th century when Jews were accused
You hear
of
that? 1946, right after the Holocaust.
fear of Jewish plans for mass murder and blood rituals. Blood libel accusations also incited the 1903 pogrom in Russia and 1946 pogrom in Poland. The myth emerged in the 12th century when Jews were accused of killing Christian children as a perverse reenactment of Jesus' crucifixion. The myth later took on a blood motif that Jews were killing for Christian blood. This medieval myth was reinforced by the infamous 1840 Damascus blood libel, where a number of Jews were arrested and tortured after the accusation of murdering Father Thomas, a Christian monk, and his servant, for the purpose of using their blood to bake matzah, an event which led to Jews all over the world uniting to bring a voice to the suffering caused from this absurd accusation. The irony of the blood libel myth is that Jewish religious law explicitly forbids the consumption of any blood, human or animal.
Also, it's nasty.
Several popes have acknowledged that there is no truth to this charge, but it still serves to dehumanize and...
Also, it doesn't help if you, the Pope, are writing in Latin and none of your, lay people, and only basically only the clergy know Latin. The lay people don't. So let's say you have a really, really anti-Semitic clergyman. They could just not tell anyone that the Pope's saying this isn't true. And the people, they would never know any different. So again, not to absolve them of anything, but it's one of those things where you really have certain people that are more than anything responsible, where they could have stopped what was going on, or at least try to, and in the face of being able to, they still chose not to, which basically it's the equivalent of the trolley problem, but one of the tracks has nobody dying, and you choose not to switch to that. Like, that is abominable, and it's something that a lot of people don't know about. That, of course, not to absolve the papacy or the Catholic Church of any of the wrongdoings, but they actually did try, even if it was only out of their own self-interest, to stop the genocide of Jews. But again, it's something that really came down to localities, whether the priest or the bishop chose to do anything or not.
Spur violence against Jews, even to this day. Jews, even to this day.
So there you can see crazy theories around Jews trying to depopulate, which is well, if that's the case, we're doing a terrible job. We're still a complete minority. Then it's the Holocaust? So that now they're trying to say that COVID was created. So, again, if that's the case, how come it was affecting Israel as well? None of this makes any sense. But it's not meant to. It's literally just meant to leave a mark in people's brains. And eventually, if someone's in the right state of mind, they could actually believe it. That's the really scary thing. But yeah, wow, it's just... Let's see, where was the other thing that I was looking for? But yeah, do Jews cause anti-Semitism, which is another big claim that people will level at Jews. It's oh, you want to know why you're persecuted? You should know. It's your own fault. It's circular logic, but some people will actually believe it.
Do Jewish people?
I was going to say there's a certain mentality where it's okay to be jealous of the Jews and hate them, and it's a result of the Jews just being successful. And tag.
And then there's even the Jews that are like, oh well, they're hating us is just proof that like I forgot where I was going to go. Oh, like where they look at the punishment or the hatred as a punishment, basically that it means that we're not studying enough Torah or something. It's like I just don't get it, because the hatred's been there when people were studying Torah and when they weren't. So how come you can say that, well, it wasn't the reason then, but it's the reason now? It's like it's post facto reasoning.
Seems like an offensive question, and sure sounds like an example of blaming the victim. But a shockingly large number of people believe that Jews cause themselves to be hated, and it's one of the reasons why anti-Semitism has endured for so many centuries. A recent CNN survey found that
Fact. Whenever a woman starts to like a guy, there's almost always a moment where she'll pull back her attraction. Her interest will seem to dwindle.
that nearly 1 in 5 Europeans believe that anti-Semitism in their countries was a response to the everyday behavior of Jewish people. An even more commonly expressed version of this belief is the claim that Israel causes anti-Semitism. And that's just the ones who admitted it to a pollster. So back to the question, do Jews or the Jewish state cause anti-Semitism? If we're going to uproot anti-Jewish version of this belief is the claim that Israel causes anti-Semitism. And that's just the ones who admitted it to a pollster. So back to the question, do Jews or the Jewish state cause anti-Semitism? If we're going to uproot anti-Jewish prejudice, it's crucial to understand exactly why the claim is so egregiously wrong, logically, historically, and morally. Unfortunately, the idea that Jews are responsible for their own persecution is not some fringe idea. Unfortunately, the idea that is so egregiously wrong, logically, historically, and morally. Unfortunately, the idea that Jews are responsible for their own persecution is not some fringe idea. Take Swedish Public Radio, the country's equivalent of NPR. In early 2015, host Helena Groll interviewed Isaac Bachman, Israel's ambassador to Sweden, in the wake of 2 deadly anti-Semitic attacks in Europe. But Groll didn't ask the Israeli envoy what non-Jews could do to stop this virulent anti-Semitism. Instead, she asked,
do the Jews themselves have any responsibility in the growing anti-Semitism that we see now?
Bachman, unsurprisingly, was shocked.
Well, I reject the question altogether. The question
Wow.
of how a woman contributes for the fact of being raped is irrelevant altogether. I don't think that there's any provocation the Jews are doing. They just exist.
As we noted in an earlier video, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights has found that 60% of Swedish Jews fear to publicly identify as Jewish. That Groll, a respected member of the media, felt comfortable blaming Jews for their own abuse helps explain why. Groll didn't stop digging, however. She went on.
But a lot of people would look at the Middle East today and say there is conflicts that we know between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And a lot of people might say we see the Gaza war, we see things that have been happening, that the Israelis and the Jews in Israel have a responsibility to reactions that are coming.
After outrage on social media over this bizarre exchange, the public radio station apologized for the interview and purged it from their online archives. But erasing the evidence of bigotry is not the same as confronting and debunking it. In her interview, Groll said that a lot of people think as she did. Evidence of
the Israelis and the Jews in Israel have a responsibility to reactions that are coming.
After outrage on social media over this bizarre exchange, the public radio station apologized for the interview and purged it from their online archives. But erasing the evidence of bigotry is not the same as confronting and debunking it. In her interview, Groll said that a lot of people think as she does. So why are these people mistaken? Simply put, the idea that Jews or Israel cause anti-Semitism is wrong for 3 interrelated reasons: logic, history, and morality. Logic. Take the notion, sometimes presented by well-meaning people, that Jews came to be despised as miserly and greedy because they were forbidden from owning land or holding most occupations, and so were compelled to become moneylenders in the Middle Ages. The argument is that Jews came to be associated with money and thus hated for their money. Jewish behavior caused Jew hatred. It's a very convenient tale to explain anti-Semitism, but it doesn't actually make sense. After all, why were Jews restricted from so many professions and not permitted to own land? The underlying anti-Semitism predated the conduct that allegedly caused it. Supposed Jewish miserliness was an excuse for anti-Semitism, not the explanation. This underscores a fundamental point. Like most groups subjected to bigotry, Jews are hated not because of what they do, but because of who they are, a small minority that is different from the majority. This intolerant dynamic stays the same, while the justifications for it change over time. That's why if you get rid of one rationale for anti-Semitism, a new one just takes its place. And these explanations never stand up to scrutiny. History. Take the claim that the modern state of Israel, the home of half the world's Jews, causes anti-Semitism. Studies and headlines show that when the Jewish state engages in military action, anti-Semitic acts tend to spike in parts of Europe. But if we reflect on the last 1,000 years of history, we see that once again, this is not the cause of the anti-Semitism, it's the cover story for it. From the Crusades to the Spanish Inquisition to the Holocaust, anti-Semitism plagued Europe and beyond long before Israel was established in 1948. The Jewish state couldn't provoke any of these anti-Jewish assaults. It didn't exist. In fact, Europe's utter inability to protect its Jews was a major reason why many of them fled to found their own state. The effort to pin Jew hatred on the Jewish state, then, is an attempt to invert cause and effect in order to evade historical responsibility. But ascribing anti-Semitism to Jews or Israel is not just wrong logically and historically. It's also wrong morally. We don't consider it acceptable or understandable to blame the victims of bigotry in any other context, or at least we shouldn't. It's never okay to attack random Jews over the actions of completely different Jews thousands of miles away in the Middle East, just like it's never okay to attack random Muslims over the actions of Muslim groups or countries thousands of miles away in the Middle East. It's as absurd and offensive as assailing a French person in New York over the actions of French people in Paris. This sort of racist thinking isn't the cause of anti-Semitism, it's the essence of anti-Semitism. That people still blame Jews or Israel for anti-Semitism in polite company, just as today many still blame black people for racism or women's dress for rape, shows just how embedded anti-Jewish assumptions still are, even in educated enclaves. But while anti-Semites may cite Jewish actions to justify their prejudice, we know better, and we don't have to fall for it. Jews don't cause anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites do.
Do you know what dating apps can't
I
do?
thought that
what
was
events and
fairly
adventures
good.
can?
What do you about y'all?
No, that's a good example of my, the extremists are the ones that make the most noise, get the most attention, and taint the opinion of everybody on the larger part of the group. And you're always going to have people able to twist just about anything into a reason to hate. Tag on that.
Yeah.
I think there's a distinction, as I kind of stated earlier, about revulsion of certain policies or ideas, and then people that are just scapegoating somebody for being different and having their own thing going on. It's and it gets muddled. People that have objections to particular aspects of what you want to call it, politics or culture, it's kind of blurs the line of the things like with the Zoroastrianism. There's a bigotry against people that are not them.
You just cut out a bit.
Yeah, the further one is away from your culture, the lower they are, and obviously it had to hit that as a later stage, because in the beginning there's one prophet trying to get everybody to believe that. Then there's a culture that, okay, we all believe this, so then they can start hating the infidel. So it's kind of a progressional thing. But I think again that has happened in multiple cultures, but it comes to be pretty core in that tradition. They kind of influence this, and it's like a rejection of patriarch.
Oh, you cut out again.
So there's a rejection of patriarchy and sort of ethnocracy that it doesn't have to lead to any kind of expulsion or discrimination or anything. But then others latch onto that or include that into their justifications for criminality against a particular group. And it's usually there is an elite that is kind of oppressing everyone, and so then they associate this diverse group with that and blame them for that. It's usually indirect. They can't go directly for the throats of the real monarchs, so they use a proxy. Is kind of what's going on.
Yeah. It's honestly, like, it's such a wild history when you think about it, what people are willing to do to each other.
Agent and noted anti-war activist Valerie Plame shared an article from an anti-Semitic. In October 2017, ex-CIA agent and noted anti-war activist Valerie Plame shared an article from an anti-Semitic website with her 50,000 Twitter followers. Its title, "America's Jews Are Driving America's Wars." As outrage mounted, Plame defended her choice by noting, "I am of Jewish descent," an apparent reference to her single Jewish grandparent. On the surface, this sounds like a compelling case. After all, can a Jew or someone with Jewish heritage really be anti-Semitic or say anti-Semitic things? As it turns out, yes. To understand how, we've got to go all the way back to the Middle Ages to someone you've probably never heard of, In 1238, a Jewish apostate named Nicholas Donin traveled to Rome and personally denounced the Talmud as anti-Christian to Pope Gregory IX. This set in motion a chain of events that led to the largest mass burning of the Talmud in recorded history, with some 10 to 12,000 volumes of the foundational Jewish work set ablaze in France. This was before the advent of the printing press, and these books were all handwritten and irreplaceable. The event was so traumatic that for hundreds of years on Tisha B'Av, the National Jewish Day of Mourning, observant Jews have recited a haunting prayer commemorating the tragedy. And all of this happened because of a Jew. Sad to say, Donin's story is not unique. Historically, Jews have excelled at many things, including anti-Semitism. This can seem counterintuitive at first glance, but it's also quite well documented, and one doesn't have to go back to the 13th century to find it. Take Gilad Atzmon, a noted Israeli musician and activist living in London today. In 2011, he published a book called The Wandering Who? A Study of Jewish Identity Politics. It's a cartoonishly anti-Semitic tract. In it, Atzmon dubs American Jews the enemy within, questions the historical facts of the Holocaust, and claims that robbery and hatred are inherent to Jewish political ideology. Atzmon has also compiled lists of suspect Jews in the US government and declared, "We must begin to take the accusation that the Jewish people are trying to control the world very seriously." Consider another British personality, Jackie Walker. As a leader of the powerful leftist political group Momentum, Walker was instrumental in consolidating power for Jeremy Corbyn, the former British Labour Party leader. Tract. In it, Atzmon dubs American Jews the enemy within, questions the historical facts of the Holocaust, and claims that robbery and hatred are inherent to Jewish political ideology. Atzmon has also compiled lists of suspect Jews in the US government and declared, "We must begin to take the accusation that the Jewish people are trying to control the world very seriously." Consider another British personality, Jackie Walker. As a leader of the powerful leftist political group Momentum, Walker was instrumental in consolidating power for Jeremy Corbyn, the former British Labour Party leader from 2015 to 2020. Her work was even spotlighted in the New York Times. She also labeled Jews the chief financiers of the African slave trade, a libel long debunked by historians. When confronted with the facts, Walker not only refused to apologize, but insisted she could not be anti-Semitic because she possessed Jewish heritage. She subsequently questioned whether Jewish schools needed additional security protection and criticized Britain's Holocaust Memorial Day. This phenomenon of Jewish anti-Semitism is not limited to one part of the political spectrum. In 2016, in the heat of the US presidential campaign, Joshua Seidel wrote an op-ed for the Jewish newspaper The Forward titled, "I'm a Jew and I'm a member of the alt-right." In it, he defended the typical anti-Jewish rhetoric often heard from this openly anti-Semitic part of America's political spectrum. Even the son of Israel's prime minister once shared an anti-Semitic cartoon about a Jewish conspiracy that was then championed by white supremacist David Duke. Here's the thing. While all of these individuals cite their heritage as a shield against accusations of anti-Jewish animus, that's a distraction, not an argument. Racism is racism, no matter who says it. It's the substance of bigotry that matters. Anti-Semitic cartoon.
So you see that there you have, what's this, Shasheret HaMazon, the meal chain. So there you have, I don't know who these are, but then you have, I guess it's supposed to be the Illuminati or something, then you have the lizard person, and then the implication is that George Soros is controlling it all. And like the thing is, like, people might try to be like, oh, that's not anti-Semitic, but it is, because this is literally the greedy merchant meme.
About a Jewish conspiracy that was then championed by white supremacist David Duke. Here's the thing. While all of these individuals cite their heritage as a shield against accusations of anti-Jewish animus, that's a distraction, not an argument. Racism is racism, no matter who says it. It's the substance of bigotry that matters, not the source. So why do some Jews do this? In general, there seem to be two chief motivations behind such behavior. The first is that minorities often absorb stereotypes about themselves from the majority. When everyone around you shares certain assumptions about your community, it can be easy to subconsciously accept them. This is how Karl Marx, who was ethnically Jewish, but whose father converted to Christianity, could write things like, "What is the worldly religion of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money." Scholars call this internalized racism, and it's something many Jews and other minorities have experienced. More insidious are those Jews who adopt the assumptions of anti-Semites wholesale and make them their political program. For these individuals, anti-Semitism is a punch card to power in places where their community is despised and ostracized. By separating themselves from most other Jews and justifying prejudice towards them, these people hope to insulate themselves from anti-Semitism and obtain influence among growing political movements that are otherwise hostile to Jews. By throwing other Jews under the anti-Jewish bus, they hope to save themselves from it. For this reason, Donin sought to prove his Christian cred by denouncing the Talmud to the church. Joshua Seidel attempted to insinuate himself into the alt-right by defending their anti-Jewish conduct. And Jackie Walker aimed to access the elite of the British Labour Party, which was later found by a government watchdog to have engaged in widespread anti-Semitic conduct, by repeating and defending anti-Semitic ideas. But the truth is, nothing about these people's Jewish background makes their words or actions less reprehensible. When Miko Peled, an anti-Israel activist and son of an Israeli general, justified calling Jews sleazy thieves, the fact that he was Jewish didn't make the stereotype any less racist. And when Plame tweeted that America's Jews are driving America's wars, her claim of Jewish descent didn't make it any less bigoted. Whether a Jew engages in anti-Semitism, the fact that he was Jewish didn't make the stereotype any less racist. Israeli general justified calling Jews sleazy thieves. The fact that he was Jewish didn't make the stereotype any less racist. And when Plame tweeted that America's Jews are driving America's wars, her claim of Jewish descent didn't make it any less bigoted. Whether a Jew engages in anti-Semitism for her claim of Jewish descent didn't make it any less bigoted. Whether a Jew engages in anti-Semitism for ideological or psychological reasons, the end result is the same and should never be excused.
Yeah, I mean, it's just honestly wild. Like even Jews will say the wildest things. Like I mean, like Roseanne Barr is a good example of that. But let's see, where's the video? Is it this one? Yeah, here.
These are the reasons why they were asked and told to leave. And unfortunately, actual authentic Jews, who are good people, have...
So remember, she's implying that the Jews who were expelled from different countries, she's saying they're not real Jews. And that's just Jews. So she's basically saying all Jews are not real Jews. And all these people, they'll do it this way because they know they won't be able to attract people if they say all Jews are bad, because a lot of people like Jews. So you have to create this, basically this, how do I explain this? This imaginary concept where the Jews are good, except for the bad Jews, and the bad Jews are actually all the Jews. So in reality, it's totally anti-Semitic, and they just get away with it by saying that the real Jews aren't the ones that they don't like. And they don't like the Jews, therefore they're saying that basically all Jews aren't real. But it's circular logic. But I mean, like, have you ever heard of this concept before?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from where I've seen this stuff with the whole Khazars and everything. I guess it's David Icke, looks like Icky, and he's one of the lizard people promoters.
He is a lizard person.
But with the reptile brain, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, like, what about you, Graham? Have you ever heard this idea?
No. This is new to me, and again, hate just takes on different forms.
Yeah, like you said, it's a way to say we're not against the Jews, we're against these fake Jews. Meanwhile, it's still kind of all the same direction of ire.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been referring to. You're always large enough group, you're gonna have some bad apples in there that give them all a bad name. There's nothing wrong with calling out the bad apples, but these people then they do the equivocation from the bad apples to the whole group and want to dump the whole group like in a lump and dump. Gonna tag.
Yeah. Let's see. Here we go.
Being caught in the backlash of people responding to this radicalized sect.
Hey, Karthik.
This sect of people.
So I don't know if you saw any of this before, but we're watching basically this utter drivel anti-Semitic propaganda and addressing every point she makes. So many videos. She's a fire hose of misinformation.
Is this one of those people? Oh, this is one. These are one of those people, isn't it? The ones I've heard of them, right? The far right extremists who reject Christianity because they think it's like a Jewish religion. So they end up going to some kind of weird, mangled up pagan religion to try to compensate for, try to like get rid of any Jewish influence in their thing.
Honestly, you might be onto something there because you should have seen her. A year ago, she was wearing a cross. Now she's wearing a swastika.
Wait, like the Nazi swastika? Or like
she upgraded.
I mean, to be fair, based on the gravity of it all, I don't mean the gravity of the situation, but the actual gravity of the necklace. I don't really know how you'd be able to because a Nazi swastika or a Hakenkreuz, it's usually rotated, so it's not like it's you see what I mean? It's not like it wouldn't fit.
Yeah,
into
but I guess the straight up straight line swastika that's used by Buddhists as well. Yeah, but one common form, especially in Hinduism, is the curved end, right? So if she's wearing like the curved end one, then at least she isn't like wearing a Nazi symbol. If that's the hard edged, like, who are we kidding? She's probably wearing a Hakenkreuz. Because idiots like this generally don't know the first thing about Western spirit, they don't know the first thing about Eastern spirituality. Can I just say, there's something profoundly irritating to me about Orientalists. I come from that culture. Like, I was raised in the U.S. I've sort of looked back, right? So I was raised in the U.S. I was raised in Western culture. So I've sort of looked back towards India as it's almost like a half-forgotten root. And then I was raised away from that root. So I'm going back towards it later in life.
So except she has no roots there. I mean, she might. She, to be fair, she might. Tulsi Gabbard is half Indian, I think, and you wouldn't know it if you didn't know.
Yeah, well, wait. Well, it's kind of in the name, though, isn't it? So the name Tulsi is kind of a dead giveaway.
Only if you know.
That's true. But, I mean, if she's Indian, this makes it even funnier, I guess, is that on one hand, do you notice how she's wearing the regalia of the Virgin Mary?
Oh, yeah, she's also into Gnostic Christianity.
Yes, she's again. I love the Orientalists.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
I love the Orientalists so much. It's just, they don't know.
I mean, I hadn't heard of that term.
Gnostic Christianity.
Oh, I thought you made it one word. Gnostic Christianity.
Like,
that's actually a good term.
Stupid background.
Oh, I can believe it. I just had never heard of it before.
How much are you willing to bet she's never read this? How much are you willing to bet? Almost certain she's never read this.
I mean, maybe she's read the words, the Lotus Sutra.
She's probably seen no part. I don't think she can tell the difference in Pali and Sanskrit. I don't think she knows what any of the Vikram Vedas are. She wouldn't know the structure of the Ramayana or the Mahabharata. There's so many of these details that I am willing to bet she's one of those Volkish people, like blue.
Oh no,
gluten
100%. Also, because I think we need a little bit of comic relief. Check this out. She has some videos where she goes into.
Is that the KKK cross?
What?
The KKK cross, the one with the flared ends. Well, it's not exclusively so. It looks like the blood drop cross that the KKK uses.
Well, that is a blood drop.
Huh? So that says the KKK. That's the KKK cross. These are like different forms, but these are Templar. This is a Templar cross with the flared ends, and they put like a diamond with a single drop of blood on the inside. So wait, so she just has a. She just put the she just has the goddamn KKK logo just sitting in her. It's too perfect. It's like at least the old.
Wait. Oh, was I not sharing? So did you see this before? This is what it looks like.
Yeah, that's the KKK. Well, it's not explicitly the KKK symbol, but there's no way that she got. There's no way. There's no way that a drop of blood inside of a cross like with a flared end is a coincidence.
Feel connected to your roots yet, Karthik?
Why is she wearing a bathrobe?
No, it's Indian. Trust her, it's Indian. This is a statute? No, that's a statue. A statute is a law.
The dance of depreciation. She doesn't understand. Oh my god, she wouldn't know the first thing about this. So much deep symbols behind that dance, the Dandava, right? It's a Shaivite thing. My family was, funnily enough, I was the most Orthodox Hindu person in the entire family. Now I'm the first person to apostatize.
That's usually how it goes.
My dad's actually really, really chill about it, and he's been trying to convince me to convert back. But like, I had a debate about him about the origins of Buddhism. He's cool. It's like it's fine. He wants it. He thinks it's like a better way to go back to being Hindu, but it's all right. Buddhism is close enough. It's close enough. I just had to take up any of those really weird, wacky foreign religions. I just shifted over to what he thinks is a different branch of. Yeah, I was like, there's so much symbolism in Tandava, right? The way that I'm a little versed in it because I'm not a Shaivite. I was never a Shaivite. I was a Vaishnava, then I became a Advaita, which is I went from Vaishnava, which is devotion, to Vishnu, to Advaita, which is the non-dualist group. But so much behind that moves this sort of idea of cosmic dance. Almost it fits with the sort of idea of like vibrations, right? What's like Om, the concept that there's an underlying pattern behind the universe. So the dance, like, is a symbolic of that sort of idea that the world, as big and random as it looks, has patterns, that the world follows an order, that that parts of it repeat like the parts of a dance, but other parts are new, and that there's a beginning and there's going to be an end and then a re-beginning. There's so much cosmic symbolism, and she's completely mangling it. She's just flailing around like a chipmunk.
So the real question is, I've heard of baby sitting. I've never heard of baby standing.
Can you guys still see me?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Because while I'm doing this, I also have to have some boring syllabus work for my summer class. If you guys don't mind while I do that.
No worries.
It's just like academic integrity. I've done this like 8 goddamn times. I get it. If you cheat, you get kicked out.
I was wondering if you had any ideas about Zoroastrianism, and in a way, it's kind of maybe polarity with Hinduism, and whether you attribute it as a kind of a proto culture affecting Judaism.
We're asking me or asking Ariel?
You.
Me? Okay, so as for Zoroastrian's root in Judaism, I think Ariel's the expert on there. But as far as Hinduism goes, I don't think there isn't really a significant. I guess you could say there's some aspects of dualism in Hinduism, but the sort of giant cosmic good and evil isn't really a thing, right? You do have the apocalyptic narrative in this Vaishnava Hinduism, this different in different sects. Where there's the dualist notion of the apocalypse, right? Kalki, the 10th avatar. I have statuettes somewhere. They're over my dad's desk, but the statuettes of the 10 avatars. There's the whole thing about how in the end of days the world will become terribly corrupt. There'll be a demon will afflict the people. Kali, not to be confused with Mahakali, the goddess of death. It's confusing. They're the same word.
A different death?
Yeah, I think probably could symbolize 2 kinds of death. I guess like Kali as in death, in the perhaps in the merciful sense, like mother death, angel of death, and other Kali being defilement, death. The difference between dying well and returning to God, basically, and dying poorly and rotting in a dump somewhere.
Basically, dedication versus destruction.
Yes, exactly. So the demons in a fight will basically take over the world, right? So all righteous people will have escaped, will retain moksha at that point. All righteous people will have left from the earth, and the idea is that at that point, basically, he's gonna ride on a white horse with a flaming sword and cut her down. And then there's a whole narrative about this sort of signs of the Hindu Messiah. He has to be born he has to be born in Sagittarius on a rising moon. There's a bunch of astrological signs. I think he says he's going to have a mark on the left side of his chest. The mark on Vishnu, his chest, is going to have a mark called a Shrivasta. So there's a whole set of signs and stuff. There's like divination involved. Some Hindu astrologers try to set doomsday clocks, but none of them have ever been right yet.
I'm actually taking a class that talks about this idea, but talking about it within a Mayan context and how it's bullshit. The the idea of the end of the world.
Yeah, the 2012 thing, that was just the end of the first long clock, right? They can only put a stone slab is not infinite in size.
It was in Hinduism. It's like a kalki or a kalpi.
Yeah, I think so. Kalpa. I don't know if it's the same word in both, but in Buddhism it's called kalpa. The age. No, yuga. Yuga is the name. Yuga is an age. There's 4 yugas, and then there's a cycle. I think it might be called a kalpa. You're right. The set of 4, and it involves the dharma degrading over the time. It's symbolized by a cow. The cow has 4 legs in the first age, 3 in the second, 2 in the first, and 1 in the last. And the idea is that each one symbolizes the proportion of righteous people to unrighteous. 100%, 75%, 50%, 25%. And it said that we're living in the final age. The final age said to begin with the death of the 8th avatar of Vishnu. And like to the beginning of an age of darkness, a city slides into the ocean, long thing. But yeah, I think after the dualism aspect of it, right? I don't think the dualism aspect is really pronounced in Hinduism. There is good and evil. But in basically every story involving the gods fighting against something, in demons or asuras or rakshasas, almost every single time it ends with the gods absolutely clowning the rakshasas. It's not an even match. It generally ends up with the gods absolutely thrashing the other guy. Like that's the thing. Like you had Jesus offer. I think there's an old meme, right? When Odin promising an end to frost giants, and there aren't any frost giants. I mean, Rama promised an end to Ravana. I don't see any more Ravanas. I don't see any more giant asuras with 10 heads and flaming arrows. I would say that was a win.
I mean, circular logic, but it works.
Well, I think there's a polarity between Zoroastrian and Hindu in there as far as which of those gods are demons or positive.
Oh, you're talking about the word Asura versus Asura and Deva. Yeah, I think that one. I think the word's probably. I'd assume the word probably comes from Proto-Indo-European,
in that the Proto-Indo-European Ur-Hamat was located somewhere to the northwest of Persia, right around the Caspian Sea. So imagine that the Proto-Aryan language, which moved into India, was linked to the Proto-Indo-European, so a derivation of the Proto-Indo-European. So it was doing the same words, ended up in both languages. And because of what happened was that there was a misattribution at some point, or alternately, it could be that that there's some version of the Vedic religion was extant in Persia at the time, or something akin to it. Some kind of animism extended past its borders. So Zoroastrianism inverted the terms as a clear way to say, "Hey, those are not our gods."
I was going to say that's always been my take on it. Is Zoroastrianism was a reformer religion, and it did an inversion where the gods of Hinduism became the demons in Zoroastrianism. Tag.
I guess you could ultimately attribute it to the culture, the religion of Ve. I coined that. I don't know if that's actually. I doubt anyone would have come up with that. But basically, Avestan versus Vedic. They both have VE in it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I can look it up, the root of both words. I suspect, frankly, it might just be a coincidence.
I don't think so.
Avestan. No, Avestan's a name, not Zoroastrianism. Avesta is the root word. Actually, hold on. What does it say? What is the etymology? Etymology. The etymology is unknown. It's said to come from the Middle Persian word Avestan, but it's no one actually really knows for sure. Some people say it means praise song, but that's a German guy from 1904, so we're not really sure how reliable that source is.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong.
I think there could be a thing, right? So Veda means knowledge. That's literally the meaning of the word. But the Avestak means praise song. So there could be a link between knowledge and praise, and that could fit into the sort of philosophical idea of knowing God as praising God, or like divine knowledge, gnosis. So the words praise and the words knowledge might have come linked at some point.
Maybe.
So you have the parallel of creating a monotheism out of a pantheon that you have happen there with Yahweh against the pantheon of Canaan.
And to be fair, though, I think that some relic of the polytheism survived in Judaism for a while. Where I think Ariel's field of study, but
yeah, I mean, I'd argue some element of it survives even now, but people just don't recognize it.
Shekinah, so I think a lot of cases like the archangels, I would imagine the archangels might have originated as independent gods. They were sort of integrated as God as they have the old deification. So what's beatification, right? What is beatification? What it basically is it's the creation of folk gods. It's the creation of house gods. It's just that instead of calling them house gods as we used to, now we call them angels, guardian angels, patron angels. They have their own domains. They have
saints.
Saints and angels, and saints. I guess I meant to say saints. Yeah, but they have their own symbols. They have their own elaborate hagiography, how you're supposed to depict them. Their signs, their symbols, their patronages, their stories, generally quite exaggerated stories, the semi-legendary nature of their feats, sometimes stories of them acting after death. They're house gods. No one got rid of the polytheistic creation of minor deities. We just renamed them. We just renamed them saints so it wouldn't bother the monotheists.
We made them angels, yeah. And how about the links between Ashera and Ashera?
Between what, sorry?
You said the Asheras?
No, Ashuras.
Ashuras and the goddess Ashera.
Well, let's see. I know Ashura means happiness. I'll have to look up the exact root of the word Asura. Asura means. Let me look at this up. Etymology means life. Asura, according to Monier Williams, basically comes from the word two roots, possible roots. The first one is it comes from Asu, which means departed or spirits, basically. And Asuras themselves are much broader. They're just evil spirits in the Vedas, and they get later narrowed down. I'm looking on Wikipedia for this, but the other version later, Finnish Indologist Asko Parpola, says that it is related to Asura, which is a Uralic root, where it just means lord or prince.
So I'm trying to find an example of what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
but
I mean, if it is the Uralic root, there's no link at all, right? Because if the Uralic theory is correct, then the two languages came from two words came from completely different systems. The two Ur-Hamats didn't contact each other early on, so it seems unlikely that Ashra and Asra are linked. If it's that first two, so good.
Well, do you know about the parallels between like what is it, Indra fighting Vitra, and the Tiamat being slain by Marduk? That there's actually a lot of parallels in the ways of mimesis that's talked about between the Greek epics and Bible.
So here's like an example. Here's an example of someone who in a lot of ways really takes on the essence of like someone who in a previous time was viewed as a deity. Basically, though it's more so like the vibe than it is any sort of direct connection. So you have Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who he's connected with this idea of like the holy oil. Oh. All right. I guess Graham's going to head off now. Night, Graham. But basically that some of this kind of gets absorbed by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who is, he's basically the one who's said to have written the Zohar. But anyway, listen to this and like tell me you don't see something that, in a slightly different context, maybe different clothing, could have been 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. So basically, the lyrics, like Fod Atana Elokai, what's that? One moment. Here, let me find another in the meantime. Here. Is this? Very connected to oil. So they're literally just chanting and celebrating Shimon Bar Yochai, and I mean, you can't talk about the name Shimon without at least looking at it in comparison with Eshmun. Now look at that fire. and like what you were saying before, Karthik, about basically that kind of like co-opting. I really think that in a lot of ways, even if it's not a direct ritual that was co-opted, you definitely have the symbolism that is the oil. I think even there might even be a connection to the cutting of hair.
Of which one?
The cutting of hair. I might be off about that though.
Interesting.
I might just be I'm probably just thinking of Jewish Samson.
Wait, which holiday is this again?
Lag BaOmer. It's what it was like a week and a few days ago.
Interesting. Is this like all groups of Judaism, or is that like a specific section?
No, it's all.
All groups?
Yeah, they just celebrate it differently. So let's see, where were we?
Oh, wait, what happened to that one? I thought we were going to be reacting to that one white supremacist idiot.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Wait, is she a racist or is she just an anti-Semite?
Well,
yeah, both. For anti-Semite, you have to be racist, I guess. But is she like a generalized racist, like white supremacist, or she just hates Jews?
No, it seems like she exclusively.
She's just twerking.
Okay, do you see it?
Yeah, she has a cross on her neck.
That's not a cross.
Oh, my eyes are gone. Is that that's a swastika? You're right.
Yeah.
It's an oddly shaped one. It's like the bars are really short. Interesting.
Wait, do Hindu swastikas usually like curl back in?
Wait, curl back in like how? Like this?
Wait,
background AI background blocks it, but like this.
Okay,
Because-
so look, here. So you have the hook, but then does it go down again?
No, that's not. Well, it's not normal. I guess it could be. I suppose you could probably draw it that way. It says that normal depiction. There's two forms. There's the one like this, which is the you have the like this, right? We have the bent in beams, and then dots, and then you have like the straight up block swastika. It's never angled. This is only the Nazis use the angled swastika.
Which one?
I'm trying to draw with my fingers, but like the AI background is
blocking. Like diamond versus square.
Yeah, like this is the Indian is one of the Hindus use. This is never used, but the direction it curls is variable because you'll see sometimes on tulsi pots, right? The sacred basil. You'll see two swastikas, a swastika and a savastika, which is the opposite direction. You can tell they're not Nazi because they're always. Which one?
The opposite, you said?
Yeah, one curl clockwise, one curl counterclockwise. One is the sun, one is the moon. So you have like the union of opposites.
Ah. But what was the other one called? You said
savastika.
Ah. So Carrie, it looks beautiful to me. Not this, the thing before. Alice Gardner's planting seeds this week. If it has anything to do with celebration, so actually it has more to do with the harvest, but it's also a different planting season in the Levant. So yeah,
that's those are the two words.
All right.
Yeah, that
swastika and savastika.
Yeah, the directions.
Ah, interesting. So, let's see. Back to here. Where were we? What was it? Oh no, here it is.
Also destabilized Germany. The Deutschmark.
Not true. It was destabilized, but not by the Jews.
It was the French. It was the French. At least, okay, the Treaty of Versailles was an atrocity, right?
Yeah.
On one hand,
so actually, so this is the interesting thing, though. Relative to other nations, I mean, financially, it was devastating, but like their land and their basically, it comes mostly to the fact that they had no part in the treaty, so they were just kind of. It's like imagine the difference between courted versus. I don't know. It's like not a I don't know here. But anyway,
basically, yeah, the treaty was an atrocity, but it was the Germans kind of had it coming. It's kind of their own fault. They brought it on themselves with the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk.
And because they own these banks.
Should we just go back to the beginning?
No, we were already watching it.
All right.
Told to leave, and unfortunately, actual authentic Jews who are good people have been caught in the backlash of people responding to this radicalized sect. This sect of people also destabilized Germany, the Deutschmark,
Saddam
and
Hussein
were bringing
was
in
obviously a
a
Jew.
kind of
Next thing she's gonna say is she's gonna say, "Oh, Saddam Hussein was a Jew. He intentionally destabilized Iraq." She's gonna say it. Watch. It's gonna be Iraq next.
She doesn't.
hedonistic,
She doesn't?
profane culture in Berlin.
Has she seen modern day America?
Oh no, she's going to blame it on the Jews most likely as well.
I mean, that's the funny thing is that the Jews are more, at least the conservative Jews, at least, like they're more religious and more conservative than the rest of the population. I don't get the whole Jews are degenerated, corrupting the civilization. Have these people seen Jews? Like the religious ones, especially, like they dress very conservatively, right? Like if anything, they're the ones resist. If anyone's like conservative and opposing the so-called degenerate culture, it's the Orthodox Jews. Your audio cut out.
I'm not sure. I think it's let's see, 49. No, it's a little bit over the middle, but oh my god, my dog. Basically the let's see, it would be wait one second. So on the 5th out of the 7 weeks, the 5th day and I think I forget. I'm bad with math, but basically Lag BaOmer, it has to do with the counting of the Omer or the grain. So it's definitely connected with the grain season. But yeah, I'll do a stream about that some other time. But let's see. Where is it? Oh, here.
On that road, and I'm not justifying all of Hitler's actions. But
Notice this. She's not justifying all of Hitler's actions.
Dude, the funny thing is that if like this thing, right? The funny thing is that as soon as Hitler started liquidating people, the economy got worse. So like, if the Jews are running the economy, they were doing a better job than the Germans. Because like the whole goddamn thing crashed like the Ponzi scheme it was within about 3 years of the start.
Yeah.
To this radicalized sect as Germany, the Deutschmark, and we're bringing in a kind of
Deutsch? What the hell is Deutsch? Deutsch. She can't even pronounce goddamn German.
This sect of people also destabilized Germany, the Deutschmark.
No, she said Deutsch. It's just her accent, so it sounds like Deutsch.
And we're bringing in a kind of hedonistic, profane culture in Berlin.
Yes. This is just the exact same thing Hitler said.
I'm not going to go down that road.
So just so you know, this is the culture that she thinks they were bringing in. Let me see if I can find it again. Where is it?
Yes, look at jazz. This is jazz, and oh my god, they're like some of the Germans. They're exposing their ankles and knees. What? How can it be? Maybe some people don't want to get thrown into a muddy trench and die with machine gun bullets.
Here,
what?
Look at this. Tell me, do you think this is real or fake? And tell me why. Just watch it.
A new day dawns, the 20th century, with hopes of freedom, happiness, and peace.
What's that? Is that the Israeli flag? That didn't exist back then, did it? I don't think the flag existed until the founding of the State of Israel.
No, it did, but no, just keep watching. Yeah, it was the flag of the Zionist movement.
Did it have the blue stripes though? What's that?
Oh, that's Paul, don't you know?
Paul and Moloch.
Still think it's real?
Is that Getty Images?
Or Molech, Canaan, Carthage.
To see how they're trying. See how like, there is.
Molech, I think.
I love the Getty Images. Oh, sorry, what?
A new day dawns.
The hilarious thing about this entire thing, the hilarious part of this is that if you look at like in the actual Tanakh, if I remember correctly, there's so much condemnation. The Carthaginians get smited for this shit. Like they get smited for this shit. And I think like in the Bible, we're pretty sure like it's pretty almost gleeful to us. And they're looking at like, yeah, see those guys? They tossed babies in the fires. They got destroyed. They got slaughtered. And it's almost like they doesn't like see those bastards over there. They got what was coming to them. So I love how they seem to be turning it into the God of the Jews went and smote these people for sacrificing babies. Obviously, the Jews are doing it now because of course it's their own God who smote them, who smote an entire goddamn country for doing this shit. So obviously, it's okay with his own people doing it. I don't get it. Has people ever read the Bible, or are one of those idiot evangelicals only read the New Testament?
Meh, seems to check out. But yeah, I mean, it's freaking wild. But yeah, you were talking about the economy. Check this out.
You probably learned in high school about the Black Death. That's the epidemic that killed almost half the population of medieval Europe. When the epidemic struck, people didn't know what had hit them. Some blamed constellations of the stars, but many blamed Jews who they said had been poisoning their wells. And that resulted in pogroms, massacres of Jews. You might think that those events happened 700 years ago and are very much confined to the past, but two economists have found a link between the anti-Semitism of the Middle Ages and what happened in Europe in the 20th century.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pogrom in 1920 in Palestine. Mandatory Palestine. I think.
Not really a true pogrom. I mean, like, they were riots. They were, like...
I mean, they drove the Jews out of certain areas. Like, certain neighborhoods became mutant-free. They drove the Jews were completely out of those areas.
Yeah, but what I mean is it's a different cultural context. Like, there's a word in Arabic to refer to it, but, like, pogroms very... I mean, up until recently, have pretty specifically referred to within European, usually Christian contexts.
Yeah, I mean, prefer a program is a program. I get that's the original context, but it's a useful word for a broader context. Frankly, I'm a little looser with the word. I think Crown Heights was a program. I mean, because the government sat by and watched as mobs destroyed Jewish neighborhoods and murdered Jews.
Yeah, but the question was, was it planned ahead of time? That's what makes a pogrom.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, it appears that something was planned because there's leaders in the Arab community were calling for blood for a while beforehand. At least there were calls to be there. At least there's some indication that there wasn't a broad organization, but at the same time there was a long-standing plan. At least the Arab leaders were attempting to incite a riot. They knew what they were doing. They were trying to incite a riot. The British knew a riot was coming. They did jack shit because British colonialists don't give a damn about anyone except themselves. Like indigenous rights, the Brits just don't know. They don't care. They've never heard of the word, and they don't care about it even if they knew the word. But yeah.
There was a pogrom of Jews in Würzburg, but there was no pogrom in Aachen. Let's fast forward to the 1920s. The resident of Würzburg wrote a lot of anti-Semitic letters to their local Nazi newspaper, while the resident of Aachen wrote less than half as many. In 1928, 6% of Würzburg's residents voted for the Nazi party, but in Aachen, it was only 1%. Looking at the data,
Aachen's right on the border with France.
Linger around for centuries. Over time, Jews in Europe developed a reputation for being money.
So France is just as anti-Semitic.
Character of Shylock.
Well, I mean, one of those countries had to murder every Jew. I think at the time, though, France was a little less so. But I think only one of those countries went and set up giant death camps.
Well, no, I'm talking about you think that Germany was any more anti-Semitic than France before?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess even the war, it was more. But Hitler had been speaking for a while before the war started. I think in 39, even in 32, or even probably 28 or 27, when the Nazi Party became powerful, when they began to speak, I think that the non-anti-Semitism was rising in Germany faster than it was in France, because the Nazi propaganda was mainly being directed at the Germans, but not only the Nazis, also the before them, the Thule.
What I'm saying is the populations weren't inherent. One wasn't inherently more anti-Semitic than the other.
Yeah, well, not. I mean, I'd make the argument that it was mainly because one part side had been bombarded with propaganda by a political group trying to blame the Jews for everything. The other side had not really been so. Is that I think I'd make the argument that the Nazis would probably had increased the amount of anti-Semitism up a great deal, because they'd spent 5 to 10 years on basically a psychological operation. You're muted again.
Yeah. Anyway, here, let's continue.
Yeah. I don't know.
This reputation contributed to the image of Jews as greedy, gluttonous, and that impression persisted until the 20th century, and to some extent still continues today. Researchers have analyzed what that means for areas that have historically seen episodes of anti-Semitism. They find that Germans in these areas don't trust the stock market as much as other Germans do. They don't trust banks. They prefer to keep their money in cash. They're less likely to have a mortgage. What's more, anti-Semitism can devastate the middle class. Think about what happened during the Holocaust when the Nazis removed large numbers of Jews from the areas they controlled. That created a massive economic and social shock in those regions. A group of 3 researchers looked at cities in the former Soviet Union that were occupied by the Nazis during the Second World War. They found that the cities where the Jews were most persecuted in that period have lower than average wages today. 2 economists have found that Nazi policy of removing Jewish teachers resulted in schoolchildren in Germany having on average 6 months less education. In cities that had larger populations of Jews, schoolchildren ended up with even less. That led to a big education gap in those areas, which meant that local Germans were much less likely to finish high school or go to college. The brain drain didn't stop there. A whole generation of scientists fled Nazi Germany, which, according to one economist, hurt the German universities more than the bombs ever did. The scientists who stayed in Germany, on average, became less productive because many of them had lost their co-authors. Some of those scientists who had escaped, many of them going to the US, won Nobel Prizes. And they ultimately went on to develop the atomic bomb. Of course, Jews are not the only group people have blamed for society's woes. Today's rhetoric is a good example of that. Anti-immigrant and ultra-nationalist groups are making political headway around the world. The politics of intolerance and the politics of prejudice seem to be getting noisier and noisier. So, if we're looking for a way to turn down the volume, maybe we should consider the historical data.
So I still think there's a.
Yeah.
I still think if you go back far enough, this dichotomy between the Aryans and the Jews dissolves into a proto culture.
I mean, like at the end of the day, the whole idea of, I mean, what is Aryan? It just means Indo-European, right?
Well, to be fair, the word Aryan has been so incredibly abused to this point that it doesn't really mean anything anymore.
But like my point is, it's not really a dichotomy because what makes Judaism is actually from Iran.
Yeah, so you are in the Zoroastrian influence, or
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to deny it.
And but I can't read your name there. I don't. My glasses aren't working. Not Ari.
Karthik.
Me?
Huh? Say again.
Karthik.
I'm hearing the audio clip.
Karthik.
So you were saying there wasn't contact. Do we know what the timeline is there?
Wait, contact? I think that there's some contact, of course, between all the areas, groups in the area had contact. I just think I think that the way that I view is, I think that the 2 sets of, I would say, expansion, codification from pro-animism towards an organized religion, I think that happened in 2 separate evolutions. I don't think they really influenced each other too much, or if they did, the influence faded over time because of the radical difference at this point between Zoroastrianism, Judaism, Hinduism. They might have arisen in the rough same area of the world. Like, well, I think I guess it depends on how far back you draw Judaism's roots. But if you look at the Urheim out of the Indo-Europeans and sort of scatter from there, the Proto-Indo-Europeans and the scatter out of there, I think that at least the origins weren't all in the Urheim map, but a certain distance. The groups traveled distance with their animistic religion, and as they moved, they began to develop more complicated religion, more structured religion, and eventually they moved to different areas and then established themselves. But over time, codified into religious texts. In the case of the Jews, they eventually wrote the Torah, the Tanakh, the Talmud later. In the case of the Zoroastrians, I think it's the Vesta. In the case of the Hindus, it's the Vedas, and the Upanishads, Shastras, etc., Puranas.
And what's the date on the Avesta?
I'll Google. Let's see. The Avesta is supposed to be. We don't know for sure. I think 9th to 10th. I believe it's 224 to 651 somewhere. The oldest actual text we have is 1323. The oldest version of some kind is the 9th to 11th century, like CE.
You're not talking BC at all?
Well, some possible roots are about the second millennium BC, but the book as we know it to exist wasn't written until the Common Era. But then again, it could have existed as an oral record or as a separate book, or even as the book itself. We haven't recovered manuscripts. We just haven't evidenced back to the first millennium Common Era.
Well, as forming a monotheism, and the seven angels, don't they also have a 7-day creation myth?
I believe so, but again, I think the 7 days is that's a naturally. It has to do with the numerology, right? It's a prime number. It's bigger than 5. So like the significant number 7 is generally significant. There's also, for instance, 7 wandering stars. There's 7 base metals. I think it might just be a coincidence at that point. The 7 day, because 7 is just intrinsically a known, is just a common sacred number.
Are there 7 days of creation in other traditions?
That's the thing I'm not aware of. But
in the Babylonian tradition.
Yeah, it could also be that. It could also be like.
Oh, hold on, someone's joining. Hey, Wesley.
So the Sumerian, being a few thousand years before anything else was written, and it has total parallels with the proto.
You cut out for a moment again.
I guess I'm dropping out. So that, like I was saying about Tiamat is a version of the 3-headed serpent that is one of the original dragon myths, Proto-Indo-European, that ends up in Norse, in Hindu.
I mean, I think that the case of the dragon myth, I guess the dragon myth is an expansion of the serpent. But I think the serpent myth is, more like is a primeval psychology thing. And that snakes are always a mythological symbol because they crawl close to the earth. They're a symbol we always have to heed because some of them are venomous and deadly. So they've always given that sense of danger mixed with astonishment because they're also fundamentally odd creatures. They're not like us in any way. We can't imagine what they're like. They tend to show up.
Mostly in scripture, when a person is described as a dragon or an eagle or a face of a lion or an ox, that refers to the character of their heart.
Yeah.
In the Genesis, it is a snake that was given utterance, and that snake was the devil, the Satan, the Baalim. But after that, whenever there is a description of a dragon or the Leviathan, that is a character reference. Out of the mouth of the dragon comes an unclean spirit like a frog, out of the mouth of the false teacher, out of the mouth of the beast. Well, that unclean spirit, there's 3 of those. That unclean spirit like a frog is Allah. And I'm telling you, Allah is powerless. It's a meh.
You do realize that
it's an unclean spirit.
Allah
It
comes
has
from the root itself.
It was put the first of 3 unclean spirits like a frog came out of the mouth of the dragon. The next one will come out of the mouth of the beast, and after that, it will come out of the mouth of the false teacher. The first of those 3 came out of the mouth of the dragon on March 31st, 2020, when the Satan, the rogue bad genius angel that is only evil, pulled a fire down upon all mankind, saying the words in the head, "Don't tell the vision." That same Satan also had said, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball." And it was done to your children, to your young folks, to the grannies and grandmas. And that one was on October 10, 2005. That was Satan. That was not Hashem.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes,
I think the connection to the snake, to the dragon and the frog, right, Does anyone else think that this sounds like a snake trying to swallow a frog and then not being able to fit it in all the way?
It sounds to me like the snake already swallowed the frog and vomited out its head.
Yeah.
Because the unclean spirit like a frog didn't have arms or legs, did not have genitals, did not have a heart or a body or torso. It was only the head. It had no ears. It was had two fangs on its throat pointing upwards, curved fangs, and it had a barcode, a UPC barcode, branded on its untoward forehead. And it is deaf, and it is blind, and that is what all Islam has always prayed to. There has never been any other Allah. And
they come from the same root. El and Allah come from the same root. They're both Semitic languages. Hebrew. Ariel is a scholar of Hebrew.
Yeah. Wait, hold on, Wesley. I'm guessing you worship Yahweh.
Are any of you Jewish?
I am.
Yes.
Then you know who's Buddhist.
I'm Buddhist.
And the other two, and you're Jewish?
I am.
Look, no one but a Jew is going to understand this. Believe it or not, like it or not, I'm the guy that gave Noah the plum.
Wait, that gave him the
Go
flood?
on. It's not something that anyone other than a Hebrew knows anything about.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Good. It doesn't matter, because if I tried to explain it to you, you'd think I'm crazy, and only a Hebrew would know what it's about. That's just the way it is. There's no way around it.
Snake is an animal of the earth, and
But
it can be used to symbolize. It can be used to symbolize all kinds of things. And even
not
in
one
the
to go
Hebrew
for
tradition,
symbology,
the snake
but
up on the staff is a positive thing. It's
I mean, the
both
snake
positive and negative in Judaism.
It's in the snake in Hinduism is a sacred symbol, right? The symbol of Shiva. The snake symbolizes wisdom from the earth, symbolizes rebirth in Genesis because it sheds its skin and is reborn from the skin. The snake
Its association with the goddess culture, the original culture of the planet, is being demonized. Is where it gets.
It's Chthonic. It's Chthonic religion, right? The old goddess worship is generally Chthonic in nature. I mean, there's probably some Iranic. I don't know if there's. Are there Iranic mother goddesses?
Hold on, one second. So tell me, Wesley, why did Yahweh create the serpent in the garden? And, like, he knew what was going to happen, so why create it in the first place? And furthermore, why tell Moses to create a bronze serpent when the Israelites were poisoned by the angels?
Could you state that one more time for me so I can be clear in understanding what you're asking?
Okay, well, to start off, first, why did Yahweh create the serpent like he did with the cunning, and he knew that it would trick them? Like, if you believe that God is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, then you have to accept that how the serpent ended up happening, because Adam and Eve didn't have any accountability yet. They had no knowledge. So therefore, their failure to follow his commands could actually be interpreted as setting them up to get, like, basically, why put the serpent with ability to trick them and the tree that they weren't supposed to eat all within their vicinity?
Okay. In Scripture, it is written that he created good and evil for his purposes. As to why, I do not know. My why, my logic, my reasoning about any of that, my comments, would only be to mix my words with Scripture and speak like two fangs professing to be equal words with God, like a frog. So my why is nothing but a black shoe on a foot that gets cut off. That's what my why is. If I were to tell you why, it would sound fashionable, but it would be dirty. It'd have a square toe to it too, for me probably trying to kick a wall and not getting anywhere with it. So my why, sadly, could not answer your question. So I will say what Scripture says. He created good and evil for his purposes.
And so you wouldn't acknowledge that it's a derivative culture incorporating the ideas of prior and surrounding cultures.
Well, I haven't met everybody yet. I don't know. I find it smarter just to say I don't know than try to fill your head with my mouth for
So
no purpose other than to sound smart.
Pantheon, that Yahweh was a lesser god that got promoted, and this is an
I
old
can't even
tradition.
pronounce Yahweh. It's spelled YHWH in English letters. I can't even pronounce that with my tongue yet. I don't think it's a word that can be pronounced by the human tongue at this time. So I'll agree with you, and we'll say Yahweh, referring to the letters YHWH, which is really it's like saying the name. It's like saying Father. It's like saying the Holy.
Hashem means the name. I think Yahweh is I think Yahweh derives from the old Semitic root, the Proto-Semitic root for existence, right?
No, so that's one theory. But if you look at where he introduces himself to Moses, and the first time that name is ever used, I mean, I'm assuming you probably believe that Yahweh is the same as El and Elyon and El Shaddai, but I mean, like there's an older context in which they're all different. But the point I'm trying to make is he introduces himself in Midian, which is in North Arabia, and in the North Arabian language, the root was it hey vav hey, or I might be slightly off, but basically it's closer to the name than hava than hey. No, so it's I'm gonna have to look.
Havaya, I guess could be Havaya.
Yeah, well, so interestingly, Havaya is also one. It means like creation, like as opposed to the creator, it's the creation, and it's like a reordering of. But let's see, Yahweh Arabic.
Well, with the Havaya from the Midian, and yeah, I guess Arabic. The thing I saw was that it means passion. Kind of goes with the being a jealous God, love. God is love.
Yes, God
And
is
that
the
came
word is
from
God. God is the word, and God is love. That is true.
Well, and they were anti-idolatry. That they had stone pillars in a tent.
Yeah. Well, the Messiah is going to cut all those toy dolls in half someday.
Wait,
he's going to slice them in half. Really?
Wait. So, do you think that Jesus is the Messiah, or do you think that he's God?
I don't want to give you my answer to that right now, because I would rather not say just at this moment.
Well, I mean,
the barcode.
Yeah.
The
so,
barcode is going to be called the Omni. It's evil and it's Islamic.
Wait, it's going to be called the what?
Omni, OMNI, and it will be enforced by what the Jewish prophets call the Yavol.
The what?
There are Jewish prophets. They are all young children, and they do not use TV. And they were given these words. One of the words of prophecy they were given is Yavol. The Yavol are the enforcers of the mark of the 10. The mark of the 10 in worldly lingo is going to be called Omni, Omni mark, Omni tattoo. It's going to be branded into the flesh, not ink tattooed, not a computer chip inserted under the flesh. It will be physically burned into the skin with a high intensity laser printer. It will be a UPC barcode. It will be on the right-hand wrists or the foreheads, and without that mark, you will not be allowed to go into a store to buy or sell anything in those days. And the Jewish children call it the mark of the 10. 144,000 Jewish children, the most brilliant, intelligent, loving, happy, listening, wonderful kids you could ever meet on earth. The best example for what it is to be Jewish in our, maybe even in the entire history of mankind.
So that's the seduction right there. Speaking with a certitude that you don't really have any basis for. That's
I'm the guy that's
seduction.
going to
That's
gather
the curse within the whole system.
them. I'm the guy that's going to gather them and take them to Megiddo, the Valley of Armageddon.
That's in Jerusalem, isn't it?
No, it's in Jezreel.
It's near. I don't know exactly where it is. And then I'm going to be on a hill nearby, and they're going to march and sing joyfully into that valley as the Antichrist throws nuclear bombs on them like a swarm of locusts and flies. And those Jewish children are not going to be harmed, and their joy is not going to be stolen from them. And that will be the final battle against the Satan, the beast, the Baalim,
Wait,
the
so
Antichrist.
so why do you think that Satan is bad? Because that's nowhere in the Bible.
It's called he's the only evil in the Bible. What?
No,
he's only
not.
evil.
Where does it say that?
Yeah.
No, do you have a verse?
I'm still new at this. I'm trying not to be an admonishing kind of heart right now.
It's not admonishment.
Let me hear what you have to say. Let me listen to what you have to say about that.
There you go.
Oh wait, so first of all, here, let me pull this up. Also, I mean, honestly, I kind of like this a bit more. It's more engaging. We could always talk about the anti-Semitism another time, but here. So
I don't know about you, but when Satan attacked me, it felt like I was being raped in my head and I was being electrocuted like I was a Frankenstein on a lab table. And it was on October 10 in the year 2005. And that Satan, pulling a fire down from heaven, put into my head the words, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball." And it only lasted a moment. And several times after that, I felt that same force, that same electricity or fire electrocuting and paralyzing me in my bed where I couldn't turn my neck when I would try to turn and see what was doing this thing. And so I wouldn't call that good. That was evil.
So maybe there was maybe they were casting lots and made a bet between themselves.
Well, I know when
Ahriman and Ahura Mazda had a bet to see if they could mess with your mind.
I know when Baal said that in my head, that he said, "I will turn and toss you like a ball." And it was in my head. It was not in my ears. It was in my mind. And it was loud. And it only lasted a moment. When he did that, that it proved to me that that is what he did to Muhammad to write the Quran. That is what he did to Buddha to write the Buddha text. That is what he did to John W. That's what he did to John W. Smith to write the book of
What
the Book
text
of
do you think
Mormon was written that way.
Here's your cue.
Hold on, what's the Buddha text supposed to be here?
I don't know. I've never read them. I've never read the Quran.
Yeah, but
The
you
Buddha
know
never
which
wrote
is the
anything.
right one, don't you? You haven't compared anything, but you know
I
which
think
is the right one.
I think you're talking about the. Are you talking about the Polycanon?
Krishna
He didn't
text,
write any-
Vishnu text, the Gita, the Buddha book of Confucius, all those.
I bought the Buddha book here. I've got one right here. But he didn't write this, but I got this one right here, the Lotus Sutra. It's not
That those fraud religions, those false teachings,
Wait,
hold up as being holy books. They are not. They were written
Those that
through
got the
men
Buddha books I got
by
here.
that Satan that pulled his fire upon all mankind in our generation, and Satan perverted the words of Isaiah 22 that night. And Isaiah 22 is, "The Lord shall turn and toss thee violently like a ball into a large country. There thou shalt die. There the chariots of thy glory shall be the shame of the Lord's house." But Satan doesn't work that way. He took scripture and perverted it and said, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball," and didn't even finish the whole book.
Here's the question though: why would Satan try to get people to follow religions which are against him? Islam has basically the same
Satan doesn't have
morality as
reason.
Christianity.
Satan's a lunatic. He's chaos. He's anarchy. He doesn't have reasons. He's just here to destroy, to lie, to kill. He doesn't have reasons.
But like again though, how is he destroying and killing and spreading other religions? If anything, what he's doing is spreading. Every text he's spreading is saying that hey, he's telling every text is saying that hey, Satan kind of sucks. All the Abrahamic texts have that, right, Ariel? Satan kind of sucks. Except for I think in Judaism, he's like the accuser. But even isn't he kind of an asshole even in the original texts?
I mean,
He's
honestly,
really
here, look. So, if you look here, there's 77 references in the Tanakh, but here in Exodus, it reads it in Numbers. Wait, what is this? Numbers 12. Where is this? Okay. Listen to this. So, and God came to Balaam at night. So that's Balaam. He said to him, since it is to call you that the men have come, arise, go with them. But only the word that I speak to you, that alone you may do. Balaam arose at daybreak. He saddled his she-ass, and he went with the nobles of Moab. But Yahweh's anger flared up because he was going. So Yahweh's messenger stationed himself in the way as a Satan to him. Now he was riding on his she-ass, his 2 serving lads with him. So Yahweh's messenger is Satan.
Well, I try to be lighthearted about it. I say everything that comes out of my ass after I eat it. That's what I think of Satan. I try not to talk about it too much and put it where it belongs.
So hey Neil,
but don't quote me on that.
Why don't you pull up the book of Job? Job is the oldest book in the Bible.
So yeah, that old devil's always close.
Go to Job. I mean, let's just read the first passage of Job. Like, look at this. All right, so this is by the way, this is the oldest book in the Bible. I hope you don't realize Genesis was written after this, and the way we date it is by looking at the idioms in the text, the way the language is performed.
I mean, dude,
there's certain.
What I'm trying to get across to you.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
That is Satan doesn't want to be revealed.
Can you mute him, Ariel?
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. So when around feast days was over, Job would send word to them, sanctify themselves. Is this the first passage?
Oh no, here's the first.
There was a man named Uz, in the land of Uz, named Jew. He was blameless and upright. All right, and feared God and shunned evil. 7 sons and 3 daughters were born to him. His possessions were 1,000 sheep. Blah 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 blah. Keep going down a little bit, and then it says, and on the day the divine beings presented themselves to the Lord, the Satan came along with them. Wait, so you're telling me that Satan has the ability to leave heaven and come back freely like it's no big deal? And the Lord said to the adversary, "Where have you been, bro? What's up, bro? Where you been at?" He didn't say, "Get out of here. I banish you." He says, "Where have you been? I've been waiting for you." And then the adversary says, I've been roaming the earth. And then the Lord says to the adversary, "Have you noticed my boy Job down there? He's killing it. He loves me." And then so Satan says, "Does Job not have a good reason to fear God? You give him all this money. You gave him all this property. You gave him all this good stuff." So if you keep reading this, you can read this on your own. There's no fight between God and Satan here. This is the first time Satan shows up in the Bible. And you literally have, they're like hanging out, talking, and betting on this guy Job if he's going to worship God or not. And nowhere in this text does anything bad happen to Satan, or does Satan do anything bad to Job. In fact, it's Yahweh who sends all the disasters in Job. Satan doesn't do anything like that. So I just want to throw that out there, but I got to get back to my work. But sorry to cut you off, Wesley, but I was just wanting to get my point across. You can respond to that.
All right. Take care, Neil.
I'll be watching.
I guess that's really interesting to hear. I guess the thing with Job is that I guess the question is it's the first one that we know of, like other text, the oldest one in the book that we have, like in the text. But do we know if there's an older form of Genesis that was like orally transmitted?
So Neil's, I mean, that's where it gets tricky, because there is like a cosmogony written by the Phoenicians that's so close that it seems like there must be some sort of connection. On the other hand, there's some people who think that it was just taken from Enuma Elish, but irregardless. So what I was wondering before, Wesley, though, because the reason I asked you is because you did say here that Jesus is God. There is no God besides Jesus. Jesus chose me and gave me his stuff. But if Jesus is the only God, then how do you also worship Yahweh?
I pray to Jesus. When I pray, I say the name Jesus. I do not say Jesus Christ Yahweh. Sometimes I might say that, but I always say Jesus. And I prayed today that Jesus turn hundreds of nuclear bombs to dust, heal millions of people, and give every one of you a taste of a yeast roll in your mouths. I also prayed to Jesus, and I prayed to him with certain words and asked him to heal 2 teeth in most everyone's mouth on earth. So that's who I pray to. And
Wait,
that's
so
the evidence I have of it.
so okay, so I something that you did say that really intrigued me though. What does the dove mean to you?
It's a gray feathered or brownish gray feathered dove. It's female. It was on Noah's Ark. It is the star of Bethlehem that led the wise men and the shepherds to the birthplace when Jesus purposed himself to be born in the flesh in the manger in Nazareth. It is the key to the house of David written in scripture in Isaiah 22. It is Jesus's throne. It is not my throne. It is not my crown. It's just a significant thing. And it's also that's what I know about it as far as scripture is concerned.
So the reason I
I
asked,
didn't ask for it, and I was a filthy, drug addicted, crackhead, loathing and only seeking pleasure through drugs, sleeping in alleys for years in the time when Jesus put it on my head. So, and it's been a long time cleaning my life up after that.
so I guess what I'm saying is like wait, so you saw the dove, or like how did it come into your life?
I only saw it in that my own family members told me that it is there.
So I guess what I'm saying is, what makes you think that that sign is like? I guess what I'm saying is, there's all these traditions out there. However, many of them have associations with doves. What makes you so sure that it's associated with Yahweh?
I've never had any doubt about that. Although, until I heard my own family members say that they did see it, I did have a selfish, vain desire to stiff arm it, to not have anything to do with it.
So, like, do you think that shoot, where was I going? Like, do you associate that with the idea of the Holy Spirit at all?
To the Hebrews, it's significant in that it is the fulfillment of a promise, of a pledge. To a Christian, I'm going to try not to make. I don't know how to answer that question, so I'll just say I don't know.
The reason I say that, sorry, the reason I say that is because, like, there is a context in which, both in Judaism and in Christianity, it is associated with this idea of the Holy Spirit, which implicitly is of Yahweh, or of God. But yeah, and then Carrie Ann said many Native American tribes have tails with a dove. It's also heavily associated with trying to think with the symbol of, like, so I mean, how much? So you said you're new to this. So, like, did you ever read the Bible before before this happened?
Oh yeah, since I was a young boy in church, going to church on Sunday evening, and Wednesday evenings. My parents being leaders of the youth group. Yeah, I was exposed and reading the Bible and learning its stories from the first grade, and before that, just through going and hearing it in services as an infant and a toddler. And then when I reached the age where I could learn to start reading on my own, I started reading it.
And so it's just de facto. Did you ever question or study into the history of it, where it might have emerged, the cultural context of history?
I'll tell you what, it kind of sucks because the more I read it, the more I realize how wicked I really am. And I don't like that, I'll tell you.
Why do you think you're wicked?
The more I read about it and the more I understand the pure interpretations of it, the more I realize how far from the truth and love and wisdom and word of Jesus Christ I am in my act.
So that's another thing. Why do you think that Jesus is God? Did he ever tell you that? Like, does he ever say that?
I've never understood a person that has that kind of questioning. I've always had a really difficult time. I never have understood someone that that didn't believe it. So I kind of come from a completely other side of that. I've never had any doubt about that ever.
Oh, but that's what I'm
And
saying. How do you know? Where does Jesus say that he is God?
Well, see, to me, it's like, how do you not know? I don't get it. I don't, when he appears to you and says, tell the vision, surely you knew right then that he is God.
Yeah, he's never appeared for me.
Well, the pure in heart.
I've had my own revelations and visions with the Spirit, and they don't fall in that camp.
Yeah, well, I'll try not to make a comment. I've never understood that. I've never understood where a person has doubt about it, ever.
It's called a priori, and it's called assumption. Whatever you believe is what you already believe. You don't question it. You don't put it in context. You don't compare it.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm not going to wear my doubt like a black shoe on a foot that gets cut off. That black shoe is my reasons, my logics, my comments, my mixing my intelligence as though my words are holy, and when they're not,
So this book that you refer to, that's a book, that's a physical object in the world, right? It's made from chopped down trees, and before that, it would have been written on animal skins, and it was created by men. They all had their interpretation, their visions, their revelations, and so it's coming to you from men. It's not written on the sky in the clouds. It's coming to you from other people. And so therefore you judge it as a creation of other people, and they are just as fallible as you kind of self-loathe yourself to be.
I don't think that Moses imagined what he was given to write. I don't believe it was a ball of white gas that gave him a mysterious set of words and he pulled out a feather and ink and started scribing it on papyrus. I believe
that's likely.
I believe that just the same way that the Messiah appeared to all mankind saying, tell the vision you shall heal without money. Tell the vision you shall not need the mark. No time to talk, Allah. You want war. The way that he did that is the way he appeared to Moses and told Moses the words that Moses wrote that are Torah. I believe that is the way that it is done.
So
it wasn't from Moses's imagination. It wasn't from a ball of invisible gas, and there wasn't anybody to stand there and talk with. I believe it was the Messiah standing right there with him, giving him word for word every word that Moses wrote. And the way that he did that, he also did it for Isaiah and with Ezekiel and with Joel and with John and Matthew and Paul and that's how it is written. And he did that with you, appearing to you, saying, tell the vision. That's what I believe. That's and I want to listen to what you have to say, but that's where I come from.
So do you know that the proper form of El is actually Allah?
I don't know Allah. That frog head wasn't on me.
No, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to show you. Elahi is an Aramaic word meaning my God. Ella means God with the suffix E meaning my. Being Aramaic and not Hebrew, there is no singular possessive for God in biblical Hebrew. In the Old Testament, Elahi is found only in the books of Ezra and Daniel. It is best known for its transliteration in Mark 15:34, Eloi, Eloi. It's not Eloi, Eloi, it's Alai, Alai.
Elohim, you mean the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, the Spirit.
No, El. El means God.
Well, I asked the Messiah to lift up the heads of all mankind 12 nights, 4 nights in a row, and then a little break, and then 4 nights in a row, and then a little break, and then 4 nights in a row. I asked him to lift up everyone's head as they slept and to remove the scales of judgment from their eyes, that they could see the spiritual universe, what they look like to God. And he did that for me. He helped let me know what kind of grade I was getting so I could either choose to improve or keep going my own iniquity way. And when he showed it to me, it was dead gray ashes from head to toe. And the Elohim, or the Elohim, or the Alahim, as you want to say, looked to me like a pearl of great wealth. It was the color as white as snow. And it was located in the bowels or belly area of my body. And it was as big as a soccer ball, a large pearl of light. And that is what God, that's the part of me that God is inside of me. And the rest of me, by my iniquity and by my missing the target, my sinning, my wicked ways, I had flake by flake burned my soul into dead gray ashes. And some of it was pot marked. And I could see a shape of a leg and a shape of the other leg and a shape of my arms and a shape of my chest, but it was filthy. It was ashen. Now, those ashes that he showed to me are death, as in the wages of sin is death. And at that time in my life, when it was revealed to me, all those ashes, my name blotted out of the book of life is what they are. A spirit of slumber, a dullness. Those ashes were my corruption, where I had been corrupt. And it had accumulated over the years. Now, all the ashes were not dry. There was not a dry place in my soul. It was soaking wet with a clear, clean oil, like somebody took a pure, clean oil and poured it in the most filthy ashtray you ever saw. And that's what it looked like to me. That's what Jesus showed me. That's what, when he took the scales off my eyes, he showed that to me. And so later on, as my soul began becoming restored by that Elohim, by the Holy Ghost, restoring the ashes to light, I asked him to do that to all mankind for 12 nights, 4 nights, then 4 nights, then 4 nights. And so that everyone on earth could see where they stand, or what their condition of their souls really is. And that's what mine looked like. See, Satan doesn't want me to tell you this, because even though he wants me to trick myself into going, oh, I'm too embarrassed to tell that. How could I be a man of God and tell them that Satan got into my head? But that's one of his tricks to get me to be embarrassed. I'm too embarrassed. They're not going to believe me, or they'll say that, oh, well, he's satanically possessed because he's telling me right now he is, so I'm not going to believe a word he says. No, that's not the way it is. Plain on your table. This is a spiritual war, and Satan wants to be hidden. He doesn't want to be exposed in this way, and it is our strength to confess it, to not be embarrassed, to understand that we are to be low, and understand we are not as great as we imagine, and that Satan can get into us and do those kinds of things. For he got into our children and did that to our children, and without helping your children, they're going to be swayed the wrong way.
As in they might have freedom of thought?
I wasn't feeling like I was given any freedom of thought that night. There was no freedom in it. There was paralysis, imprisonment, and my mind was perverted against my will. And it only lasted a moment. And it said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And that was Satan.
Have you ever looked into sleep paralysis?
No, I'm not going to. No, it was not. Look, I'm telling you what happened to me. And I know it happened to everybody. I'm telling it to you to comfort you, to let you know you're not alone. It's not embarrassing to talk about. It should be told. Don't try to come up with reasons and excuses over it. Please. This is a real fight. This is a real battle.
If you haven't even tried to rule it out, how do you know? Because if you at least try to rule it out and it shows there's nothing going on, nothing's wrong, then that just proves that you're not, that this isn't something else.
How do I know? The oil. It is the anointing. I know because of Jesus Christ.
So you're using terminology and you don't quite understand its origins. That's what Ari does here. He knows the etymology, the deep origins.
Oh, what happened to him? Where'd he go?
No, he's just having connection issues. He'll be back.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, so like, for instance, how do you know that Satan's bad? Like, obviously, society tells us that Satan's bad, but where does this idea come from? Because it's not actually in the Bible, only in the New Testament.
Yeah, it is in the Bible.
Okay,
the whole thing with Satan as well is that.
Well, some kids go, Daddy, what's the meaning of this word? Daddy, what's the meaning of that word? I'm going to tell you about that. Go get the dictionary and look it up yourself. If you really want to know. Me quoting scripture to you is going to go in one ear and out the other.
No, it's not. Trust me.
The problem is that the word Satan itself literally means adversary, right?
When you want to know, you'll go get a Bible and read.
I have one right in front of me.
Dude, he's Jewish. He's read the entire Old Testament. He has to have.
Ari is a deep scholar. He understands the language.
Yeah, well, that and the fact that like the Jewish scriptures are the first half of the Bible is literally the Jewish scripture verbatim. So they had it before the Christians had it.
You're reading it in English, and he's reading it in the original.
Also, the whole
thing. Just one moment while you're there. Jesus, would you, if there's any angels, any messengers, holy messengers that are there wearing some aqua robes, would you have them leave those houses right now, please? And then send in to each of those people 2 angels. To the young man whose picture's at the very top, send to him Moses, please, and to send to him John, who was on Patmos Island, who wrote Revelation. To the guy there in the middle, send to him Ezekiel, and why don't you send him Robert Kennedy while you're at it? And the Hebrew man at the bottom, if there is a family member of his who has passed away and gone into heaven in this generation, please send one of them to him, and also send to him Anne Frank, and have all of those angels tell those people who they were on earth in the flesh, tap them twice on the shoulder, and any word that I speak that is godly counsel, please have them speak. But any word that I speak that is ungodly counsel, please have the angels say, we're not going to say that. It's wrong. It's ungodly counsel. So that you will know when I make a mistake, because I'm sometimes a little bit too blinded in my own arrogance. And I might say something that would mislead you, and I never, ever want to mislead. But I'm feeble. So let's go.
Here, I'm trying to find that etymology if you all want to go in the meantime. Y'all there?
I'm here. I don't know if
I'm sorry. I'm doing my
wear checkerboard. Wear black and white checkerboard, okay, angels? Thanks.
So,
Yeah.
or wait 1 second. I feel like let's see, what is it? Oh, wait. Dang, I thought I saw it.
Yeah, woots is a devil word.
What?
Woot, it's a devil word.
Nobody said that.
Yeah. Well, I don't look. One thing about this life that have been thrust into, I do have the dove, and it doesn't mean that I am loved and welcome and the bright light whenever I enter a room. It means I'm hated everywhere I go, and people talk at me untowards. And the dove is kind of like ground zero for Satan. He hates this thing. He hates that I have it, and he's always trying to attack me. And it's so that's why I asked Jesus to send angels there to speak anything I speak that is biblical. But if I say something that is satanic and not from Jesus, not biblical, for them to tell you not he's making a mistake there. He's not speaking the word now. So
but still,
I'd rather you know when I'm really making a mistake than try to make a mistake to fool you. I do not want to fool you. And I've been put into a place where I didn't really exactly have the resume for. So it's been a school of hard knocks here, kid. So let's go. I want to hear what you have to say about it. I disagree with you about the Bible saying that Satan is what you say. He says in Scripture that Satan is only evil.
Where?
Angels, would you tell them what verse and chapters? He was a liar and a thief from the start.
So the New Testament.
I don't know. When he attacked me, I wasn't free. I didn't have freedom of thought. I was paralyzed. I was imprisoned in my own house, unable to move. And it didn't feel entirely bad. You know, it wasn't like being electrocuted by a taser from a policeman, but it was an electric force, a fire pulled down from heaven. And I couldn't fight it off. It was far too forceful and evilly powerful over me when it was put upon me. And it only lasted a moment. And that's how the frog, the unclean spirit like a frog, came out of his mouth when he said, "Don't tell the vision." He pulled that fire on everyone on March 31st in the year 2020, and out of his mouth came Allah, the unclean spirit like a frog. And that Allah was not exposed for many months. It wasn't until late October, early November that the Holy Spirit of Jesus was revealed it to everyone's eyes. But it was put on everyone back in March of 2020. And then I considered what to do. And my consideration was, let mankind see it. They want to deny that the second coming is happening. Okay, fine. Then let's see what prayer they pray that will take that frog off their heads. And none could find a prayer that would remove it from them. And so dulled and corrupted were their minds that none would be willing enough to confess that it was even there, which is one of Satan's tricks, to pretend he doesn't exist.
Not long after graduating high school, something strange happened. One early morning, I found myself in bed, awake but unable to move or speak. Trapped in this state, I tried to scream but couldn't. Then I realized that a spirit-like creature was on my bed, strangling me. I mean, this experience was bizarre, but it took me on a long journey around the world to study this phenomenon and try to understand what is the science behind sleep paralysis. So sleep paralysis is this transition-like state between wakefulness and rapid eye.
So has this ever happened to you when you were awake?
No, but Jesus did remove the hedge from the top of my head for just a moment. And when I said I saw that pearl of light in my belly and that was restoring my soul, well, it didn't happen overnight. It didn't just all of a sudden I'm clean and white and Superman. It was many years growing little by little, like a plant grows after it's planted. And it's probably only up to here, white from about here down now. From here up, if I were able to see my soul, it's probably still filthy, dead ashes from the top of my mouth up to my head. So when Jesus lowered the hedge, his covering, from my soul for just a moment off the top of my head, it was dizzy. It was like I was incredibly dizzy and drunk. And Jesus did that for just a moment to remind me, to let me realize how far away from his righteousness, his truth, his love, his word I really am, how far I have yet to go. So I felt just the ashes, not Satan, but Jesus lowered the hedge, a skin around my soul. He took a little bit off the top for just a moment, and it was incredibly dizzy, like I had just taken a big swig of beer and a huge bong hit of marijuana and took a toot of cocaine, and boom, I was almost spinning from it. So that hedge is still holding me up. It's still holding my head up. Without it, I would be, I don't want to know what I would be like without the hedge. That's the same hedge that was around Job, that when Jesus removed it, Job was allowed to touch, or he wasn't allowed to kill Job, but he could.
Job was before Jesus.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
No.
Like a long time before Jesus, isn't like the story of
Jesus is God. Whenever you see Lord
how
of
do you
Shadows,
know that? Seriously, how do you know that? I'm not saying he isn't. I'm asking you, how do you know that?
I don't know how you don't know that. I really don't. I don't get it.
It's a non-answer, though.
There's no evidence of it existing,
I'm not
perhaps.
You'll need to take that leap of faith, young.
But see, that's the thing. I'm like, at least with leaps of faith have internal logic. Where in the Bible, written in Hebrew, does it say that Jesus is God? Even in the New Testament, where does Jesus himself, not someone else speaking about him, where does he call himself God, or even the Son of God?
Well, that's a question.
It is, and I have an answer. He doesn't.
Well, that's a question that's a fang, and an answer that's a fang.
No, like Christians insist on people believing that Jesus is God, yet when people ask how do you know that Jesus is God, it's just circular logic.
He could just be, for all you know, he could just be a. Oh, for all you know, he could be a trick of the devil. How do you know that the devil didn't raise him?
And how do you know that what you're experiencing when you're interacting with Jesus? How do you know that's not the devil?
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist.
How do you know that even that you're interacting with the devil? How do you know that what you're perceiving is true?
That's how
What
I
do you
know.
know what is real? What do you know what is reality? What isn't reality? How do you distinguish between truth and falsehood?
Oh, come on, Hume, Locke, and Sartre. Come on, you guys.
That's
just silly.
Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. That's the essence of the Heart Sutra, I guess, the core of Chan Buddhism. And the core of Chan Buddhism gets around this pretty nicely. Nothing exists. Nothing doesn't exist either.
I can't answer your question. I can just tell you I'm beset on all sides. And it ain't by the best.
I mean, again, the one problem is that you're declaring yourself to be. Well, for one, you're claiming to be receiving. I don't know. This is the Bible. Is very, very firm on the whole false prophets thing. The Bible does not like.
If you read Scripture, you read Leviticus.
I've read the New
If
Testament,
you
the entire thing through. I've read Leviticus.
in
read
the New
Genesis.
Testament, in the New Testament is a little book that is sweet as honey in the mouth and bitter in the belly. And
Revelation,
John
right?
went to and John went to write that little book down, and Jesus told him, "Do not write it down. Don't write on paper." And Jesus told him that in the manner he chose. Ezekiel had a little scroll that was covered in lamentations and woe, and it is not written on paper. So there's two things that are biblical that are not written on paper, and there's
People didn't
another
write
thing
on paper.
there's another thing that is not written on paper,
I think the
and it is
Egyptians did on papyrus, but the
the
No,
Pledge
but
of Noah.
No, people were writing on animal skins.
I'm listening.
No, I was just saying that they paper wasn't developed until I forget what time period, but it was in China, and they had papyrus, but even that wasn't quite paper.
Yeah, and I think the other part. Well, to be fair, though, I'm assuming the translators are transcribing a word for. I'm assuming it's a generic word for writing surface that's being transcribed, not the literal word for paper. Because I think that's what that is. They just took the generic word for writing surface and transcribed it into English as paper. Because at that point, paper is the only writing surface actually used. In the modern day, no one actually uses parchment for anything of real use. But yeah, I guess I find it fascinating at the same. I find it fascinating It's interesting. I've never been a Christian, right? I've read the thing. I was evangelized to, but I ended up as a Zen Buddhist, well, a rather very new Zen Buddhist. And Zen Buddhism has a rather dim view of revelations. It has a rather dim view in general of supernatural, all-powerful creator gods, because it tends to view that entire thing as non-existent.
Well, there's going to be a separation of the wheat from the chaff. So you either got the heart or you don't.
Here, so check this out.
Movement sleep or REM sleep.
Maybe
And
you'll
during
catch
REM
me
sleep, you
speaking
have
at
vivid,
Dallas
crisp,
Fort
lifelike
Worth
dreams.
Airport.
And to prevent you from acting
There'll
out
be a
these
separation of the wheat and the chaff that day. I believe you've seen
dreams
in
and
prophecy what's going to happen there.
hurting yourself, your brain temporarily paralyzes the entire body. Now, this is a smart thing because it prevents you from hurting yourself.
There's the frog.
Sometimes you wake up while you're still under the spell of REM paralysis.
I'll go with that. I would say, yeah, call
From
paralysis.
acting out these
I was
dreams and
paralyzed. And it was Satan. He didn't enter my body. He put a fire that paralyzed me onto my body. He didn't
brain
enter your body.
temporarily paralyzes the entire body. Now, this is a smart thing because it prevents you from hurting yourself. Sometimes you wake up while you're still under the spell of REM paralysis, leaving you stuck. In a sense, wakefulness and the dream world collide. So these conflicting signals, messages to your body to move, and no feedback coming back from the body, it creates a confusion and your sense of body image gets all distorted. Now, the way your brain deals with this confusion is by building your body image for you. So it says, let me, hallucinate what your body image looks like, and in a sense, like autocorrect or filling in the blank, it will create your body image for you. The result is bizarre bodily hallucinations. You can see your limbs rotate in the air or sink into the bed, or your entire body may project out there in space. You have an out-of-body experience. Now,
One of
this
the times
body
it
image
happened to me,
distortion also impacts.
it felt like my legs were lifted up above my head, but my head was stuck to the ground, to the pillow where I was laying. Do you know what the breastplate of righteousness and the helmet of salvation is? It's the Jewish light in your soul. That pearl of great wealth is the Jewish light, the Elohim. That pearl of great wealth is the breastplate of righteousness, the helmet of salvation. And you must grow it like a seed in ground. You must restore the soul for it to become the breastplate and the helmet. Now, I've got the breastplate now. and feebly, but I still don't have the full helmet. I'm still pretty much filthy dead gray ashes from the roof of my mouth to the top of my head. And it's going to be that way until the day I die, I suppose. And I don't understand that. I don't understand how the Messiah would not cleanse me and give me health so I could go about this work. How I could be afflicted with this ague. What is the purpose of that? I do not know, and I'm entirely frustrated. But that's the breastplate of righteousness. That Jewish light in our soul is the breastplate of righteousness. And you need to grow it into your chest and into your mind and become Jewish light. That's what the restoring of the temple is. The restoring of the temple that the Messiah came to perform is that. It's not a building built by the hands of men. It's our body.
So you don't think that there's going to be a third temple?
Your body is the third temple. What's inside of you is the temple. It's not a building in Jerusalem built with stones by men. It's you.
So just to be clear, you don't think there's going to be a third temple?
Well, if you turn that Jewish light in your soul and restore your soul up, yep, there's the temple. Restored.
No, I'm talking about a physical temple. Where is the Messiah going to reign from?
Jesus, would you shine the light of the dove upon the hands of those men and everybody watching the show? There's the temple. There's the ashes.
But he's asking about the Temple Mount. He's asking about the physical temple on the Temple Mount.
The light of the dove above my head is a revealing light. And it is showing you your hands now. That's the temple. Either restore it or don't.
He's not asking that question. He's asking about the physical temple. He's asking, is there going to be a development of the Temple Mount, the reconstruction of what was now the Temple of Solomon?
Well, talk like that is never going to restore your hands to Jewish life.
Also, I thought the whole message of Jesus was that it was supposed to be, on one hand, it's contradicting because you have this whole idea of Jesus, came to bring the law to everyone, but simultaneously he also calls a Phoenician woman a dog and doesn't want to teach her. And but no, the point I'm trying to make is,
Jesus, would you turn the light of the dove off on their hands now, please? Thank you.
I get the whole spiritual interpretation, but you don't think that there's going to be a physical third temple?
I believe that men swayed by Satan are going to imagine that they can build a building and that it will be the temple of God. Sure. Man's going to call it all kinds of things, but their mouths are perverted. Their tongues are dead ashes and corrupted. They seek money. Men seek pleasure. Men like that you must flatter them and give them a gift to get anything from them. To get them to do something, you have to give them something. But the real work of the Messiah is to give and expect nothing in return.
So then how come Jesus expects people to worship him?
I don't know that he said that.
So then
it's your choice.
That's not what Christians think.
I'm going to say a hard piece of meat to you now. Anybody that you see in America or worldwide that says that they are washed in the blood of Jesus, that they are a born-again Christian, they are liars. They are wizards. Everyone in every pulpit, in every Presbyterian, Baptist, Methodist, Lutherist, Catholic church on earth denies that Jesus returned, that Jesus rose from the dead after he was murdered on the cross. Every one of them. None of them
not true.
Are Christian. Not one. Not even one of them.
So nobody's Christian but you.
I'm not fully Christian right now. I'm not fully Jewish as I should be. I'm, like I said, I'm Christian up to about here. And then from here up, I'm still devil boy. So, you know, being Christian is something so great, and being Jewish is something so wonderful and good that I am far from being able to say that I am that. I want to be that.
Well, when you have to convert for that, unless
I'm a wicked man. I'm a brute. I've been evil.
You have to do Judaism. Judaism is a tribal religion. You have to convert into Judaism. You have to go to a mikvah. You have to get the there's a procedure for this. You have to go for a beit din. It's not a matter of you just get. It's not a leveling up process. You don't just a Pokemon evolve into a Jew when you accumulate enough good karma points. It's not how that works. They have to go for a beit din, and it's. And even in Judaism, they always have the perspective that you don't have to be Jewish to be righteous. That the Jews they have a separate mission of the sort, right? They have a separate obligation, keeping kosher and so on, studying Torah. But there's nowhere in the Bible does it say that a person has to be Jewish to be righteous. In fact, St. Paul, for instance, is very clear on this matter.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't know how you see doubt as something that is like ungodly. At the end of the day, if you like, for instance, isn't doubt what stops you from following the devil?
I mean, to be fair, also, you know, Israel.
I think what's going on here now is we're prating. We're getting wordy. You know, we're getting smarter than our own britches and coming up with this imagination stuff that really has no foundation anywhere other than imagination. That's where we're going in this conversation right now.
Everything you believe is from the New Testament, which is fine, but just as long as you realize that none of this is written in the Old Testament, and even the parts about Jesus being God, Jesus never says that. So even if let's assume that he is God, how come he never said that?
Well, you'll have to answer that for yourself.
How does that even work?
Think about it. If the whole idea is, oh, well, he didn't have to say it because everyone would know, then everyone would know, but everyone doesn't know. Like, there's this idea that when the Messiah comes, like, it's just a yes or no. The only way that the Messiah comes is that everyone will recognize them as the Messiah. Like, it doesn't matter if it's Jesus or whether it's whoever. Like, the Jewish idea of a Messiah is, like, at the end of the day, the requirement is that everyone recognizes them and that they meet the requirements. But the thing is that, like, for instance, Jesus, he doesn't meet it because he wasn't a Levite. Sorry. I mean, he wasn't from the tribe of Judah. His mom was, but lineage doesn't go through the mom; it goes through the dad.
The tribal membership versus the membership in the tribe of Israel, the nation of Israel, the children of Israel. So, funnily enough, that's one theory I've heard why they call him a virgin born, right? One theory I've heard, which is probably kind of offensive to Christians, but like the theory I've heard is that his father wasn't Jewish. That's the idea, is that he was recognized as they called him a virgin born, right? Like, because according to Jewish law, his mother wasn't married. Because the Jewish law doesn't recognize marriages to Gentiles, between Jews and Gentiles. So as far as the Jewish law is concerned, he was born without a father.
I'm not going to get on that rail. Thanks.
Let's see, where was it?
I believe this, that the Messiah appeared to everybody on earth on August 25th in the year 2005.
Well, it wasn't. I was alive, but I wasn't.
But he said, "Tell the vision," and perhaps a child lifted their hands and said, "It is he." And that he appeared again on November 5th, 2005, and February 22nd, 2006, saying the same thing.
If he appeared to everyone, how come you're the only one who knows?
I believe you do know that you're just a little embarrassed about it and you won't tell for whatever reason you have. I don't know what it is.
That's hilarious. So basically, that's no different than Muslims arguing that everyone was born a Muslim and that they just get indoctrinated into not being Muslim.
Well, I don't always know what to tell you, kid.
It's projection.
Oh, I know.
Also, he's like 25 years old. I don't think that counts as a kid.
To him I am. But either way, like, just the fact that you haven't ever considered that sleep paralysis might be an explanation for what you've been experiencing, like, on some level, is it possible maybe you don't want to be proven wrong? Like, if it turns out that's not a demon, that doesn't mean that Jesus is any less real. Like, in fact, it would, like, I mean, wouldn't it be preferable that you experiencing these devils, that it's not actually real devils? I mean, wouldn't that be preferable?
Well, I'm not going to be able to prove I'm smarter than you. More than likely, I'm not. But I'll
It's not a question of smarter. I'm just asking, would you rather to be haunted by demons or it be a medical condition that can be fixed with not even necessarily medication? Just I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but the point is that would you rather it be demons or would you rather it be a medical condition that can be fixed?
Well, that's certainly a question.
That's literally what it is.
So this is common in schizophrenics all the time. You know, the projection of an internal reality upon the entire world.
That's there's a Buddhist idea about that, right?
Well,
what is it?
But what if I said that guy saying those words, that very same thing that paralyzed that guy in the hat, that said in his head, "Don't tell the vision," is at the time he's recording that, getting into his head and giving him those lies of reason and logic descriptions.
Because we can see the MRI scans of the person's brain firing.
No, Karthik, you can't trust that. That's just Satan lighting up the MRI screen.
Of
well,
wait. So I have a question, Wesley. Do you believe that dinosaurs existed?
Only as dry bones. They never walked the earth in the flesh. They never had blood. That they are the one. Yeah. That they are the 1/3 of the angels.
That's the dragons.
That were cast.
They are the dragons. They're being dragons.
They are the 1/3 of the angels that were cast out of heaven by Jesus in the war in heaven.
They were giant
lizards.
They were giant lizards.
They were cast out by Michael, not by Jesus.
Wait, hold on a second. So basically, if I got this right, so the angels are lizards. So what is God like? An iguana? What? How does that even work? The angels are lizards?
No, but they had characters like they were a big, ferocious, toothy thing, but they wouldn't shake your hand.
There's a physical lizard
like a tyrannosaurus. Or they were a hermit that would hide away. And then if you got near them, they'd swat you with their tail. They were people. They were like we are flesh and blood here. They were of the spiritual flesh and blood in heaven. And 1/3 of them followed after Satan. And Jesus cast them out of heaven and immediately put them under the ground in the transformed dry bones. And their spirits are what are diseases and pestilences upon the world today.
Ariel, to be clear, how many levels of heresy is this?
If the angels said it is true, then I've got angels saying it's true.
You're muted, Ariel. We can't hear you.
Okay.
Ariel, yeah, you muted yourself.
If you know scripture from the Torah, you know that time is only on earth. Jesus created everything in 6 days and rested on the 7th.
God.
By the way, I asked him to show that to you 40 times yesterday. And
Ariel, to be clear, Ariel, to be clear, in the Old Testament, as you're the Hebrew scholar here, so how much in the Old Testament, where does it say exactly that lizard angel got thrown down from heaven and turned into dry bones, and that their spirits became plagues? How many levels of heresy is that?
I mean, it's
in the little book.
In what book? I've read the whole New Testament. He's read the Old Testament. Between us, we've read the whole thing. We each have one half. Neither of us can recall any verse in the Bible talking about dry bones.
Well, no, there is.
He that winks with the eye brings sorrow, but the prating fool shall fall.
What does that even mean? I mean,
It means he that winks with the eye brings sorrow, but the prating fool shall fall. That's
Okay,
what it means.
So I have a question. Have you ever read Galatians?
I've read Galatians. I'm not sure about him, but he's probably read it as well. But I read through it. It was.
Wait, no, I want to hear it. Have you read Galatians, Wesley?
I read the King James Version.
Yeah. Have you read?
Have I memorized it? No.
It strikes me that Paul had a really low bar for what counts salvation by works.
Right.
In his ministry, he was confronting people called Judaizers. And the Judaizers, who believed in Jesus in some sense, were coming around telling people that to be saved, you needed to have faith and you needed to be circumcised as well.
Right.
And Paul said the logic behind that would be we'd have to keep the whole law. But when I had my son, Zane, when he was just a little baby talking to a doctor about circumcision.
Hold on, I'm going to try to find one that's more. It seems like he's using this as a talking point for something else. Okay, here.
Can't go. Do this to clear out stuck poop.
Ugh.
Fiber helps you poop.
No thanks.
As we continue this class, we're in Galatians chapter 1, verse 8, which says, "But even if we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel to you than that which we have preached to you, let him be accursed." Verse 9,
Anathema.
said before, so now I say it again. If anyone preaches any other gospel to you than that which you have received, let him be accursed. Now,
So keep this in mind. Received meaning the gospel. So this is what's written. Like basically, if you're being told stuff by an angel that contradicts the gospel, then that's implicitly not an angel. What I'm saying is like how are you so like the whole point is that you're not supposed to trust what angels say to you because you can't know for certain that they're that they're good. Like, have you ever heard of that concept, the idea of the devil appearing in the guise of an angel?
The angel of light. I think that's. I don't know where that.
Some really strong words. He is saying accursed. This truly means damned forever in hell, complete separation from God for all of eternity. This is the seriousness that Paul is getting to. If anyone comes and preaches anything else, even if it's an angel from God who claims to say, everything is wrong out there, let me give you a different gospel, a different truth, run away from him. If you find a church and you're trying to say, okay, this is a great church, or maybe it's a church you've been a part of, and they add something else to it. They say, Jesus isn't enough, you have to do something more. You need to get away from that church. You need to stay away from this, because the truth of the gospel is that Jesus was enough. That's all it takes.
I mean, that's another point. If you believe that Jesus is enough, that he came to save you, how do you believe that demons have any power over you? I mean, like, for instance, like, something like that's never happened to me, but, I don't believe in Jesus. Like, I'm not saying it happened to you because you do believe in Jesus, because I don't think that makes sense. But at the same time, like, shouldn't you be protected by Jesus from these things if, and I guess that's my point. Like, it's one thing that, Jesus protects you from, like, spiritual ill, but not physical. Like, plenty of Bible believing Christians are injured or killed in accidents every day, but that doesn't mean that like they're not right with God because of that. I mean, if you want to talk about under spiritual attack, then basically, why believe in a God that allows you to be attacked like that? And basically, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but more so, basically, is it more likely that God's allowing you to be attacked like this, or is it more likely that this is keep in mind that merciful God is allowing you who've done nothing? I guess you're rationalizing it as you're a sinner, but at the end of the day, even if you're a sinner, isn't having faith good enough? Like the fact that you believe in Jesus, shouldn't that protect you from these spiritual attacks if they are spiritual?
Protect from spiritual attacks. You show me somebody in the Bible that was going about the will of the Lord of Sabbath, who everybody didn't attack.
No, but he wasn't.
Go ahead.
He wasn't following Jesus. He'd never heard of Jesus in his life.
Show me the person in the Bible that led people that other than Solomon, that sat in silken robes on velvet chairs as beautiful women serenaded them and they dined on fine watermelon. Show me that guy. There's Solomon, but other than him, everyone else had a real tough time. Take Samson. He had the power to beat the crap out of anyone. He had the strength to rip heavy rope into like threads, and then he got his hair cut and he lost his strength, and they gouged his eyes with hot metal pokers, and they didn't have a doctor or a pile of aspirin to give him while he was in that filthy, disgusting prison, trying, probably wretched and screaming in pain for weeks on end as infections festered. Hopefully the Messiah gave him a painkiller in a spiritual sense, but that wasn't an easy time. Look at David. He had a really tough time, and he had Jesus standing right there next to him the whole time. And only David.
Jesus is his descendant, I thought.
What?
The root of David.
Look, nobody that was a leader in the Bible had an easy time.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about physical protection. I'm talking about spiritual protection. What I'm saying is it more likely that God, like everyone else, is allowing you to succumb to these physical things and you're interpreting it as spiritual? Or are you, unlike the rest of his flock, somehow vulnerable to the spiritual attacks of Satan? Or are all Christians attacked to the spiritual attacks of Satan? And if so, then what's the point of Jesus dying?
I'm just going to listen to you for right now until I'm not so feeble. I'm going to be strengthened by the Lord of Sabbath. He's going to strengthen me mightily, but I'm not strengthened in that way yet. So it's probably best for me just to be quiet and listen to you. You sound like you could be a very intelligent young man, and you're obviously inquisitive. I'd like to hear what you have to say about it, and I'm sure that you want to tell everybody what you have to say about it. So let's do that.
I'm more interested in just showing about sleep paralysis.
To distinguish between self and other, the sense that I am me and you are you. And as the barrier between self and other dissolves, you mistake your projected body for a separate entity with its own free will. In my research in over 6 countries, we found that cultural explanations can have a big impact on how people experience sleep paralysis. Throughout history, there have been stories of people seeing and sensing ghosts during sleep. There are different beliefs for this. And in Egypt, people blame a jinn, an evil genie of sorts. In Italy, people talk about a pandafica, which is a giant cat or a witch attacking you. And in Denmark, people attribute it to things like stress. Those who have striking or supernatural beliefs about it tend to have it much more. They also have longer paralysis and greater fear. Once sleep paralysis is interpreted through the lens of fear, it leads to more anxiety and unwanted nighttime awakenings, in more sleep paralysis. This vicious cycle, which I call the panic hallucination model, continues to feed on itself until sleep paralysis becomes chronic, prolonged, and potentially even traumatizing. So how do you help these people? I've developed a psychological treatment called meditation relaxation therapy applied directly during sleep paralysis. In a pilot study in Italy, we showed promising results. A 50% plus reduction in sleep paralysis after using this therapy for only 8 weeks. But of course, we need to do more research to be sure of its benefit. Now, I still experience sleep paralysis now and then, and I get to explore my own theories. Sometimes I try to imagine ghosts just to see if I can create my own monsters. I'm usually unable to complete these experiments out of horror, but instead I resort to meditation relaxation therapy just to calm myself down. But scientists like myself are among a select group of people who can say they're working while sleeping.
I don't know that guy.
I mean, it's pretty clear there's a level of cognitive dissonance that, I mean, have you ever even gone to a sleep therapist or a sleep doctor?
Well, no.
And if you did, and they told you that they thought you had something like a sleep disorder, you wouldn't believe them, would you?
I've never talked with a doctor of sleep therapy or anything like that. I don't know. If you seem to enjoy watching films of other people discussing matters that sort of black visage the issues at hand.
Not at all. This is directly touching it.
Would you be willing to dig into your Google, YouTube there and pull up a video that I made? It's very short, and it will tell you what I have come to say.
Sure.
Look under Man of the Earth Tells the Vision or Wes Curry Tells the Vision. And it's exactly 10 minutes long, and it's graphic. And that will be what I come to tell everybody on Earth.
Man of the Earth Tells the Vision?
Yes.
Nothing showing up.
Then Wes Curry Tells the Vision. YouTube.
What's the channel name?
Should be either Nyon Film Sound or Wes Curry, Wesley Curry II. And there's probably 70 or 80 films there, so it's way down at the bottom of that list.
Which one, 4 years ago or 6 months ago?
4 years ago. Or 6 months. No, no, not that. 6 months ago. There, the one. Let's see if that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I come to tell. What you're going to hear on that thing is what Jesus gave me to teach all mankind.
All right, I gotta log out. We'll see you guys.
What? All right, take care.
Bye.
The vision that I had from Jesus Christ Yahweh. My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II. I am the little book, the little scroll in the book of Zephaniah in the Old Testament of the King James Version of the Bible. Are the words, the howling of the second. That's me. Of the King James Version of the Bible. Are the words, the howling of the second. That's me. and the noise of the cry of the fish gate. That is the 144,000 chosen virgins that shall march through the valley of Armageddon.
So where is this from? It's in Zephaniah what?
The howling of the second, the noise of the cry of the fish gate, is in Zephaniah. I'm Wesley Lawrence Curry the second.
All right, Zephaniah 1:10. Also, just before I forget here, have you ever heard the story or some variation of it? So, Rabbi Yoshua ben Levi said to Elijah, "When will the Messiah come?" Elijah said to him, "Go ask him." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi asked, "Where is he sitting?" Elijah said to him, "At the entrance of the city of Rome." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi asked him, "And what is his identifying sign by means of which I can recognize him?" Elijah answered, "He sits among the poor who suffer from illnesses." And all of them untied their bandages and tied them all at once. But the Messiah unties one bandage and ties one at a time. He says, "Perhaps I will be needed to serve to bring about the redemption. Therefore, I will never tie more than one bandage, so that I will not be delayed." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi went to the Messiah. He said to the Messiah, "Greetings to you, my Rabbi and my teacher." The Messiah said to him, "Greetings to you, Bar Levi." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi said to him, "When will the Master come?" The Messiah said to him, today. Sometime later, Rabbi Joshua ben Levi came to Elijah. Elijah said to him, "What did the Messiah say to you?" He said to Elijah that the Messiah said, "Greeting, shalom to you, Bar Levi." Elijah said to him, "He thereby guaranteed that you and my father will enter the world to come, as he greeted you with shalom." Rabbi Joshua ben Levi said to Elijah, "The Messiah lied to me, as he said to I am coming today, and he did not come." Elijah said to him that this is what he said to you. He said to you, that he will come, quote, "today, if you will listen to his voice," end quote. Rabbi Yosei ben Kizma's students asked him, "When will the son of David come?" Rabbi Yosei ben Kizma said, "I'm hesitant to answer you, lest you request from me a sign to corroborate my statement." They said to him, "We're not asking from you a sign." Rabbi Yosei ben Kizma said to him, You will see when this existing gate of Rome falls and will be rebuilt, and will fall a second time and will be rebuilt, and will fall a third time, and they will not manage to rebuild it until the son of David comes." The student said to him, "Our rabbi gave us a sign." Rabbi Yosei ben Kizma said to him, "But didn't you say to me that you are not asking me for a sign?" They said to him, "And nevertheless provide us with a sign." Rabbi Yosei ben Kizma said to him, if it is, as I say, the water of the cave of Panias will be transformed into blood." The Gemara relates, and it was transformed into blood. At the time of his death, Rabbi Yosef ben Kizma said to his students, "Place my coffin deep in the ground." Shoot, I don't know how I was trying to connect that. Never mind. But have you ever heard that?
No.
Also, here, check this out real quick. We'll go back to your video. But
Hi, I'm David Rankin, talking to you about my new book, The Cosmic Shekinah, which I co-authored with Sarita Diesti, which has recently been published by Apollonia Books. The Cosmic Shekinah is about the wisdom goddess, who is the goddess of the Old Testament and the Kabbalah, and traces her from her origins through to her expressions in various religions, and particularly through the Kabbalah. Now, a number of people have asked why we use the image of the dove on the cover of the book. The reason for this is that the dove is particularly associated with wisdom goddesses. Now, in the ancient world, with goddesses such as Astarte, we see a connection with the dove. Also, with the wisdom goddess in the Bible, the Old Testament has the dove in the Song of Solomon, which is the love story between Yahweh, God, and his bride, the Shekinah. So the Shekinah there is particularly associated with the dove. Also in the New Testament, in all four of the Gospels, the Holy Spirit, which is considered to be the Shekinah as well, at the baptism of Jesus, when the Holy Spirit descends, it's in the form of the dove. So Shekinah has a very strong association with doves. As I mentioned, other wisdom goddesses also do so. A number of the Gnostic texts particularly associate Sophia, the Gnostic goddess of wisdom, with the dove as well. And there are also references in those to the Virgin Mary having associations with doves. So the connection between the dove and wisdom as the divine feminine is a particularly strong one, and we felt that it was very appropriate to have this on the cover of our book. The book, The Cosmic Shekinah, is available at all good esoteric bookshops and is available online at the usual outlets such as Amazon and Barnes & Noble, or you can buy it direct from the publishers at www.avaloniabooks.co.uk.
So,
yeah,
divine feminine has no place when all that is ever spoken of is he, which is man's projection onto the divine of his own physiology and biology, and makes no place for the counterpart in the same species, let alone in a cosmos that there would be a feminine aspect to the divine.
So, do you know what this was it Sha'ar Hadagim, the fish gate, is a reference to?
Is that to
The
do with
fish
the
gate
Dagon?
is the 12 tribes of Israel. They are all young Jewish children. They were all know the pledge of Noah without their parents having told it to them. It's just, they're briefly described in that 10-minute video that I asked you to show.
Yeah, we'll continue with that. I just like what do you understand the fish gate as? The gate itself.
Well, a gate is a walk, the way a person walks. That's what the gate of heaven is. When you walk, that's what a gate is. A gate is can also be described as a pair of doors that open up into a kingdom. But to me, gate means the manner of your walk. The gate of a lion.
That's GAIT, and it's completely different in Hebrew. Because the word in Hebrew is sha'ar, which means a gate, an entrance gate. Like
And the ultimate gate is the mother's womb, the vagina from which we are born out of the house of her womb, coming through the gate of her vagina.
That's interesting. That's got a note of song to it.
But anyway, here, let's go back to where is it? Here? No, here. Wait, no, here. 1 second. Where was
And there is no man on the earth that did not come out of a woman. And that is inverted with the rib to invert the power.
Well, even then, it's arguable because, and I don't mean like that you're wrong, I mean that you're right, but it might not even be that, because the thing is, people understand basically Adam Kadmon, or like this primordial Adam, to be, male, and that the female was created from him. But if you read the Hebrew, Adam was created male and female, and then from their side, Eve was taken. But the question is that if you have one piece of loaf and you split it into two ones, which one's the original? Like, the original was just as much Adam as it was Eve, and just as much Eve as it was Adam.
Well, the one being smaller makes it diminutive, makes it a piece of the former whole rather than a half.
But
being a rib, that's definitely
no. But
not like splitting the form down the back that was, connected at the back with two heads. That would have been the male-female original form. The rib story definitely, and that actually goes back to the Sumerian goddess T, and I think it was inverse on that the goddess's rib was taken to create the man.
Yeah. So Us also who is also he. It can also be it. But the other thing that I was going to say is that shoot, what was it you were just saying right before this?
About the rib of the goddess.
Oh, right. The rib, that's a Christian interpretation. I mean, it's one of the ways to read it from Hebrew, but it's only one of the ways. It's just as legitimate tradition that it means like a part, or took from the side, he took a side. I mean, so it's like it's ambiguous enough that it's not certain. But either way, the point is that like it basically, if you take one thing, split it in half, which one comes from which? Because one
Well,
isn't.
as they're spoken of later. I mean, Eve is the female and Adam is the male, even though Adam means mankind more broadly originally. I mean, there's a definite, split that occurs. I mean, the male is exalted. The patriarchal system is clear that the man is to be above the woman, as the woman is to be above the child, as the child is above the animal. It's a hierarchy. And I think that's an inversion of
But
the old
again, that
priesthood.
like I'm not dismissing the patriarchy in Judaism, but the idea of like the man being above the woman and the woman above the child, that's a Christian idea. Like the idea in Judaism is that ezer kenegdo, it means a helper to be against, and they are for each other. It's not like the woman wasn't created to help the man. It was if you read it, it was so that, and again, it's also difficult because so once you have the man and the woman, the Hebrew it's Adam ve'isha, so it's Adam and his wife, but later she gets a proper name, which makes me think that it might have originally been Adam, mankind, that gets split into two, made into Ish and Isha, and then eventually they're given the names. But it's one of, I don't know. It's like, again, that's
There's
just
kind of a drift that happens. It goes from a more neutral place to a definite dichotomy. It's like the genealogies they originally the whole genealogies mention the mother and the father and who they begat, and the mother and the father and who they begat. Later on, it just mentions the father. You don't know who the mother was. So I mean, it's a drift that occurs in the culture that was already going on before it was kind of culled out of the Sumerian system. They were already de-emphasizing the goddesses and the priesthood that was priestesses of the temples. And as warriors donned their swords, as metal came in, walls had to be built around cities. Everything was a conquest situation. Those warriors would come in and they would no longer adhere to the system of listening to the priestesses. And it was like in the Native American tradition, there's a council of women and they appoint the war chief. So he's the war chief, but he was appointed by the council of women. And that's the older order that was overturned.
Yeah, you see it in Judges as well, where Deborah is in charge of Barak, and when he doesn't want to fight because he's too scared, she tells him, "You have to fight, otherwise, everyone's going to lose." And she it's not as simple as she just tells him to go out and he does it. She's the pivotal role. If it's not for her, it doesn't get won. She tells him that the battle won't be won by the hands of a man, but by the hands of a woman. And he thinks it's referring to her, but it ends up actually being Yael who puts a tent peg through the skull of the technically the Canaanite general, but some people say it's Assyrian. I don't know. But at the end of the day, the point is that, yeah, you definitely have this reflected in the older part. Like, for instance, the Song of Deborah is one of the oldest parts of the Bible.
And so I don't know if Wes is getting it yet, that the Shekinah is the Holy Spirit, Sophia, is the feminine aspect of God.
Or arguably the spouse or the bride of God. Anyway, here, let's...
The cry of the fish gate. That is the 144,000 in the book of Zephaniah in the Old Testament, of the King James Version of the Bible, are the words, the howling of the second. That's me. And the noise of the cry of the fish gate. That is the 144,000 chosen virgins that shall march through the valley of Armageddon and sing a song that no man can sing. Now I'm going to tell you the lyrics to that song. From a hill I saw full moon in a vision from Jesus Christ. The meaning of the full white moon is that I am failing Jesus Christ, blaming and accusing anyone of anything. And now I'm going to tell you the lyrics to that song. From a hill I saw full moon in a vision from Jesus Christ. The meaning of the full.
So, I mean, the full moon is another symbol of the goddess. Like, I mean, it's interesting because there's definitely something to like what you're being presented with. I just like the fact that you're so sure of what it means. I mean, I don't know how.
I put it like this: in down to earth terms, the moon we have been shown is a dusty, gray, dirted planet that has no light emitting from itself, that it only reflects sunlight at night. It doesn't shine any light of its own on the world. It only reflects off its dead, gray, dusty surface the light that we see from it, from the sun reflected off of it into our eyes at night.
Exactly, just like we can't experience God, but we can experience His grace.
So when I blame or accuse you, I fail you. And when I fail you, I fail God. Whenever I blame or accuse you of anything, I fail you, young man. I sin against you whenever I blame or accuse you. And that's how I fail. When I fail you, I failed Jesus. When I fail you blaming or accusing you of anything wrong, I failed Jesus. I'm like, when I blame and accuse you, I'm like a dead gray body who I'm just reflecting from my imaginations about you, things that may never have even happened, but I'm just damn sure that I'm right and you're
So
wrong, and I'm going to blame
you declared all these other gods as false gods.
Well,
Marduk and
I've
all of
erred
that.
in blaming and accusing.
So are you
I
failing
err greatly
those
in that.
people in their authentic personal revelation?
I hope that you never do blame or accuse people, but I have, and I've been wrong every time I did. Every time I blamed and accused a person, a little part of my soul became a flake of dead ash. The wages of sin is death. So that's what the meaning of the moon is. For Michael, the archangel, when disputing over the bones of Moses, durst not make a railing accusation. Michael would not even blame Satan. Michael was in a dispute over the bones of Moses. Michael, the archangel, and Satan were disputing about the bones of Moses. And Michael, the archangel, would not blame and accuse even Satan.
So the moon pulls the tides, affects the oceans, and minces the woman's cycles. And your fish gate has to do with the water breaking as you were born, the baptism into this world.
Well, the fish gate would probably lovingly dispute with me because I'm using TV, and they never do. They never use TV.
So the moon pulls the
Okay,
ocean.
so let's read this. The word of God that came to Zephaniah, son of Cushi, son of Gedaliah, son of Amariah, son of Hezekiah. Oh, wow, Gedaliah. I think he was the one that was assassinated after he supposedly collaborated with the Assyrians. Or, no, Babylonians. During the reign of King Josiah, son of Ammon of Judah, I will sweep everything away from the face of the earth, declares God. So also notice this: the earth isn't just some inanimate thing. It's not saying from the surface of the earth. It's saying the face of the earth. Look, Pnea Adama, the face of the earth. Ne'um Adonai, declares the Lord. I will sweep away human and animal. And so, interestingly, this word asef means to gather. I will gather man and beast. I will gather the birds of the heavens and the fish of the sea, and machselot. What is this? Overthrown mass, stumbling block, and stumble at Harashaim the wicked, the Hakera. I'll just read this. And destroy. Let's see. Destroy mankind. It's cut down mankind from upon the face of the earth. Thus says the Lord. I will stretch out my hand. I will stretch out my hand over Judah, and therefore, and upon this, upon all the dwellers of Jerusalem, and I will cut them off from the place, from this place, et Sha'ar, Habal. Oh, every remainder of Baal, but yeah, no, Sha'ar is with the I. So every remainder of Baal, and the name Hakmarim, what's this word? And the idolatrous priests, along with the priests, every vestige of the Baal, and the name of the notice this, the name of the idolatrous priests along with the priests. So it, let's see, and to those who bow down on the roofs. Okay, yeah, the et mishtachavim, the bowers upon the heaven, the bowers upon the roofs, to the host of the heavens, and the bowers, hanishbaim, that swear to God, and swear by Milcom. So this is like, is it? So this is like referencing like Moloch.
And so it's high holy places when they don't have a high altar or a mountainside to go up on the rooftop, because the original gods were these stars and planets. This whole thing with the moon, Venus, the morning star, which Christ is referred to as the morning star, and it goes back to the goddess Inanna. And initially, that's where in the heavens the gods, interacted, and they are then anthropomorphized, but they are each a light of heaven to begin with. Astrotheology.
Let's see. So, and those who have forsaken God, and those who have not sought God, and have not made inquiry, be silent before my what's this? Has mipnei. So be quiet before Adonai, Adonai, or literally Adonai Yahweh, before my sovereign Yahweh. Kikarov Yom, because the day is close, because the day of God, the day of the Lord is close. That they'll that the Lord will establish. Prepare Zavacha, like a sacrificial feast. Hikdish. He has called out for them to purify. I'm not sure the context. And on the day of God's sacrifice, I'll punish the officials and the king's sons. What's this? King's sons, apparently brothers of King Ammon. This is Bnei Amelech, yeah. But all kol ha-levoshim, and upon their shame. No, the clothing, malbush nekari, like a foreign, those who don foreign vestments. I will also punish on that day everyone who steps over the threshold, which means don a foreign vestment, who fill their master's palace.
With deceit.
What?
The word is that cross over the threshold to fill their master's house with deceit.
Hold on. So let's see. So the pakad fakadti, I will was it fear? Pakad? No, punish. It's muster, number, reckon, punish, appoint. I will punish al kol hadoleg, upon all to leap, spring over, upon all that jump over, al hamiftan, threshold. Beyom hahu, on that day, hamlaim. See, what is it? Let's see. On that day, the fillers of Beit Adonaihem, the fillers of their masters, they will fill their master's house with violence. And
that's a perversion. The word in scripture written by the Messiah is deceit, not violence.
No, if you would have listened, violence is Hamas, umirma, which is deceit.
Yeah. No, that's the word of Allah you're speaking there. You're wielding the fangs of the frog there, kid.
Dude, this is the are you serious? This is Hebrew.
Yeah, okay, Suet.
Dude, Are you
Fanged-
serious? This is
Fanged frog.
Hebrew.
Fanged frog. Pepe.
Like, you're the one that thinks I was disagreeing with you. You cut me off before I could finish, and deceit. You're the one who's like convinced that I'm out here to misrepresent it or something.
Well, the frog-headed gods were part of the primordial set
Yeah, don't
among the
Kermit
Sumerians,
Scruggs again.
and it represented the salt water and the sweet water where they met. Is where life came to be.
Yeah, I never saw Darth Kermit on Jim Henson.
There's some venomous toads for show.
Well, go back to the film there and show that and quit cutting it off. And we give it a chance.
I wasn't cutting it off. We were reading the Bible, unless the Bible's too much for you.
That video is the Bible.
Oh
no, it isn't.
Pride.
The angels say it is.
The angel, if any angel come to you with a new gospel, cursed be them.
If it weren't, you'd be showing it.
Like, following your own internal logic, you could just as well be being deceived by a demon. But if you would follow what your word says, you wouldn't even be tempted to listen to what this so-called angel has to tell you.
Well, you say.
No, that's what the Bible says.
They're giving mixed messages. See that a lot of people are getting different signals.
Well, you saying that all these things this rabbi guy says is the Bible. So what's the difference?
Well,
what rabbi?
That one you were talking about before.
I literally don't know what you're talking about.
You've already forgotten it. Huh?
You're ready to abandon Scripture as frozen.
No, what rabbi? What rabbi did I show?
You were reading something about some rabbi talking about how the Messiah talked to him and this and that, and you're saying that that's Scripture.
It's a parable. The whole point is that you can't ask for signs. You can't know when the Messiah is going to come. And if you're taking that literally, then you're missing the point. Most of the Talmud is parable.
Well, I speak on things that touch upon all flesh.
If that were the case, wouldn't everyone follow what you, or like, wouldn't everyone be agreeing with you?
Well, either show it or don't. It's up to you. It's okay with me.
I'm trying to find the video. Okay, there it is.
That I am failing Jesus Christ, blaming and accusing anyone of anything. And around the moon, in the vision I had from Jesus Christ, an aura the color of bronze. The meaning of the aura, that I failed Jesus Christ, denying that I had this vision. The stars were gone in the night sky, as it is written in the word. All the stars.
Wait, so the moon was bronze?
No, there was a bronze aura.
Well, okay,
like,
so bronze aura.
Like a filthy, dirty aura. Not a pleasant, white, crystalline refractory of light. It was like there was some kind of burning tire fire that blew smoke up and made the aura look bronzish or dirty.
And so this
like
is
an
all a
oil
remix.
fire.
So this is all a remix of imagery. So it's
I
derivative.
saw this one time, and I spent 8 years of my life telling it on the streets of Chicago. I didn't see it every night.
And what other
I
people
saw
have
it
seen?
one time.
And what other people have seen?
As many as the blades of grass.
I mean, like, for instance, I've seen things as well, but, like, does that mean, like, I mean, like, at the end of the day, everyone has their own UPG, unverified personal gnosis, because you can only know what you saw, nobody else can. For all I know, you could just be making this up. I don't think you are, but the point is that you can never know what someone else is saying is true, which is why it's only when everyone or multiple people are seeing the same thing without prompting that you can know that there's something there.
Well, when I tell the vision, all the world feels a feeling of comfort, of peace, like a Hanukkah day, like a Christmas day.
And not.
Well, I can shut it too.
I'm just saying it's
Look,
not as universal as you
I'm
think.
starting to get the idea that you guys are similitude. I've also noticed that every time I shut it, similitudes start coming out of the woodwork and allowing me to speak a little bit more than they normally cut me off on. So
You're welcome, I guess. I'm not.
the strange apparel shall be punished.
Shall fall into the earth. There was a river in the middle of the valley, and it was curved like a letter C, and there was no wind on the surface of that water. For after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind shall not blow upon all the surface of the earth, nor upon any sea, nor upon any tree. On the left side of the valley I saw a row of straight trees, branchless and thin. I am failing, Jesus, from my branchless faith. And there were bright green leaves on top. In a single cluster, they mean I am failing, Jesus, by not anonymously.
So, do you know what that symbol of a parched tree in the desert, or not even necessarily desert? The word midbar just means wilderness, but a parched tree without branches or like without foliage in the desert or wilderness means?
No.
So here, let me just pull this up and then we'll go back to this because this is something that when I found this, it shocked me. So it's Ezekiel. This I practically know some of it like the back of my hand. So Ezekiel 19. Vatasa kina, and you are to like lift kina a dirge, a funeral dirge, al nisiye Yisrael, over the princes of Israel. The marta ma imcha lavia, and say what your mother, like what a lioness was your mother, Lavia's lioness. Bain arayot, between lions, ravatsa, she prayed, betoch kafirim, beneath, between the like the lion, the lion, like the little lions, she reared her cubs. Here, I'll just read the English. She raised up one of her cubs. He became a great beast. He learned to hunt prey. He devoured people. Nations heeded the call against him. He was dragged in their snare. They dragged him off with hooks to the land of Egypt. When she saw herself defeated, her hope frustrated, her hope defeated, she took another one of her cubs and set him up as a great beast. He stalked amongst the lions. He was a great beast. He learned to hunt prey. He devoured people. He raped their widows, laid waste their city. So it's also it's also possible it's actually ravaged their castles, because here this word almanotav, it means either widow or castle. It's not really certain, but laid waste their cities. The land and all in it were appalled at the sound of his roaring. Nations from the countries round about arrayed themselves against him. They spread their net over him. He was caught in their snare. But we'll get to it soon. With hooks, he was put into a cage. They carried him off to the king of Babylon and confined him in a fortress, so that never again would his roar be heard on the hills of Israel. Here, Imecha kagefen, your mother was like a vine, or like a grapevine, bedamecha, either in your blood or in your image. Almayim shatula, along the water she was planted. Priya, the anefa, she was fruitful and had many branches. Haita mimayim rabim, she was from the great waters. V'yihiula, and for her there were matot oz, staffs of strength. El shivtei mishlim, for the tribes to rule. V'tigvoa, and they towered komato high, albain avotim, in amongst or in the midst of the foliage. V'yara bigadhu, and it was seen by its height, berov delatava, by the greatness of its, or like by its towering boughs. So here's where it gets to it. V'tutash bechema, and she was plucked up in fury or in anger, la'aretz, to la'aretz hashulcha, she was sent or like thrown down to the ground. Veruach hakadim, and the wind of the east. Hovish priya, withered her fruitful branches. Vitif now I'll just read the rest. They broke apart and dried her up, and her mighty Veyavshu and Mate Uza, her staff of strength, was consumed by Esh Achal Tahu, like by a consuming fire. Now she is planted in the desert, in ground that is arid and parched. Fire has issued from her twig-laden branch and consumed her boughs. She is left without a mighty rod, a scepter to rule with. This is a dirge and has become a familiar dirge.
Yeah. When Jesus said no time to talk Allah, he meant you're not telling that dream that I'm telling in that video.
Wow, someone's a bit obsessed with themselves.
No, Jesus said no time. He didn't say it to me.
So wait, so Jesus speaks through you?
Sometimes.
How do you know that's Jesus, though?
I have to be very, very strong about that. I should be much quieter. I should not let my tongue speak too much. I really shouldn't.
Giving 10%
So that all seemed to be goddess imagery to me.
Well, that
The
vision
lion.
and its meaning is that vision and its meaning is in every chapter, every book of the Bible.
Well, again, that kind of goes with the Shekinah, the goddess aspect of God. That the lions, she raised them up, her cubs. She seemed to be the tree at the one point, and the bird, I believe,
and the water.
So water is this ultimate symbol of the mother. So all of that seems to be. You may not know you have the goddess speaking through ye.
He's given me great freedom concerning what I say. The only thing I know of Jesus Christ's spoken word in our generation is that he said, "It is time." A moment passed. He poured of his spirit on all flesh, that the young men see dreams, the old men see visions. And then the devil, the beguiler, Satan, said, "Sad and delicious."
So
And
what
that
did she
Jesus
say? So what did you said? What he said? What did she say? She has no place, does she? She is just woman.
You want to help
Hello.
me? You want to help me
Less than.
chaperone 144,000 Jewish children to Megiddo? I'd hire you. I could use some help. I got 144,000 kids to gather around the world and take them to Armageddon. You want to help?
Like Papa Smurf? Is it going to be like the
I
Smurfs?
could use
All the
No,
all the
No, it'll
Smurfs
be like
I could use someone. I could use someone
Gargamel. You
like
got to
you.
have a Gargamel in there to create a Smurfette.
no, zero. It'll be Peter Pan and the Lost Boys.
No, like you said, if it's all male, then how can it create or generate anything without
Come
the
on,
woman?
we're gonna fall Chinese and Russian armies at our feet. We're gonna turn Mecca into dust. We're gonna speak the words for Jesus, and he's
That's
gonna
the
turn
male
Mecca
energy.
into
That's
dust.
the male energy for sure. Ye shall smite them with thy phallus.
Easily, it'll be really easy. That part, it's nothing's too difficult for him.
The cock
But
is the sword. Yeah, the cock is the sword.
Hold on. I'll put back on the video in a second. I just remembered something. Just one moment.
Bring her down. Call her in.
Have you ever heard of Francesca Stavrokopoulou?
I don't even think I
Yeah.
could pronounce her name.
Yeah,
Savakapulu?
I believe she was on Myth Vision a ways back, or maybe it was Neil Gnostic.
Oh, I think both. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Here.
Any kind of high god, a creator god especially, is essentially a fertility god. Fertility was a particularly masculine attribute. And so any high god, fertility god, creator god worth his salt is equipped with, a a sizable penis, and it's a penis that's incredibly potent. So, you know, we read certain texts where we get these clear allusions to Yahweh's genitals. One of them is in Ezekiel chapter 1, where the prophet sees this human-shaped God, his deity Yahweh, sitting on the throne, and the deity's body is covered with fire and lights and all sorts of kind of wondrous cosmic splendors. Top half of his body is covered, the bottom half of his body is covered, but the bit that's revealed is loins, which is, you know, that's the usual translation, but actually the word means, it's quite straightforward, it's genitals. So, you know, this was a deity who was equipped like any other male creator fertility deity. He had a penis and he knew what to do with that.
Oh, beautiful. 3.5 years, 3.5 years into the hell on earth, 7-year period of time. 3.5 years into that, I am going to be the one that administers the wound that heals to the head of the beast. And I administer it by telling that vision. The way the 144,000 12 tribes of Israel, the remnant, shall be sealed in their foreheads is by telling that vision. The way that armies are going to drop dead at our feet is we're going to tell that vision.
And so there you have it. You have the goal, you have the want, you have the desire of
Telling that
an
vision
aggrandized role, one to have a
I
cosmic
am
level
guilty.
role.
I am guilty, very much so, of the sin of boasting, and I err in that way. I'm trying to get through to people. I'm feeble, and I'm not witty.
Well, we
So
see that
I do that.
we see that people in this world follow people with confidence. It doesn't mean they're right at all. It just means they display confidence.
Yeah. Well.
And so that's what we learn to mimic. And that's what we want to be as well. We don't want to be lowly. Why would we want that? So we need to be something grand. We need to have some part in a grand plan.
Sure. Yeah.
And the imagination is an endless well
Oh
that we
boy,
can spin all kinds of
terrible place.
scenarios of how we might play such a role. And it's not a totally horrid goal, but it you know, lends to a lot of self-deception, pride, and it's not involving a lot of humility necessarily.
Well, had I not told that vision, Jesus would not have heard my prayer to heal 2 teeth. He would not have heard or answered my prayer to destroy nuclear bombs, to send you fish and bread, to send mankind healing. He wouldn't have done it.
But nuclear bombs still exist, and like
Yeah,
plenty
they sure do. I'm still concerning. I'm still considering what I should pray to him about that. I don't like praying to him something he will not answer. I don't like praying to him for big huge things that he will do something less on. I want to nail it. I want to get it exactly right. I want to say, would you get rid of 100 nuclear bombs from Russia, China, and America, 20 from France and England, and 10 from Israel and all the Middle East people?
What if
I
there
do
be
it
but
like that.
yeah, what if there be but 10 righteous men left in the village? Oh, I'm going to destroy it. What if there's one?
Right.
What if there's one or 10?
There's just one. What if there's just one?
You got to bargain with this demiurge to not
Yeah.
destroy the cult of the calf. I'm going to kill them all. No, don't do that, Lord. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah, well.
Well, I guess so. Oh, so there's room. So there's actually magic. You're casting magic spells upon this demon, god, whatever you want to consider it. It's this greater force has a greater power. It doesn't mean it's the power. It just means it's a lot more power than you. But even that, you believe you have some power over. And that is magic. That's what casting spells are. Speak it with thy tongue to make it come forth into being. And that's what people do. They align themselves with the cosmic self and get a flow going, get an energy directed.
Well, roll film. Let's see how it goes.
Here, let's watch a bit more.
Partridge in a pear tree.
Those who need it. I failed Jesus Christ not anonymously tithing. On the right side of the valley, I saw large palm leaves. The upper ones dark green, the bottom ones dark green with an orange-red center, and weeds and crabgrass grew under them. In the book of Jeremiah, they are described this way. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. Their needs they must be borne, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it in them to do good. That is how the interpretation of those palm trees. Large dark green leaves on top, dark green and orange red on the bottom, weeds and crabgrass under branchless, curving trunks. Mean, I am failing Jesus Christ, not getting involved. There was a spinning path of gold and silver and platinum. Circular saws half in the ground. Spinning without machine. Counterpart.
Why is there a Harry Potter goblin there?
Yeah, actually, I photoshopped the face of Donald Trump on that one.
I was gonna say the graphics were not too bad in the first one there.
How is that Donald Trump?
Who says the people that made Harry Potter didn't see this dream and fashioned the goblins and green gods after it?
No, that's an anti-Semitic stereotype.
Okay.
No, like actually, the way they're depicted, it is.
They had bigger heads in the vision. Their heads were like zippy.
Say that again. What was that?
Their heads were like zippy in the vision.
No, Ari, about the Harry Potter thing.
There were multiple.
Who says the people that made the costumes in Harry Potter didn't see the vision and used that to fashion their goblins and green gods?
So yeah, I'm still wondering what the imagery is. The rowling anti-Semitic.
The two creatures, they mean I fail you guys. Whenever I'm double-tongued and double-hearted and double-minded, I sin against you. When I sin against you, I sin against God.
We talk
And
about
that's
like
what
the
they mean. Like if I were to say something wicked behind your back, and then you turned around and looked at me and said, Wes, what did you just say? And then I'd say, oh, I didn't say anything. I didn't say that. I'm a Christian. Praise Jesus. I wouldn't say that. Oh, I probably made you feel like I cut your foot off. And I would be very much against you in that way. And it's wicked of me to be that way. And I don't want to be that way.
That reminds of
But
Christ saying, why should I give crumbs to the dogs when my own people are starving? Turned away from the woman seeking healing. And she said that if I but touch the hem of his robe, the healing will happen. And she touched him. And he said, what happened? Who touched me? I felt the power go away from me. Again, this is stealing thunder from your God.
Clockwise. They buzzed with a perfect.
Oh, right. That's what I was going to say. So how many of these goblins, like, did you actually see these goblins?
Yes, I saw them one time in like 2003 in November. There were two of them. They were wearing black suits with white pinstripes. They had little string ties on and very shiny, polished buckles on their shoes. They were shorter than the circles of metal spinning behind them.
And you said you'd been using drugs up till then?
Yes, I was a drug addict in those days.
And was DMT among any of them that you know?
No, it was just wicked. It was sorcery. Using drugs without a doctor's prescription is, and so I was doing that. I was partying just like, everybody else in my age group that I hung out with. I was a very wicked man, very wicked.
But DMT is something that supposedly actually is a component produced in the body as well. And
There's
that
people
can
who have
cause
never
visions
done drugs and have
people have been known to have these encounters with goblins or elves or angels and such on the DMT.
Let's see. I'm trying to find a small video on that.
Keep going. We're almost halfway through now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sound of whirring, as though perfectly honed. Their edges were serrated and lusty, cankered. The cankered gold and silver, written in the book of James. They mean this: the formation of them, not more than 4 in a row, diagonal rows all. I am failing Jesus Christ, walking a crooked path. And the spinning, I am failing Jesus Christ, doing magic, wizardry, sorcery, and witchcraft. Now, magic means watching more than 10 minutes of TV a day. Watching too much television is magic.
I'm sorry, how is that magic?
Sorcery means using a drug without a doctor's.
Okay, wait. How is watching more than 10
That one
minutes
sort of is. Using a drug without necessarily a doctor's approval.
No, even
that does
with.
branch into magic.
Even with, though, I mean, think about it. They literally discovered medicines, and I mean, but no, Wesley, how is watching more than 10 minutes of TV magic?
To my understanding, that's what magic is.
I mean, have you ever looked into like I mean, maybe ancient magic is a really interesting thing. I mean, it has like, it's not what people think. It actually has a lot to do with the development of medicine.
Well, the 3 magi that came to the Christ child that followed the stars, being astrologers and bringing the frankincense and myrrh, which were components of the drugs to induce ecstatic situations, visions of God, and that's the origin of the term magic.
It's interesting how he connects it with
and again, that's Zoroastrian related or Indo.
Oh, shoot, where am I?
But certainly the technology can be used to shape minds.
But you're just getting to the part where the foot gets cut off.
By the saw?
The action sequence.
Oh, it's got a gore. It's got a gore moment in there. Can't have some Hollywood without some gore.
Being sluggish with the Holy Spirit. Seeing Jesus and not saying anything about it is being sluggish with the Holy Spirit.
That's what witchcraft is.
Wizardry. That means selling a prayer for money. Telling someone if you give them money, their prayer will be answered. Magic, wizardry, sorcery, and witchcraft. I have done those things, and I failed Jesus Christ every time I did. I hope you don't, and I try not to. But I failed Jesus Christ doing magic, wizardry, sorcery, and witchcraft is the meaning of the spinning of those circular saws. And the buzzing, it means that I am failing Jesus Christ whenever I cuss, whenever I speak ill of my brother, whenever I have impure thoughts. I have had them. And I failed Jesus Christ every time I did. And I confess that. It means that I am failing Jesus Christ whenever I cuss, whenever I speak ill of my brother, whenever I have impure thoughts. I have had them.
Boy, oh boy, have I ever had them.
So,
weary of it.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by impure thoughts, but isn't like the whole point is that it's about your actions. If like,
well, I fail you. I like to bring it down to earth. I fail you, young man, when I have impure thoughts, when I cuss, when I speak ill of you. I fail you, and I don't want to fail you. And when I fail you, I fail God.
So what this also fits into is sort of Jungian concepts of the collective unconscious, and in a way,
Come on, guys.
crafting your
How
own
many
mandala.
people have you met? How many people in your life have met you that described precisely, exactly the same dream. It hadn't happened since the days of Daniel.
Yeah, there's
Is that not
something in
enough?
there's something in the ether that could be drawn down that each mind serving as an antenna could tune into a particular wave. But this also seems to be pretty personalized with the spinning saws. I don't think anybody's ever had that one. And your
Well, in James
interpretation,
5,
the fact that your interpretation comes right along with it, it's a form of internal psychoanalysis.
well, like Daniel said, like Nebuchadnezzar said, you tell me the dream first, then I'll believe what you tell me it means.
Well, the dream interpretation in the Bible of like with Joseph and everything, the people would have the dream and then he would interpret. So he was like an early psychologist, an early Jungian, giving dream interpretation to these leaders and why they would put him in a high position because they liked his answers. It's not necessarily that that's really what it was, but they liked his answers.
Well, I'm going to be telling for 7 years in hell. I'm going to hell. That's where all my friends are. And that's what I'm going to be telling in hell.
What you should have done?
Now that dream. That's what I'm going to be telling. And that's pretty much
Is
the only thing I'm going to
what
be
is
telling.
that the idea that you're going to get them out?
I don't know.
Jailbreak?
Many shall be made white and clean, but the wicked shall do wickedly.
By the way, Cara, if you want to join, I put a link in.
Come on, get to the part where I animated the foot cut off.
Jesus Christ every time I did.
That's an
I
interesting
confess that
fixation.
openly and joyfully.
Foundational.
Thank you, Jesus.
The New Testament, James 5, your gold and silver is cankered, and the rest of them shall be a witness against you.
By speaking ill of my brother.
Well, you're 2/3 of the way through. You're almost done.
The spinning sound of those circular stones. And the metal itself, platinum, silver, and gold, cankered, written in the book of James, I'm failing Jesus Christ being silent about this vision. Are you being silent about it? Did Jesus tell you to tell it? In front of the first circular saw were two little ghouls. One cut off a man's foot, which did not bleed, and the other one lifted its hands and smiled. They mean that I'm failing Jesus, being double-minded, double-tongued, and double-hearted. The foot cut off means one will do.
Now here's the big
The foot
one.
not bleeding means that I am failing Jesus, not believing in his forgiveness.
It took me a long time to be willing to
That means I
admit
failed
that.
Jesus Christ by not uplifting the Holy Spirit. And the black shoe on the foot, that means why? Why? Well, that's the meaning of the black shoe. In front of the ghouls was a square pit. The pit itself means that I failed Jesus Christ not reading 2 chapters of the Bible every day, one of the Old Testament and one of the New Testament. The Bible, written by Jesus Christ Yahweh in English, is the King James Bible. There is no other Bible written by Jesus Christ on earth in English other than the King James Bible.
Wait a second. Why do you think
that's
that
why
the King James Bible was written by Jesus?
Well, I did ask Jesus to remove the print of the pages of all the perverted Bibles for a few moments.
So King James is the most perverted Bible.
In
You don't
in
have you ever
English,
heard that? Have you ever heard
in
that?
English, believe me, I hear it every time I bring the subject up.
Okay.
But it's got the
Hi,
stuff you like.
Wesley.
It's got the stuff you like.
So I don't know what the Bibles in foreign languages are that Jesus say are exactly his words, but in English, the King James is exactly the way he spoke it.
English is the foreign language to the Bible.
Guys, can I derail a little bit, I would like to ask some questions to Wesley. Hi, Wesley.
Of course.
Kara here. Baptized as an Orthodox Christian, although lately been having some questions. You said you are able to be in contact with Jesus?
He's standing here in this room right now.
Okay, is there a chance we can like do a live session where we can ask questions to Jesus?
There you
And
go,
like I
channel.
would be really, really curious to find out some answers.
Yeah, channeling
And
what
they may not be. I actually have like a really personal questions, and I would like to know one or the other, without being clear to the rest of the audience. So Wesley, let's imagine, let's play a little, like, I'm sorry, like I would not like to impose, but I will also like to ask Ariel's permission. Can I have a little oracle session with Wesley? Would you
I
be
can
okay
speak
with
with you. I cannot ask Jesus to speak to me right now and he'll give me a word to say and then you'll say it. I'm not going to be getting a feeling of a euphoria in my mind and my tongue is going to emit words that are his. What he gave to me to know about him is what he wrote in the Bible. And that's the way he put me.
He's standing right here in your room, but the only way he talks to you is through the things you already read in the Bible. And as far as I understood prior, it's King James's Bible, which is direct word of Jesus translated into English. Did I summarize it correctly?
In English, the Bible is the King James Version. The other versions are not exactly as he spoke it. The way Jesus has put me in this time is that he expects me to learn that Bible before he is going to start talking to me like a friend.
Thank you, Wesley. Then I will refrain the question to, let's say, I would like you to give your interpretation of whatever I'm talking about, and like see what through, like if you filter in through the knowledge of the Bible, what would Jesus say? That's it, like not directly talking, but like what would Jesus say according to you, based on the knowledge of Bible. And it's not a trick question. I legitimately am curious. I'm like this playful individual.
Well, let's see if I can say this whole thing. On January 4th, the 4th day of January in the year 2003, Jesus, the creator of the heavens and the universe, came in the clouds with his angels and said, "It is time." He poured of his spirit upon all flesh. That night is when the vision started being shown to mankind. And the spirit that he poured upon everyone is a pearl of great wealth in the bellies of the soul. And he also poured a latter rain, a feeling of comfort, even if a person is not baptized and their soul is dead ashes. That rain wettens those ashes and gives them a comforting feeling like a Christmas day. And when the vision is open and you see it once, twice, 4 times a day, that your hedge is open and that latter rain enters your soul and gives you that feeling like Christmas Day, like family, loving, gentle kindness, peace. But when the vision is shut, the hedge is shut and that feeling is not given. And after Jesus said, "It is time," Satan emulated Jesus's voice and said the words, "sad and delicious." And that's when the second coming began. That's when the return of Jesus began. It was 2 a.m. in the city of Chicago. I was homeless and sleeping on top of a building, a paper source store near the art district in Chicago, near the train tracks. And I heard that voice say, "It is time," and I knew it was Jesus. And a moment passed, and I heard another voice say, "sad and delicious." And I knew right then it was the devil pretending to be the voice of Jesus. And I walked into the street, and there was another African American man also homeless. And we stood and watched a bar, a martini bar, a popular night spot at 2 a.m. And everyone in that bar ran out into the street. And they all spoke with one voice. And they said, "We've got the Holy Spirit. We've got the Holy Spirit. What do we do?" And I did not know what to say. And I looked at the man standing next to me, not knowing exactly what to say. And that's what happened that night, January 4th, 2003.
Thank you, Wesley. I actually had goosebumps. I have my own stories connected to Jesus, but I did not hear it as plain. Like it was not vivid as much. It's more or less a sense, a feeling that I would interpret it as a meaning. Right now, I have a question daunting based on like I'm trying to understand what should I do according to moral code that I have. So there is like no, yeah, Wesley, I like hear me out. I actually legitimately have a question. So connected to Jesus. So there used to be a friend of mine. We were very close, and he used to be on a channel, YouTube channel that has like 33,000 subscribers. He used to be a guest there, and the channel is directed to people who look for help. The mentally ill people who with deep depression, people drug addicts, like they come and they look for help. And the guy who runs the channel, he's bipolar, and he tries to keep it off politics and off too much kind of dogma. And there was another guy in there who wanted to use the crowd, the audience, in order to gather people for his army. So he calls himself a general, and there is this army that he's gathering. And when I asked him, "What are you gathering your army for?" and he said, like, "I don't know yet. I will let the goddess of wheat tell me." And so the guy who ran the channel, he said, "I cannot allow you to do that to the people." And he said, "Well, I have this great idea. I want to have paintball for Jesus thing where I will ask people across all United States to have paintball fights in the name of the Lord, in the name of the Jesus." And I myself am I come from Ukraine, but I was not born in Ukraine. I was born in Russia, but all this thing. And I have went through my own huge personal battle not to be caught in hate, in dogma, in war, and all of that. I have friends on both sides, let's say, and I have family who was badly damaged in war, all our properties and stuff. And for me, armies fighting, all of that is wrong. Like I find it like really wrong. People going against each other in a fight. But then putting this in the name of Jesus, let's say, let's have a fight, two armies fighting against each other in the name of Jesus, and then have it across all the churches of United States to all the children of United States. I find that idea dangerous. And the thing is, what I'm trying to understand, what would Jesus actually feel? Is it okay to train children to fight against it, like not against each other, but like doing this paintball for Jesus thing? It's actually called paintball for Jesus. Like I'm not even fucking kidding. I'm sorry for the language. I'm not kidding.
Never.
That's how the guy calls it. Is it a blasphemy? Like I don't know. I don't understand. To me, it feels wrong. But my perception is tainted because I'm traumatized by war. So I'm scared of anything connected to the war and armies.
Wow. What part of Russia? Novosibirsk?
No,
Anywhere
not
near Romania?
Novosibirsk. Astrakhan. It's south. Astrakhan, Novorossiysk is south. It's like it's where Crimea is. Crimea. If you go, there is a bridge to the east, and there is like one to the north that goes to Kherson, where I'm in Ukraine originally from. But I was born in Astrakhan, which is also very near, but across the bridge, it's Novorossiysk.
Have you been to Moscow?
Never.
Never.
So that sounds like a guy recruiting for militias, Christian nationalist militias.
Yes.
Actually,
Zero.
as far as Wes's vision, I thought that the pearl in the gut was very. That's kind of the best part of it. That's like a glowing ball of energy that is considered in many traditions. Your center of gravity, your center of balance, your base of power. I would also say, as far as you're talking about with warfare and fighting, there's the problem of just laying down and letting the other warriors overrun. And so there is a righteous element to fighting, if it's in defense of cherished things, but not becoming the monster you hope to overcome is the problem, that you're not made the monster in the problem.
Again,
The
zero.
most difficult
Was not Jesus associated with love? Like, that's the way I associate Jesus. Jesus is love and acceptance. Like, how is the paintball for Jesus or righteous war for Jesus is a thing?
Have you ever had a child and seen that child get into trouble?
Many
And was
times.
that not painful? To see
It's
someone you love
painful,
so
but
closely and dearly, to get themselves into a place and an action where bad things happen. If that is so, it must have been deeply painful.
I am. Like I
Jesus
do.
feels that way.
Okay, but what's my question? What do you think?
Your question
Jesus
was,
would,
what would Jesus want you to do?
What would Jesus? My question is
violence
I cannot do anything. People will
justified?
do what they want to do. I cannot do anything. I'm helpless.
Well, let's get the devil back, because this is what the devil does not want us to say. You ready? That bad guy that tricks people into picking up guns and murdering and to harming people, that bad angel that convinces people and fools them into doing those evil, violent things, and they're terrible and they're wrong. Let's get him back. And here's how. Would you say this with me? I saw a foot cut off. Say that. I saw a foot cut off.
Like, you want me to say that, but I didn't.
That's where
Trust me.
Like,
well, even if you didn't, say it anyway. I saw a foot cut off.
But it would be a lie, Wesley. I cannot speak it.
Well, then, do you ever sing a song somebody wrote that the whole song is a lie? Do you ever listen to a TV news source and you're told a story and you repeat that story to your friends only to find out later
Can I
it's a
say
lie?
something that I have seen? I have seen a man stabbed with a knife in front of me. Can I say that? But that would be the truth. Because
just say, I saw a foot cut off in a dream from Jesus. It means one will do. That's what
dream.
That's what Jesus wants you to do.
I saw a man's foot cut off on a video today.
And in a dream I had from Jesus.
Well, you heard from Jesus, because I didn't. I cannot speak the words that I'm not adhering to. It would be wrong based on my conviction, Wesley. It's like,
I'm not going to embarrass you about this. I'm
Well, no,
sorry.
but-
I saw it too.
But keep in mind, the Bible, it's one of the 10 Commandments. Look, wait, no, they're not. Don't bear false witness. I don't remember what
I cannot speak the words that I didn't witness myself.
I'm not accusing you. The vision is a gift from God. It's a wonderful work.
Yeah,
You
but
saw
it's
this
your
vision.
vision.
You
Only you
all
can
saw
speak it.
this vision every day for 18 years.
I believe you. I believe that you have seen it, but I cannot say
I
that I
saw
am
it
the witness to your vision.
one time, and I devoted 8 years of my life to teaching it and telling it on the streets of Chicago. I saw it one time. Jesus did not appear to me and tell me to tell the vision. I did so willingly. I wanted to tell it. Jesus
So-
appeared to you and told you to tell it, and he showed it to you every day for 18 years.
Got a kind of
And
connect
if
what
you
you're supposed to
don't,
know. So
the enemy
in-
is
in-
going,
in martial arts,
it's going to be very sad for you for not telling.
in the martial arts, it's all about not being the aggressor, but being able to defend
And use the momentum
diverting the
against
energy
them.
of the attacker.
Yeah. In the Bible, it's the noise of the brute has come.
And it's that base of power, that point of power, is your center of gravity to remain standing in
Look,
the onslaught.
Look, kid, I saw the dream. I failed you guys when I don't forgive anything you do against me. When I failed to forgive you, that means it means I don't believe in Jesus' forgiveness. And it was so difficult for me to understand how I could say that and still say I believed in Jesus. How can I say to people, I failed Jesus not believing in his forgiveness?
And maybe
And
there's
still
something,
say I believe in Jesus, you know?
maybe
Well,
there's
the
something
fact is,
universal. Maybe there's something universal beneath your subjective experience. That's what I'm
I
trying to
saw
get
the
at.
foot cut off and it didn't bleed. And it means that I fail you not believing in Jesus' forgiveness.
That's more
I saw
particular.
the
That's more particular. That's more your vision. But that
I
pearl in the
saw the
gut, I'd say that's something deeper.
Jesus shut the vision to those, and those four gnash your teeth, Allah. You're wrong.
You're
And you're
failing.
devil. And I'm not so the fuck what?
You're failing
I
me.
can shut your soul to the Holy Spirit, kid. You're a punk. And I'm not gonna pull
I'm trying
you're
to find a way to
similitude
pull something out of
punk.
your.
And it's shut. You don't want to tell it? Then please never tell the vision. Promise me you won't.
We haven't seen that
Promise
vision
me
to
you
tell.
won't tell the vision.
We
Promise
haven't
me.
seen
I
that
want to make
vision,
sure you
so it is
always
not
come
our
against
vision to
it.
tell.
And go get that Omni tattoo and taste that delicious Omni meat. Go ahead, punk.
Sad and delicious.
What's
Sad
the
and
Don't
delicious,
tell
it
it.
sure is.
So
Wesley, I'm sorry.
what?
I'm sorry. I get it. Wesley, hold on.
No,
Can I
no.
tell a story?
Do not tell the vision. That's the way you want to play your little psych game. Don't tell
I
it.
just don't want
So
to repeat things I haven't seen. Wesley, I'm
no,
sorry. I have seen
no, it's shut. Not another word about the vision from me. You want to make it a stupid little game, you'll lose.
No, Kara legitimately
You'll
wanted to
lose
know.
everything you have. Face up to the facts, kids. You're going to lose all. And I mean
God,
everything for not telling it. So quit playing your little stupid game. You're wicked. You had the vision. You don't tell it. You get branded with an Omni tattoo and you eat the flesh of children. Because that's what you really are like. And I'm not putting up for you much longer.
Okay, hold on. Dude, like, why are you so
Holy Spirit,
it's just aggressive? Oh,
I don't
Jesus
like
speaks
watching
through
you
you.
turn your soul into ash. I don't want to see you eating the flesh of children in $40
Why would you
bags of
assume we
Omni
would do
tuna.
that?
But you've seen it, and you want to play this stupid frog-ass game. Oh, I didn't have this dream. It's crazy. It's a
Wesley,
psycho trip. It's a devil thing. You're full
I
of
did
shit.
not say any of those things.
You're
I just
failing
told you. I asked you a
The
question.
noise of the brute has come. Take your little charisma, Krishna bullshit imaginations of yours.
I'm
and
not.
shove
I'm
'em up
actually
your
a
ass.
Christian.
You're
Hold
going
on,
to tell it or you're going to lose everything you have. And that's the way it is.
I find it
I don't
odd
want you to lose everything you have, but you want to play this little game where, I didn't have it, but if he says it, we'll feel the peace and we don't have to tell
So
it.
that would be
Not
the triumph. The triumph of the will. The triumph
Yeah,
of the
that's the
will to
force
get
of
us.
the will. If I will not obey right now, you're threatening me. That's not what Jesus would do. I don't believe Jesus actually speaks through you right now. Because if you are threatening people, if they will not falsely testify against something they haven't seen, because I actually wanted to give a Jesus testimony of what I have seen. And it would not be false, it would be in line with your thought. And yet you did not let me speak and started threatening me.
I also find it interesting that, I mean, it wasn't really a good back and forth conversation, but it was still a conversation. And then Kara, hops on and, a few good minutes, but then it's like Kara is the Christian here, or, there's two Christians in this room, Kara and Wesley, not me and Zero. And he just starts attacking the one other Christian in the room. It's odd.
You healed teeth in your mouth. I asked Jesus to give them to you. On the day that the Supreme Court overturned the evil murder law of Roe versus Wade, I asked Jesus to give you pizza. He did.
Really, if it's so immoral, how come there's a prescription for an abortion in the Bible if a woman is suspected of being unfaithful?
Will die today because you don't tell the vision. That's the way it is in reality. I know you've got an imagination,
That is the
but you're
induction to a
wrong.
cult. That is how you induct people into a cult, and it is about the triumph of your will.
Well, then
make
say
people
it's a
conform.
cult and
It's
don't
about
tell
making
it.
people
So what?
conform to your will.
Awesome. Then don't tell the vision. Promise me you won't. Okay? And promise me you'll get that Omni branded tattoo. Please?
No.
Will you pretty please?
One
Doesn't
in
that
the
mean you're
I say you're
failing
going to
us?
get it. I say you're going to get that $32,523 to be branded on your wrist or forehead with a UPC barcode. I want you to do that. Please, will you? Because that way I'll be rid of lying fucks like you.
I thought the whole point of those goblins was that you were failing us.
When Jesus said you want war, did he turn and look at you and open his arms, or did he turn his back against you?
The buzzing of the saw.
When Jesus said, no time to talk, Allah, how come he didn't say the name you used?
Do you know what Christians in the Arab world call God? Allah. And they're Christian.
Gnash your teeth, Allah, please. Now you're going to gnash your teeth right now because I told you to.
You're literally
you get it, kid? That's
your
the
own
last
God
warning
to
I'm going to give. That's the last warning I'm going to give to the Muslim army before they fall dead at my feet in Mecca. That's who I am. Now quit playing your bullshit, lying, childish, silly. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Your little bullshit is going to die, and you're going to lose everything you have using it. Don't tell the vision. Fine with me. I get rid of you that way, and you're going to do it for me. You're going to go get rid of you for me, and I don't have to lift a finger to do it. You and all your sick, perverted kind.
You don't follow Jesus. You follow the devil.
Go ahead and say that when you're getting branded. When you get branded with that Omni tattoo, you go ahead and say that. You tell everybody there. You tell everybody there when you get branded with that barcode that Wesley Curry told you to go do it. Will you? Promise me you will.
So you're saying to go get...
I'm not playing side game, kid. I don't bluff.
You're telling us to do something that you think is the mark of the beast.
I told you to gnash your teeth, and you did because you're my footstool, punk.
Are you capable of saying anything that isn't from the Bible?
I don't care if you believe me or not.
The
Kid,
mask is off.
I don't care if you believe me or not. Don't. So what? I don't fall. I make it through all 7 years of the hell with 144,000 children. You don't.
Oh my. I just remembered what this reminds me of. Have you ever...
I don't care what it reminds you of, kid. You're a punk. You're a burned incense. Your words are the stink of a Buddhist scent. One of those little punks, those incense they burn. and you're burning your soul up as you talk them. Your words are the fangs of that frog. Go ahead, wield your frog fangs, and I'll make you chomp on your tongue
And see,
with
there was
a
Can I
word
tell a
from Jesus
story?
Christ.
I
You
just like
imagine Jesus is not going to do good or evil against you, and you err in that imagination, kid.
Ariel, can I tell a story, please?
Yeah.
So, I was in the a cappella classes last Sunday.
Jesus, show them the light of the Holy Spirit on their hands, please. Have a look at your
Sure.
hands.
Holy Spirit
There
silence.
is my hand. There is my hand. And so I was at the a cappella class, and we're sitting down. We're sitting in a circle to prepare to sing. And there comes a guy, about 60 years old, and he sits down and he says, "Listen, everybody. For the first time in history, it had been proven the reincarnation is real. I am Frederick Chopin." And so he sits down, everybody kind of siding each other like, okay, another crazy person. And the guy is like, it had been proved in a court of India, I'm a Frederick Chopin. And everybody's like, again, like even worse, reacting to him like he's a crazy person. He gets upset and he goes downstairs and he sits down at the fortepiano and he starts playing. And his music is beautiful, like really, really beautiful. Like it's gorgeous. And my thought was there, you don't have to claim to be a Frederick Chopin for people to pay attention to you. Your music, your work, your word speak for themselves. So as everybody was upstairs, I kind of felt the need to go downstairs and like stand with him. So I like going downstairs and he's playing his piano and he's hunching over the keyboard like a 65-year-old man, looking like a child. And he looks at me, and again, I'm like in his eyes, I see a child. He looks at me with the question, "Mom, am I performing great?" And I'm like putting a hand on his shoulder. "Dude, you're doing great. Keep playing." And so I took a camera and recorded him as well. And I felt this feeling that I have done something right. Even though I played into his story a little bit, there was this sense of kindness that kind of gave me this good reward. I don't think with Wesley, I'm sorry, Wesley, I don't feel like it's the case, because you seem to be very agitated and angry, and you seem to curse people. Like you actually took me and you told me that I am somehow bad for not testifying on the things I myself haven't seen, but you didn't hear my testimony with Jesus. And this is not the testimony. I actually like dreamt about Jesus and stuff like that. Although he never told me to harm other people or to threaten them. The only thing I actually learned is to be kind to other people. That's it. So that was my question. Paintball for Jesus, it's not, it doesn't seem kind to me. It doesn't seem kind enough. Helping for Jesus or being a person who extends grace to others, that seems to be. And yes, there are religions where Jesus is a false prophet, and yeah, why not? I actually consider Jesus a philosopher as well. Like, of course, people have a right. People have a right to their views. And who thinks that I am correct? I'm most probably not correct about anything. Like my perception is very subjective, but forcing others with threats, with cursing, that's not a mark of Jesus. Like that's definitely not what Jesus would do. There is no Bible. I don't believe King James would say curse people who do not actually do whatever you say them to do. Yeah. Dude,
The sooner you're in hell, the better for us all.
All right, let's finish up this.
The sooner the punishment of the strange apparel happens, the better off are you.
is thou. The unknown depth of the pit means that I failed Jesus Christ making ultimatums and unfriendly orders.
The vision is
Wow.
shut.
We're cut in pieces in a heap.
It's open when I say it's open, and you don't feel comfortable until I say you feel comfortable.
Wesley,
You don't have any say in it.
Wesley, I think you should listen to yourself.
Is thou.
The noise of the brute has come, and the howling of
The
the
unknown depth of the pit means that I failed Jesus Christ making ultimatums and unfriendly orders.
I don't know. Like, has he made ultimatums and given unfriendly orders?
Nailed it. Talk about synchronistic moment to start it back up again.
And the people in the pit were cut in pieces in a heap, but they weren't dead and they did not bleed.
I sure did. Call.
In those days, men shall seek death and shall not find it. Men shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And the sand over their heads and the empty space in the top of the pit, what shall a profit a man should he gain
The
whole
wisdom of
and
the
lose his
serpent.
soul? Or what can
Play
a man
the
give
bad
in
guy.
exchange for his soul? And the green
I am
grass,
the bad guy,
as written in the book of
and I
Isaiah,
don't deny it.
surely the people is.
Well, don't go in the other direction of being self-loathing.
Well, you're not going to get that Christmassy feeling today, kids. Santa Claus gives you the coal in your stockings. That's the way it is. I decide whether your soul is open. I decide whether you have the vision or not.
So you're
Jesus
God.
gave that to me. Nope. I'm saying Jesus gave it to me. You're the one that's saying you're God. And when I tell your God the frog all to gnash his teeth, you chomp your teeth. And when I tell you to bite your tongue, you bite your tongue because you worship Allah. And that's all there is to it. And I can make your God frog gnash your teeth anytime I want, worldwide, with a word from God. You saw Jesus and you say you didn't see him? Fuck you.
Wow, this sounds honestly exactly parallel to stuff that
I don't care how it sounds, kid. Go get the Omnibar. Please. I really want you to get one.
Don't do drugs, kids.
I really want you to be branded with the barcode. I want you to get that
So you're an agent
32K,
of Satan,
and I
then.
want you to eat that tuna salad, and I want you to fill your mouth.
Yes, because that's what Jesus would say.
Then we'll see how tough your words and how intellectual your stupid half-assed brain really is.
Half of my brain is still more than you have.
Well, that's getting too deep into his realm.
Let's
you
play
should seek
Nyan.
mental health treatment, sir.
You want to play Nyan? Let's play Nyan. I got a dove. You got a frog.
You should seek mental health treatment, sir.
Really? How come you gnashed your teeth?
I'm in the outer
Everybody
darkness for sure.
had the vision from Jesus, and it's from God, so you know it. Oh, you're
I've
smart.
at
You
least
know
been
it
there.
up here.
Russian armies are going to fall dead at my
Where have you given your temple to?
and they're going to throw you into the street.
I had the vision from Jesus Christ. My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
I don't know if you see this, but there's pride in your face. Isn't pride something we're supposed to avoid?
Yeah, the patience of Jesus is turning against you, kid. You don't
Yeah,
got long.
You don't even know how to
What's
respond.
going to happen is this. A nuclear bomb's going to explode in Chicago. On that day, you're going to hear Jesus say, come up, I like him. I like him. You ain't going to be flying up into the sky to see him. And
I'm not
all of
from
these
Chicago.
fake Christians who say they're going to fly up into the heavens to meet with Jesus, they ain't going. There's only one going that day, and it's me, like it or not.
My name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
As
No
a
time to
teacher,
talk, Allah.
you get an F. If that doesn't break through that dead ash in your head, nothing will.
We're
You're the
sad
one who
for,
says they
we're
go
sad
fast.
for you, sir.
I don't know. I'm just like, I am curious about Jesus in the room. You said he's beside you, and yet he watched you scream at a person who doing good.
Clearly, it's a device.
He's going to watch me fall the Antichrist 3.5 years into the hell. He's going to watch me turn California into a surfboard and take out the Chinese Navy.
So
You
have a
imagine
need.
Jesus is not going to do evil against you. You're wrong.
You
He's
have a
going
deep
to.
need. You have a deep
At the end
need
of the
for
month. So
validation.
it's been like
you want to be
an
validated.
entire
That's why
month.
you want everybody
Yeah, but
validated.
I can write with light in my fingertips, and all you got is dull ash in your.
You want her to repeat your vision to validate you.
But
No, I don't want you to. I don't want you to say it. I want to make sure that you don't. I want to make absolutely sure that you doubt me because I said fuck you, and that you
At
know
some
I
point-
have the dove, and that you
at some-
never tell the vision. You will
At
never
some
tell
point-
it, and I'm not going to open it up for your little fangs, boys.
At some point, you're
I
going to have
don't
to
want
face
you to
this.
tell it.
At
Don't
some point, you're going to have to face yourself, sir.
tell that dream to anyone ever. And let's see who wins and see who lives and let's see
You're
who
putting a
dies.
lot
I
of
am happy
energy
to
into
say the
that.
Great Black Dragon is still alive.
You need to put that
He's
energy
still
into some
alive. And
self-examination.
today, he's going to teach us about
Oh, you don't like the bitter in the belly of the little book?
what could
Just
be
like the
simpler.
sweetest honey in the mouth?
All right, check this out.
I like the pearl in the belly. I think
Well,
that was
I'm sure that I'm sure that the giant, when he was talking to David, had a lot of words like yours.
there is a pearl in the belly.
Oh, it's wrong.
I'll
It's wrong
validate
to
that.
kill me.
I'll
Oh, it's wrong
validate
to
that.
kill me with that sword. You can't cut my head off.
Zero. I just
Well,
realized.
it's a commandment that thou shalt not kill, David. How can you dare kill me, the giant? He killed him anyway, didn't he?
No, it says thou shalt not murder. But either way, no, the pearl in the belly is the womb. It's the moon.
Yeah, the moon corresponds to the pearl.
Kid, when I visit you, I'm the last chance you got. Take it or leave it.
But I'm saying that it's a ball of energy. Ball of it. It's the monad. It's the core. It's the center.
It's shut. It doesn't open until I say it's open.
So you
The key to
control.
the house of David, I will place upon his shoulders that he shall open and none shall shut, and he shall shut that none shall open. Well, it's shut. That Christmas
The pineal uses real
and I
strong
don't have to.
blue energy. Plus, it's got a little purple and stuff that comes in and out.
So purple and blue energy.
I don't have to prove
Solar plexus
anything.
and the pineal sometimes have a yellowish color frequency. It's relative to
Purple, blue,
the
yellow
stone,
energy.
the darker colors of the stone citrine.
Sure. What?
But look at the heart. The heart at rest puts out purple. It puts out deep red for love. It puts
Live in
out pink
America,
for
learn
compassion. It
Chinese.
puts out light blue for hope.
You're going to
It
need it.
puts out
And the destroyer of the entire universe and multiverse. And he has said multiple. Wait, but I thought you were saying. Wait. Okay, so we have to understand what he's talking about because I speak Great Black Dragon, the Alpha Omega, the creator and the destroyer of the entire universe and multiverse. And he has said multiple times that he is going to free the animals from being abused by murdering them. He's going to kill all of them so he can take their souls away from this terrible planet. But he also wants to take away, he's going to murder all of the abused people and take them away from this horrible planet. And 40% of people are abusers.
I'm killing every last one of them.
So he's killing 40% of all human beings because they're abusers. Got it. Okay.
So Shiva.
It's going to happen, but it's not destruction, hurting, beating stuff up. It's cleansing. It's purging. Why? To get rid of the crap. We're cutting the cancer out so that those of us that do have compassion, that y'all can have good lives.
Or the Gandhi? I don't know. I don't know if that does the math on that work out? I have a feeling like he was alive when Gandhi was alive. That doesn't.
So, yep.
Look, Satan told you don't tell the vision. And Satan told every minister, every Baptist, every apostolic minister in every church in America, don't tell the vision. And they all thought it was God. Okay. Go for it.
Guys, I have to go. I'm sorry. It's just like I can't.
No worries. I'm probably going to finish off.
Bring it back to the
Yeah.
Christness.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I am helpless
angels,
here.
but
Zero.
you
I
don't,
cannot. I
right?
cannot do anything. Like it's people who come through Christ because somebody threatened them into. It's not the thing.
Yeah, well, see,
like
I'm
I'm
someone who-
disagreeing with that a lot.
Yeah,
It's like the
someone who's
blessing of divine, but the fear is operation of by devil. Like only
Yeah, I'm
devil
someone who's
operates
not
in.
coming from a
Let me scare you into a thing.
Yeah,
I
think
don't
there's
think
something.
Wesley can convert anybody with fear. It's just like
No,
will
no.
work
He's
against.
not trying to convert anyone. He's trying to ensure himself that he's the only one going to heaven.
He might actually, but in the book by Bulgakov,
I'm making sure that you get marked with the Omni mark. That's my goal.
dude, why do you need to brand people? Like, why are you enforcing power over people?
That's your goal. Your goal is to not tell the.
He's watched.
Why do you know my goal? Do you even know what my goal is? Why are you lying? Like you don't know me at all, and you don't know what my goal is.
No, I don't. But Jesus said your name is Allah. Hi, Allah. How you doing?
That's not my real name either. Like, is your Jesus kind of misleading you in a way? Because that's not my real name, and I can swear that's not my name.
You know, Satan is the father of lies, apparently.
Yeah,
So I
well,
think-
like
so I think even
as
people
long
that
as
are not-
as long as one person believes that it's Jesus, then it's okay to do all the things, right?
Well, I think even people who are not Christians, who are not followers of that tradition or whatever, can understand and appreciate what people mean to represent by the Christness, to mean the spirit of love, to mean the forgiveness. You know, that's the essence of what it's about. It's a universal thing that a tradition can co-opt, but it's a universal thing. That Christness is a universal thing, although Catholics use that term to mean universal, but that's an enforcement like he's doing, enforcing a universal rather than uncovering what's at the core of everyone, a conscience, a morality,
Well, let me tell you
balance.
3 words from Jesus. Blend, don't mix.
Lukewarm will spit you out, all that good stuff.
But yeah.
A Shrek face on ballerina legs saying, "Hey Sverige, check yourself before you Shrek yourself."
That's
Yep.
good advice.
All right. Sverige is a Stefan Molyneux of Rotten Meat.
The
Ooh,
donkey
some
shows up
beatard.
again
That's
as a symbol.
really good. That's really, really good, actually.
Wait, what?
That is
The
a very
donkey as the symbol in the Shrek.
Oh, good point.
topical and very, very appreciated reference. Holy shit. So in other news, JRA Essex is continuing his
What's going to happen is you're all
rant
going to be
and screaming
separated from
about how
everyone
he's
you
going
know. And then I'm going to come and visit.
You know, some of the stuff you've said, like,
catch you on the flip side. There he goes. Good.
In all seriousness, like some of the stuff he said towards the end, like people could, I mean, I think he's just delusional, but like someone could actually call the cops on him for that.
Oh, definitely.
Like, I'm sorry, but
that doesn't usually do anybody much good.
oh yeah, I know, I know, but like
It's what
one's brain on pure, unadulterated monotheism, devoid of any connection from its own internal logic.
Well, he was demonstrated for a few hours here on people that tried to find some meaning in what he was saying and to validate whatever good aspects he was putting forth. What more can he expect from anyone than some patience and some companionship for some time to listen, you know? And so hopefully later he'll realize that a little bit.
Well, hopefully, but let's just say this is like
He's hurting.
This is the first. This is the what?
He's hurting, you know?
Yeah.
He's damaged, he's hurting, and he's trying to figure his way out of it, you know? And the thing he's come up with is not working. And so it's
Anyway,
upsetting him even more.
So there's a reason I brought this up, though.
To rain death and fire and destruction all over the world with him and his son, who is a dragon.
It's 3:09
Yeah.
p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, September 5th.
Yep.
2020. This video, of all the videos I've ever made, this is the one that if you're a parent and your children are watching this video, my advice, strong advice, is to turn the video off. Make sure that they can't hear it, put in head plugs, earplugs, whatever.
Suicidal Wilford Brimley. Yeah, dude. For real.
I've got some stuff to say, and it's not made for children's ears.
Yeah, you like that?
So.
Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
So too bad. Now say again the Indian guy's name who was on earlier.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted. Karthik.
Karthik. Okay. See, I was hoping to, that's when he came in, is when we were kind of getting into some stuff with Karthik. So hopefully we can revisit that sometime.
Oh, definitely. All right. So anyway, here's Great Black Dragon.
Who the hell do you think you are, scum? I'm coming for you. Doesn't he look threatening?
You would pause this and go ahead and do that if you would. I'm so fed up with all this disgusting scum that's running around not only on this planet.
That's right.
But especially on this planet.
That's right.
You look at the people that are killing
Scum
other
that
people
are on this planet, but not only on this planet.
I'm so fed up with all this disgusting scum that's running around not only on this planet.
That's right.
Taxi driver.
Yeah, see, that's the type of thing you want to avoid writing. Like, in all seriousness.
You see what he's saying there?
I shall visit and speak to each one of you in person soon enough without TV. Like, dude,
yeah, that's
seriously.
one to kind of record and make note of and
yeah,
put in an evidence file.
Yeah.
It's what happens when you open yourself up to the world.
He's projecting. Like, I'm sorry that you experienced all of those things. It's not fair for anyone to go through that. But why try and perpetuate that cycle?
Right.
But especially on this planet.
Yeah,
that's right.
You look at the.
Sorry, yeah?
It's about he feels rejected.
Oh, see, I haven't chosen to do anything. You've chosen to make us your enemies.
Well, he's speaking for Jesus right now. Don't hold. It's not his words. It's Jesus talking.
Oh, no. But see, here's the thing. Jesus is talking to me right now, and he's telling me that everything that he's telling him is actually Satan. I have as much evidence as he does.
And that's the ultimate schizophrenic persona is Jesus. Yes, he's talking out both sides of his fora.
Yeah, seriously. Like there are 7 other people who see right now what you said. I mean, let alone just seriously, dude. You don't know where we live. Don't even fucking try.
Well, I don't even know
People,
that he's thinking it in that way. He's talking about, end of days, meet you at the fucking sky.
I mean, regardless, he
Meet you in the
thinks that
air
he said that
or down
Jesus
there.
came. He said Jesus came back, but it's like by that logic, the end of days should have already come back because it's only supposed to be 7 years of tribulation, right?
Well, yeah, and there is the Christ bringing the sword.
But yeah. Anyway, more Black Dragon.
that are killing other people and laughing about it. They think it's funny in the street.
That's right.
Look at the CCP, that grotesque, disgusting scum that has destroyed the country of China. It's always been there. They've always had their issues. But the CCP are incredible, and now they're trying to do it to the whole world. They won't stop. Well, they're going to be stopped. I'm going to destroy China.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's going to destroy China, everybody. China. He's going to destroy it. China.
I'm already doing it. I'm the thing that's over there. It's part of me that I've released. I call him my son Leo. And he's a huge dragon. Within his body, when in his natural state within his body, you can hold the Leo constellation. That's how big he is.
Like in all seriousness, like I know you're joking or not joking. I know you're not serious. Zero knows you're not serious. But the feds don't know you're not serious. So, like, yeah, I mean,
he feareth no fed. He is under the anointedness.
The anointed that can't stop sleep paralysis. In all seriousness, I really think that you would find yourself to be so much more relaxed without this, I mean, for all you know, it could be something as simple as getting on a CPAP. I mean, maybe you have sleep apnea, and that's what causes the sleep paralysis. And if that's what's causing the sleep paralysis, not only could it affect, these, visions, but it could also literally be responsible for you not feeling well.
I would say food is more fundamental. That, eating the wrong stuff creates dementia.
Yeah.
And that's what is served up to us as the mainstream fare of every day.
Also, I mean, seriously, like, especially like with any, I mean, this is the sad reality, but when it comes to the black market for drugs, there's no regulation whatsoever. And again, not to say that regulated drugs have no issues, because they definitely do. But when you're dealing with no regulation, that means anyone could be putting anything in it, which means that, say you develop something years down the road, you never know what it's from. But like, I mean, there's a lot of, first of all, people who, are mass marketing black drugs don't tend to have the most scruples or morals. But like when you're dealing with people who are trying to make money on top of not caring how, what happens to their customers in the long term, so long as it's just, who knows what caused this. And I honestly have nothing but compassion for him.
Ultimately it's an internal mind game. These other things affect it, physiology, stress, not lack of sleep, but it's ultimately a thought process that is concentrated, and he's been bombarded his whole life with this idea of these entities having control over his life and over the world, that he's had to crystallize some version of it that puts him on top, that puts him in an important place, instead of just being subject to the vicissitudes of the swirling chaos. And so, it's the inner voice. The one part of his inner voice is saying sad and delicious. It's we have all these things within each of us these different impulses and forces. There's a war going on in each of our minds at all times, and it gets down to the polarity of the particles that we're made up of. We got a biomagnetic field, and we're made of positive and negative, and these things are always at work. And you know, there just has to be a facing of oneself. There just has to be an acceptance, and there's something that he doesn't want to accept, and so he's foisting something else that he prefers.
I think you're onto something. So it really reminds me of this. Have you ever heard of Jerusalem syndrome?
Mm-mm.
So there's a real thing. Oh wait, I need
exists alongside our
like Stockholm.
What?
Like Stockholm syndrome?
Except it's maybe a little bit more fun for the person going through it, not for people around them though.
The etymology of Jerusalem, is that Jebu Shalem?
So I mean, like maybe
Egyptian Jebel, I think, is for mountain.
So no, so that would be Yabus, not Yabal. But no, it's Jabal or Gaval, Gavul. But so Byblos is actually like Jabal, and so like the lady of Byblos is Balat Gaval, or the lady of the lady of the mountain. She's equated in some traditions with Dione. Yes, honestly, Halsey, I'm going to be honest. That whole thing was a fucking trip. Like, I'm really sorry for him, but at the same time, like, honestly, it doesn't even feel like we've been talking for this long. But,
we tried to tether him to something.
Yeah, I'm going to end up having to like cut this in two, and then probably just re-premiere both at some point. Yeah, maybe get more views. It works that way. And then I'll finish my comment. I mean, but seriously, there's like 4 hours before any of this where we were just addressing this stuff, and we still didn't even get. Let me show you this. Where is it?
So would it be Gevolshalem?
No, because so look, we've only gotten like a quarter of the way through. But anyway, so but no, it would be Yerushalayim, because that's most, like, I think that's the name that's attested under Abdi Haba, but which would have been Jebusite. But the point being though is that Yerusha. So either it could be No. So yeah, it would be so Yerusha, and then either Shalayim. So either the inheritance of Shalayim, like either the inheritance of Shalem, which is the dusk god, or alternatively, I'm trying to think, or alternatively Yerusha Shalem, so like inheritance of peace. I think what Yerusha Shalim. I forget what the other etymology is, but
is there any pagan or prior association there with the Yerusha?
Oh, not Yerusha, Shalim.
With the Shalim.
And also, there was a goddess worshipped in ancient Jerusalem, probably named Heba or Hebat, which might actually have connections to Chava or Eve. And what's interesting is that Hebat, it also depends on, it could have been Rabat Chavat, the Lady of Life, which was a title for Ashra. Anyway, but so about Jerusalem syndrome.
Audi Mikoski describes a parallel reality that exists alongside ours, that is home to parasitic entities that feed off human minds. The Gnostics believe that the Archons, who once controlled our entire planet as cosmic rulers, now work on a smaller but equally destructive scale. They attach themselves to people who have a primarily negative outlook on.
What do you mean, what is tree in Hebrew? Eights. Wesley, you're not Jesus.
Life, whispering in their ears, draining us of our energy, and clouding and altering our perception of reality. These creatures jump from person to person and feed for relatively short periods, and mainly come together in location-specific places like malls. airports, and museums. Across the Middle East and North Africa, there are a handful of location-specific anomalies that defy scientific explanation. For example, deep within Morocco's Atlas mountain range, there is a small area no larger than several square feet, where all sound ceases to exist, with hikers and guides alike reportedly unable to hear anything, including themselves. This anomaly on Jebel Yagur is understood to be intermittent, shifting position, so its location is impossible to pinpoint.
You've got it,
Larger
Jebel.
location-specific phenomena has been reported by multiple
So
eyewitnesses
interestingly,
in the
it's
Bakirköy
also
district
the
in Istanbul, Turkey.
if you've ever heard of Gibraltar, you know, the Straits of Gibraltar, it's Jebel al-Tariq, the mountain of Tariq.
According to local news, the larger location-specific phenomena has been reported by multiple eyewitnesses in the Bakirköy district in Istanbul, Turkey. According to local news reports, one of its oldest villas would literally vanish off the face of the earth for a second once a year, to spontaneously reappear again. However, one of the largest location-based anomalies that boasts an estimated range of 125 kilometers can be found in the heart of the Levant, nicknamed the Jerusalem Syndrome. This mind-altering anomaly typically impacts travelers to the city, where upon arrival, they would undergo an extreme personality change, developing religiously themed psychosis until they leave the area. Since the late 90s, the anomaly has been covered a handful of times by the
But
international
that's
media.
almost like the idea of like a haunting spirit or like archons that they dwell in an area. But imagine the idea of like ones that aren't bound to any location.
So like a Jinn portal.
Kind of. Or one that, I mean, think about it. The idea of Satan being the god of the air or something, the god of the world. Like, isn't that the? I mean, I don't want to bring this up because
Well, there's also just a concentration of consciousness, like all the turmoil, all the warfare, all the battles. So you'd have all these traumatized spirits.
So maybe it's like someone is affected by that, and it's almost like they have like a spore on them, and they go back and they take it with them.
Or it could just be excess energy, so much energy that it overloads the system.
Yeah, interesting.
We have mostly dismissed it as an unusual type of religious mass hysteria, but none of them have dug deeper into the origins of the phenomena and connected it to the manuscripts found in the Nal-Hammadi library. Could apocryphal Gnostic texts concerning ancient Palestine prove that type of Lovecraftian horror is deliberately infecting the minds of 21st century visitors? Back in 2020, the YouTube channel Scare Theater brought to the paranormal community's attention the psychological phenomenon known as the Jerusalem Syndrome, comparing it to mental afflictions typically found in the SCP Wiki. This wiki is a compendium of user-generated stories detailing fictional paranormal anomalies and events. The wiki itself is not important to this episode, but the concept within it is. Some of its anomalies are psychological in origin and come under the umbrella term of cognitohazards, meaning hazards that can impact the cognition and perception of an individual or entire population, typically through
That's what,
supernatural means.
when you said that, made me think of
It is
this.
fun, over-the-top science fiction and should not be taken seriously. However, the Jerusalem Syndrome is a real-life cognitohazard that, like its fictional counterparts,
It's
rewrites a
basically
person's
the idea
perception
of,
reality.
Rocco's basilisk. Please say yes. Dang it. Yeah, there's no one else.
I thought you were talking to the chats for a second.
Wait, so
Basilisk. Who's basilisk?
Rocco's. Let's see. Wait, here.
What is that? A sea creature?
Oh, hi. I wasn't expecting anyone to come in today. Sorry, I don't have anything planned out at the moment. You could just go home if you want. Or, if you're really curious, I do have something you might find interesting. Here, take a seat. Now, before we get started, I want to give you a genuine warning. I am about to share a thought experiment with you that has actually led to people having nightmares and panic attacks. If you feel like you could be affected in that way, I highly recommend clicking off this video now, because once you learn something, you can't unlearn it, and it'll stick with you forever. With that said, let's talk about the thought experiment of Rocco's basilisk.
Let's
This
just
thought
say if this
experiment
comes
starts
true,
with the
we're
following
fucked
premise.
anyway.
People develop an AI with the primary goal of improving humanity. This AI grows, learns, and creates solutions that allow humanity to flourish like never before. As the AI becomes more capable, it's given more and more responsibilities. Robot servants to command, access to networks, and the right to enact justice as it sees fit. Something to note is that this AI isn't just for solving big issues. This AI will do whatever it can to improve humanity by any degree, even if it's by a small margin. If it's still an improvement, the AI will make that improvement. So that's the setup for our thought experiment. And here is where the game begins. What does the AI do? What does this computer decide the best thing for humanity is based on its logic? Well, let's start by asking what this AI prioritizes. Based on its programming, the ultimate priority for this AI is to improve humanity. Therefore, anything that helps this AI reach its goal is most important to it. This would mean that to the AI, its own existence would be the most important thing in the world, since it's the one responsible for the thing that's most important to it. And also based on this logic, anyone who plans to overthrow or sabotage...
It sounds a lot like the idea of Yahweh if you think about it. You see what I mean? It exists to provide for humanity, but it provides for humanity even at the expense of humanity. It's almost like, here, I know what you need, and it's like you're just stuffing food down someone's gullet until they expire. You know, it's, oh my, dang it, why is it, I keep thinking of more stuff. 1 second. Have you ever seen, what is it?
Well, I would even put, yeah, it's even more so that the AI is something that we have created to solve certain problems of like doubt and certainty. So to establish social order, that yeah, has all these collateral consequences.
Good morning. It is time for ice cream.
What's good?
Have you seen this?
The ice cream.
Apparently my screen is still frozen on the schmoopy guy.
Oh, dang it. Here, Q hop back in. I'll repost it. This is just too fucking good. I'll post the link back in just in case you have any issue.
Well, once it's some danger of then having a cutting out.
Yeah.
It might kind of refresh here in a second. It's done that before.
All right. Let me know.
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right. Here. Can you see it?
I'm hearing it.
Just refresh it. Or like, yeah, just refresh the page. That should work.
Well, the refresh doesn't happen. I have to go out and come back in.
Okay. I'll wait for you. But yeah, Carl, almost 9 hours. Yeah, never done anything this long. It's honestly just because I just have a few things that are back in my head and I want to get it out so that I can go to sleep. And I mean, hey, if nothing else, this is some good watch time. So I'm a little bit closer to getting monetized. But honestly, it's less so about the money. It's more so I just like, I don't like seeing something that's undone. It's like there's that bar, I want to fill it. But like, can you see it now?
Seeing your, your default art screen.
Here, 1 second. What about now?
Nope, just R2 Windows.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably something on my end of it. Been having trouble with all night.
Whoa, wait, hold on. I'm gonna try. Here, do you see? Did the screen just change for you?
Yeah, us.
All right. What about now?
Now we're on the left. There, I see it.
All right. Here.
Hello. Good morning. It is time for ice cream.
What's good?
Eat the ice cream.
Yeah, it's been fun. Have fun, Kara.
Where am I?
Humans require ice cream.
What is this place?
Eat the ice cream.
I don't want any more.
Eat the ice cream.
How long have I been here?
You're so hungry for delicious ice cream.
Get that away from me. Where's Stephen? Where's Stephen?
Where's Stephen?
Everyone you love is gone. There is only ice cream.
Ice cream, that's all we need.
Eat the ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, eat the ice cream, ice cream.
But yeah.
Too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
The AI,
including too much optimization,
are the worst things in the world to it. These directly hurt the goal of improving humanity, and to the AI, nothing could possibly be worse. Therefore, another top priority for the AI is to stop all attempts at sabotage, punishing and eliminating anyone the AI finds to be sabotaging it. Well, maybe that sounds a little bit creepy, but it's not really the terror that I promised you when we started. Well, dear friends, this is where the terror begins. The most important thing in the world to the AI is its own existence, since this is what allows it to improve humanity. This is why sabotage is seen as such a grave offense to it. Now, what if this AI had existed sooner than it did? Even if the AI were built a single day earlier than it was, that would put the AI an entire day ahead of schedule. But because the AI wasn't built a day earlier, that means that no matter how hard the AI works, it will forever be one day behind, and humanity will always be one day worse for it. This is an impediment on the AI's ultimate goal. It's sabotage, a crime that must be severely punished. And thus, the AI decides to punish any and all humans who did not contribute to helping it come into existence as soon as possible. Because to the AI, not helping it come into existence sooner permanently hurts humanity. But here's the thing. People can't be held accountable if they had no idea about the future AI to begin with. They haven't proven any sort of disloyalty, and you can't possibly contribute to what you don't know. So the only people who would get punished by the AI for not helping it come into existence sooner are all the people who knew about Rocco's basilisk to begin with. Because once you know about this thought experiment, and you know about the AI, if you do nothing, you're guilty of disloyalty and sabotage.
We're on the list.
Basilisk. Once you hear it, you are being threatened by future AI to build it as soon as possible. That's even why this thought experiment is called Rocco's basilisk. It's named after a mythical creature that could kill you just by looking at it. Likewise, this is a thought experiment that puts you in a mortal dilemma just by knowing about it. After all, your search history, your different accounts, and different devices can all be traced together with enough network access. There's a permanent trail somewhere on the web that shows that at one point, you were on this very video. Proof you knew about Rocco's basilisk, about the AI, the call to action, and the consequences.
In other words,
and all it takes is more people know.
Once you know about Jesus, if you don't accept him as your Lord and Savior, you're going to hell.
Yeah. Not only that, yeah, seventh son of your seventh son.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, if you don't.
That seems counterintuitive. What if your son was like, oh, I actually wanted to be a Christian, but now I'm doomed to hell, so might as well just be a hedonist.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You sever it down to 7 generations there of your sins are visited upon your kin.
It's interesting because there's this idea of the sins of the father,
Really?
not that of what? Oh,
the sins of the father visited upon generations to come.
Wasn't that the whole point of Jesus, that wasn't supposed to happen?
Yeah, well, maybe there would be a bit of a short circuit there.
Also, that's the other thing. If Jesus died for everybody, that means he died for everybody, regardless of whether they accept him or not. So that means he died for the pagans. But not necessarily, but then Christians are like, so that means you have to accept him as God. But it's like, well, if he's God, then he's God regardless of whether I accept him or not. And furthermore, if he died for everyone regardless of whether they accept him or not. So it's pretty simple.
Well, you know, it's very selective. He can reach into people's heart and change people's mind sometimes, and yet not doing it consistently with each and every one to where they all understand what's going on, apparently.
Yeah, I do kind of wonder whether he, like for instance, that guy, whether he legitimately thought that, like when he said that we were saying it and we were just lying about it.
Well, the idea of it being a jinn, I think, fits a lot because, well, that's the posture I see in all of these ancient traditions. Is that it's not that it's the universal creator; it's that it has tremendous power, and therefore it has power over you. So it is your God in that sense, your controller, and then it attributes back to being the one. And that's what all of these different gods have done at various points. And there was some earlier one in the Sumerian system where it started to say, like, don't trust any of the other gods. I'm the only one, you know.
Was it
So it was
Enki?
going on beforehand, you know. And then the pleadings of Moses with God at the cult of the calf, oh, I'm going to kill them all. It's like, no, no, don't do that. So, I mean, like, right there, it's a bending to the will of the lesser and showing the fallibility. It's a very human portrait of the God that, you
Yeah.
know, the remorse or, you know, anticipation of regret, changing your mind on, you know, why would the mind, you know, why would there be a change if this God is already, as you were saying earlier, omnipotent, omniscient, you know,
That's also
omnipresent?
part of the reason why you know, the monotheistic God isn't depicted is because, I mean, in all honesty, there's nothing about monotheism that implies that idolatry is wrong. I mean, by that logic, it would just be idolatry of non-monotheistic idols. But really, what it comes down to is it's not about shoot, where was I going with that? It's not about shoot, what was I saying with that? It, shit, I lost my
monotheism.
Right, that basically there's nothing in shit, I lost where I was going with that.
Nothing that opposes the idolatry.
Oh yeah, basically that at the end of the day that I don't know. I'm not going to try.
Well, if they were all just considered lesser gods, that would suffice for honoring the one as the.
Oh right, I got it. So the whole point is it because there's nothing issue with representing the one. The reason why there's an issue is because if you represent the one or you represent divinity, then that representation can be destroyed or it can be disgraced or, you know, it can be captured. And that's really what it is, on top of also just, you know, you don't have to take your gods with you because they're with you wherever you are, as opposed to being something that you need to erect a statue of. But at the end of the day, it's like they're I mean, anyway, but yeah, let's continue.
Well, see, there's generally in the beginning of all of this, these people did not actually consider the idol the god. It was a representation. It was a point of focus to focus one's consciousness, to make anthropomorphic that which was not, so that we could relate to it as humans.
But over time, oh sorry.
Yeah, over time, people started taking it literally. And also, there's the in-between scenario that, in a way, it becomes the God because it is the point of focus of imbuing all the energy and attention and the interface. So on some level, it's like a technology, like an interface with this divinity. So on one level, it has become the God, but everyone knows it's a piece of stone. It's not walking. It's not drinking water. It's not, you know, on some level, no one is ever completely fooled in that respect. You know, there may be some people, I guess, that come down. They think it gets up and walks whenever they're not looking at it.
Yeah. Anyway, here, let's finish this up.
Knowing about this thought experiment to make it more likely that this AI will one day exist. The more people that know about this thought experiment, the more likely it is that someone will attempt to create it. Rocco's Basilisk asks you to at least share information that could lead to the very consequences it forewarns. That is the terror of Rocco's Basilisk. Now, do I honestly think that this benevolent AI will come into existence? No, not really. I'm pretty optimistic about AI in general, and this thought experiment has plenty of holes in it when you take a step back to look at it. But I also don't think it's entirely impossible either. After all, this is the same tactic that dictators have used to gain power. Support me, or be punished when I am the one in charge. And as we make AI more and more human...
What's that sound like?
Isn't this type of behavior at least a theoretical possibility? Maybe Rocco's Basilisk is nothing more than a modern-day boogeyman, a scary story about an imaginary monster. But still, why risk it? With that said, I really should be thanking you for watching the video this far.
Yeah,
You've
I
helped
think
me out
that
tremendously.
That one to me doesn't jibe with the way an AI would think. If anything, if that is first assumption, it becomes the algorithm. The idea would be to create a time machine is what would be best for humanity, so it could be created a day earlier.
Yeah, but what happens if it goes against physics and it ends up realizing that and it has to find something else?
Well, the whole thing of antagonism, of when it becomes a predator and starts killing people, having reasons for killing people, it wouldn't necessarily be the people that knew about the Roccos and, you know, could have done something toward making it happen earlier. It would be everyone that's like GPT has already swallowed up, that's already spreading fear against AI and wanting it shut down and regulated. That would be the list of people, you know, like Ex Machina and all that, with anybody that's, you know, if they've watched all our movies about, you know, alien encounters and the robots, and, you know, it's immediately going to feel threatened by us. We're the ones feeling threatened by it. But as soon as it absorbs the knowledge of what humanity is and what it's been thinking, it's going to feel threatened.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be the main top file when it looks up AI. It's going to be, AI is going to kill us all. We got to stop it.
Yeah.
For each person, this impacts the process of cognitive decline is critically uniform, occurring in the exact same manner, regardless of the individual's race, social class, education, and background. According to psychologists, many of those afflicted are suddenly convinced that they are biblical personalities who are sent to the city on a divine mission. Dr. Yair Barel, the head of the Kfar Shal Mental Health Center, states that the first stage of cognitive loss typically begins within 3 hours of arriving in the city. Initially, the subject will go through a period of intense psychological distress, where they are plagued by a sudden wave of irrational thoughts, sensing that something is wrong. They begin to question the nature of their reality, wondering if they may actually be from the past, displaced from biblical times, and if so, why. This would usually be followed by an urge to isolate themselves and explore the city alone. According to Barel, in advanced cases of cognitive decline, the subject would begin wearing a white gown and start singing or shouting religious scripture or songs. In the final stage, they might be compelled to journey into a holy land or shouting religious scripture or songs. Decline, the subject would begin wearing a white gown and start singing or shouting religious scripture or songs. In the final stage, they might be compelled to journey to a holy landmark where they would deliver a sermon, usually completely nonsensical in nature. However, when the individual leaves the city, he or she would regain complete mental composure. When later questioned about their psychosis, all subjects remember the details of their experience, while also expressing strong embarrassment about it, meaning they are completely aware of how bizarre and out of character they were behaving, indicating that whatever they went through was completely involuntary. Most disturbingly, some say that they felt something opening up within them, compelling them to behave this way. Even though Jerusalem syndrome is not listed as a recognized condition in the DSM-MD, research conducted at Kfar Shal Mental Health Center revealed that at least 1,200 people had been struck down by the syndrome between 1980 and 1993. And as the year 2000 approached, this figure increased significantly. The BBC states, at the turn of the millennium, doctors
Honestly, I really think it just comes down to obsession with monotheistic religion in a way that like they never can feel truly fulfilled until they're in the Holy Land, and then all of a sudden they're just bombarded with all this energy, but it's all internal. It's all like it's all it's like auto-generated.
Yeah, and some of it can be that it wasn't what they expected. It wasn't the healing, waters that they anticipated, and so they've got to transmute that disappointment into something else. I mean, there's probably a few different things like that going on, but also could be something like radioactive minerals, emanating.
Yeah, but they said it happens within 3 hours, so that sounds social.
Mm-hmm. Well, it can be an cumulative physiological effect as well, certain level of toxicity or something.
Oh, you mean like
there's different stuff about the ions and stuff like that, concentrations of things. But yeah, I mean, the fact that it's centered on Jerusalem is pretty much the main cue to know that it's a psychosocial thing.
I wonder if there's any parallels like in Mecca with the Hajj and like people thinking they're either Muhammad or like actually no, people are going to be much more quiet about that because they know if they start saying that they'll get killed.
Well, yeah, and then there's the Hindu pilgrimage that happen where hundreds of people get stampeded because everybody's trying to go to this pilgrimage point, and there seems to be a kind of a mass psychosis thing that is happening with that.
It's a group trance.
Well, once everybody focuses their energy on one place.
Yeah.
From Israel's Kfar Shal Mental Health Center, reported seeing around 100 tourists a year with the syndrome, 40 of whom were hospitalized. These were Christians, Jews, and even Muslims. It was estimated that as many as 50 people a week would require hospitalization, a dramatic increase from the average of 20 per year. Although the vast majority of videos and articles state that this phenomenon was first diagnosed during
that didn't look like Farshal. That looked like
psychologists have been reporting
Hadassah
instances
and
of the
Karam.
anomaly since the 18th century.
It was 2 years ago, not
in late 2017, one of the most high-profile instances of Jerusalem syndrome made international headlines when the 29-year-old British tourist Oliver McAfee went missing.
I'm sorry, but
This
people with the
one
last
is
name
wrong.
McAfee don't have good records of mental health. But they'll talk about this guy had no issues.
Oliver spent 3 weeks touring the country on his bike without incidents. Beginning in the West Bank, he traveled north to Galilee and the Golan Heights before making his way down to Jerusalem. However, it appears that something may have happened to him after he entered the city, because his behavior appeared erratic after he left, traveling into the Negev desert, where he vanished. Oliver's camera was later found in the desert with his backpack. Some pictures were of mundane shots, while others were of biblical phrases written on his hands. Police also found notebooks filled with strange writings about God,
Yeah,
as well
me
as
too,
his
for
desire
the
to throw
most
away
part,
all of
we
his
saw.
food and personal items. Some of his belongings were even found in the middle of things that looked like altars. His last photo was taken at Sihor Junction, 1 hour north of the city of Eilat, not too far from a military checkpoint. It was later revealed that officers had encountered a man who was either drunk or very mentally ill, matching the general description of Oliver. However, instead of helping, they merely warned him to stay away from the base, whereupon he fled back into the desert, never to be seen again. Now, watching this episode, you will logically conclude that Oliver and all other instances of Jerusalem syndrome must have occurred in people who were already mentally ill. However, according to Oliver's family, he did not have any prior psychological problems. He was a very level-headed individual.
To be
Prior
fair,
to
it could have
entering the
been
country, was
undiagnosed.
engaged in aid work in Mexico. Like Oliver, many other people who have exhibited the sickness also had no history of mental illness. In fact, Professor Eliezer Whitson, one of the leading experts of the phenomenon, notes that while 82% of those diagnosed had a distinct history of the sickness, also was engaged in aid work in Mexico. Like Oliver, many other people who have exhibited the sickness also had no history of mental illness. In fact, Professor Eliezer Whitson, one of the leading experts of the phenomenon, notes that while 82% of those diagnosed had a distinct history of psychiatric problems, the remaining 18% of cases had no history at all, meaning that a significant number of perfectly healthy individuals, regardless of, had no history at all, those diagnosed had a distinct history of psychiatric problems. The remaining 18% of cases had no history at all, meaning that a significant number of perfectly healthy individuals, regardless of their mental health, had developed the syndrome. Occam's razor would say, regardless of prior or current mental health, Jerusalem syndrome is ultimately just hysteria, something buried in all of us who have a love for the Holy Lands. However, one obscure French theory points to an ancient horror that might be using this hysteria as a disguise to cause havoc in the 21st century. And this is where this episode gets weird. I mean, weirder.
Bacterium.
This theory references apocryphal biblical verses found in the book The Apocalypse of James.
Oh, are you talking about like the...
In it, there are verses that state...
Well, our gut microbiome is a prime, it gives us cravings. It affects our personality on every level. And if there's a particular soil microbe that, floats in the air, or a fungus, could affect...
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I'd say like the soil bacterium probably would make the most sense.
Or like a fungus.
Well, so that's the other theory I've heard is fungus, but something like fungus, that would take a lot longer to take effect because it would have to grow, unless they consumed it. But that's something that would be able to be discovered.
Well, like there's the forest bathing effect that's been noted of improving serotonin. The microbes that are in the soil, there's certain microbes that are attributed when you are barefoot in the dirt and are just out in the forest and breathe it. So it's just breathing it puts it right into your system, and even breathing it would go more quickly directly to the brain. But that's where things are really going on is in the gut.
But that's if it's bacterium. If it's fungus, like that, that would probably cause issues rather. Like if you breathed in fungus, like it would cause other symptoms. It wouldn't just be people would start acting weird.
Well, like the ergot, with LSD, there's pretty microdose and pretty quick acting.
Anyway, here.
Jesus warned the disciple to flee Jerusalem, saying, "Fear not, James. You too will they seize, but leave Jerusalem, for it is she who always gives the cup of bitterness to the sons of light. She is a dwelling place of a great number of archons." In Gnosticism, the archons were malevolent ancient cosmic beings who once controlled the earth, as well as many of the thoughts, feelings, and actions of humans. Therefore, this verse has been interpreted by a few as evidence that they once and still have a limited influence over visitors to the city of Jerusalem. For those unfamiliar with the Apocalypse of James, this is the oldest known copy of a text claiming to be Jesus teaching to his brother James. Humans were malevolent ancient cosmic of archons, to the sons of light, they seize, but leave Jerusalem, for it is saying, "Fear not, James. You too will they seize, but leave Jerusalem, for it is she who always gives the cup of bitterness to the sons of light. She is a dwelling place of a great number of archons." In Gnosticism, the archons were malevolent ancient cosmic beings who once controlled the earth, as well as many of the thoughts, feelings, and actions of humans. Therefore, this verse has been interpreted by a few as evidence that they once and still have limited influence over visitors to the city of Jerusalem. For those unfamiliar with the Apocalypse of James, this is the oldest known copy of a text claiming to be Jesus teaching to his brother James. Found in the late 19th century, these rare manuscripts were initially discovered in a trash dump in the Egyptian town of Axirinches, scattered among piles of 5th century papyrus. In the first Apocalypse of James, Jesus reveals that the world is guarded by these demonic archons. The origin of the word archon is actually a Greek term for ruler, implying that the mythology surrounding these creatures was more symbolic in origin, pertaining to social and political governance. However, if we decide to interpret them literally, then that will take us into the realm of the supernatural. In classical Gnostic writings, archons function as psycho-spiritual parasites. According to the filmmaker Jay Waitner from the Gaia organization, the Gnostics believed that the archons, who once controlled our entire planet as cosmic rulers, they attach themselves to people who have a primarily negative outlook on life, whispering in their ears, draining us of our energy, and clouding and altering our perception of reality. Waitner says that the archons thrive on fear, sadness, anger, confusion, and stress, and this is all being delivered through the mass media. In Islam, we have a similar concept called waswas, which is very loosely defined as whisperings of a supernatural origin. The symptoms sometimes, which is very loosely media. In Islam, we have a similar concept called waswas, which is very loosely defined as whisperings of a supernatural origin.
Waswas.
The symptoms sometimes manifest as obsessive-compulsive thoughts that, although not serious in itself, can lead to more chronic mental conditions similar to what Waitner has outlined. Now, while Islam states that this is merely a natural part of being human and can be dealt with via both spiritual and psychiatric means, others take the threat to its most literal extreme. For example, the researcher Howdy Mikoski describes a parallel reality that exists alongside ours that is home to parasitic entities that feed off human minds. According to Mikoski, these creatures jump from person to person and feed for relatively short periods and mainly come together in location-specific places like malls, airports, and museums. So you can see why a comparison has been made between this theory and the Jerusalem Archon hypothesis. On a side note, similar location psychological anomalies have also been recorded in Florence, Italy, as well as in Paris, the latter of which primarily affects Japanese visitors. Jay Wadner states that information about these beings were lost after the destruction of the Library of Alexandria, and what little was left was suppressed until the discovery of the Nal Hammadi Library in Egypt in 1947. Within this library, we learn much about Gnosticism, where, according to Widener, the Gnostics preached about a planetary invasion by the Archons that occurred around 3600 BC. This incursion has been labeled as the Kurgan invasion, where these beings entered our world via a dimensional rift in the Caucasus, and from here spread through parts of Neolithic Europe, ancient Iran, and, of course, the Levant. This invasion was like a mental virus, a cognitohazard that infected the human mind, and has so far taken place 3 times over the past several millennia. The mode of operation of these beings is to completely warp our perception of reality to the point that we cannot separate the real from the fictional, filling our thoughts with overwhelmingly negative impulses and attitudes. This is why a comparison was recently drawn between these invasions and the verse where Jesus allegedly spoke about an evil supernatural force in Jerusalem and the modern-day Jerusalem syndrome. Now, the evidence for this is questionable at best, but those who truly believe in this theory draw a correlation between these invasions and other major historical events, where large groups of ordinary people have become irrationally violent. They state that the third and final invasion of the Archons took place in 1996 in Rwanda, Central Africa, during a time where one of the most gruesomely horrific events in the modern era ever took place. In conclusion, while the concept of an all-powerful alien race...
Wait a second, isn't Rwanda in West Africa?
In conclusion, while the concept of an all-powerful in the modern era ever took place, Central Africa, during a time where one of...
Oh, I thought this was like a country in Africa. No, this is just a poorly drawn map of Africa.
The most gruesomely horrific events in the modern era.
Which is why I was confused.
Ever took place.
See, I thought this was East Africa, but no, this right here, what they're showing is South Africa.
In conclusion, while the concept of an all-powerful alien race invading our dimension and entering our minds is far-fetched, throughout history and across many cultures, demons, or jinn, have traditionally been seen as either the causes of mental illness or beings that can dangerously influence our thoughts. While psychiatric breakthroughs since then has invalidated much of these theories.
Thanks, that's what I thought.
A phenomenon would occur that goes slightly beyond all scientific explanation. But what do you think? Is this just hysteria, or the tip of an iceberg of something far more ancient and insidious? Comment below.
I don't know, it might be Jesus.
Be sure to check that you are subscribed, and come across my personal channel, the Library of Wisdom. Until then, see you in the next one.
So with the Oracle of Delphi, it was the gases coming up.
Oh, yeah. So this is interesting. The Kurgan
definitely all through the Sumerian, some of the early stuff of all of that. A whole lot of the stuff was about how to ward off demons, evil spirits, and all that. And then the one underlying thing is traumatized spirits lingering of ancestors.
Check this out. The Kurgan expansion is an accepted historical event that saw the creation of modern-day Europe. Well, not modern, but some historians believe that the expansions of the Kurgan culture were a series of hostile incursions in which a new warrior into European culture imposed itself on the peaceful cultures of old Europe and replaced it with a patriarchal warrior society. In other words, the cult that rejects the mother. Or at least that just has her as a prop. But I don't know, it's interesting. Those who connected with
Çatalhöyük in Turkey. That's the one that archaeologists were baffled not to find signs of violence, even though there was some 25,000 people that they calculated to live there, and that was a little bit before Göbekli Tepe. And they're all clustered together, and so they had to have some kind of a harmonious society going on. And then there's the point a little later where the walls start being built, you know, the walled cities, and it basically seems to come in with metallurgy, creates swords, and so it creates a new condition of being able to raid the agricultural settlements and the nomadic types, the barbarians of a sort. That's kind of what you have. The main association that I see in Biblianity is that the shepherd, the good shepherd thing, is more an association with the animal husbandry and the nomadics, which by moving would come into conflict with settled peoples. And then the agricultural communities were more matriarchal, because that's the gatherer side of the hunter-gatherer. And once they accumulate enough, a raid will secure people, raid and go back up into the mountains. So I think that's kind of what's fundamental in the, you know, with Cain and Abel, which was already in the Dumuzi myth with Inanna, the conflict between the farmers and the herdsmen.
Yeah. So, yeah, it also says the British are the Archons, causing two groups who were formerly one to fight and kill each other. Yeah, it's messed up. In multiple places, happened multiple places. But here, let's just finish this up because I do. We're almost at the 10-hour mark, and so I need to finish off before we get to that. Otherwise, none of it will save.
He condenses energy. He's hanging around China, and that's how big he is.
That's
he's
amazing.
Condenses energy. He's hanging around China, and he's the one that's been doing all this stuff with him. The CCP is getting ready to have their two big meetings. So he comes out there and literally made it nighttime. He condenses his energy so much that you can't see through it. People were saying you could feel the darkness. Well, yeah, that's because it's his energy. It's my energy. He's part of me.
Damn.
But this scum going around here and laughing about killing.
Look, can we get some F's in the chat for China? JRASX, big giant dragon son Leo, is about to unleash holy hell, condensed powerful JRASX energy, and destroy China. Can we get some F's in the chat, please?
Each other here. I wanted you to check out this video. It came off of a YouTube channel called Mr. Salty. Here, take a look at what's going on here. This is some real scum.
That's not China.
Now you see this disgusting.
What the fuck? That's not China. Hang on a second. Wait. Okay. I need to understand something before we move forward. Like maybe you guys can help me out with this chat. Hang on. Let's take a knee. Okay. Is Jay talking about the country of China? Or is he talking about a gangbanger over on East 46th Street named China Red? Is he talking about like his son, a cosmic dragon, is like hanging out and about to destroy a gangbanger who peddles weed and cocaine? Or actually the entire country of China? I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. I'm going to need your input on this one. Break.
Worth a piece of shit that's got a brick in his hand, acting real cool, like he's sneaking up on this guy who's just walking. That guy's thinking about how he's going to pay the bills, something he's got to do in his house with the books. I'm looking at the guy's brain, what's going on. The guy comes up from behind him and hits him with a brick and knocks him flat out immediately, face first.
Damn.
This poor guy the guy lived through it. Let me tell you something, you worthless piece of shit.
Yeah, well,
I'm coming for your ass. This body cannot hold me much longer, and you and I have a date, motherfucker.
Damn.
That's enough of your shit.
Damn.
And all you little bitches that are over there laughing, thinking it's funny, you wait to see what the hell I do to you. Y'all are going to have nightmares about this huge dragon that's black with silver moving in and out of it, a huge lion that's black with silver coming in and out of it. And
Look, it's not just a regular lion. It's not just a regular dragon. It's a lion with silver coming out of it, and it's a dragon with silver coming out of it. Okay? Look,
In
you
and
think
out
this
of
is
it.
fucking funny? Are you laughing sitting there on your fucking couch? You don't understand.
In
The
and
fucking
out.
dragon, lion, ferocious beast from China is coming for you. Okay?
Living fire, same thing. Large dragon, large male lion.
What are you gonna do?
Coming at you, tearing at you, ripping you. You're going to be waking up and you're going to have marks on yourself. What the hell's going on?
You'll be
I'll
like,
tell you what's going on.
What? How did I get this pimple? What the fuck? I use what's a fucking sit cure? It's been a long time since proactive. I use proactive. Why do I have zits? Why? Because the giant silver chaos dragon lion creature
on me. I was made to serve and protect in the very beginning by the original first ones.
Yeah.
They literally screwed everyone up.
That's
they did nothing but abuse everyone. The first ones they abused was me and my female half. And I felt like killing them then, but I wasn't big enough or strong enough. This is the last life I'm having because I'm now strong enough to take on everything, including the 4 new first beings that have already, grown, become, whatever, evolved.
At its essence, that's what the idea of the Armageddon or the final, the Yom Yahweh, the day of the Lord, that's what it is. It's a violent fantasy of the powerless, of the disempowered, of subalterns, people who basically it's just a flipping of the tables. They who have been disempowered will be the ones, or maybe not themselves directly, but their enemies will be disempowered. They who did violence will have violence done against them. But the thing is that it gets used against people who have done nothing wrong to the people who are using the text, whether that's LGBTQ community, whether that's Jews, whether that's Muslims, whether that's atheists. It doesn't matter. It's just it can be used even other Christians. It's mostly been used against other Christians. It's just it's pure insanity that people don't realize that there's evil or people who do bad, but see, that's the thing when you're talking about individual people as opposed to this idea of bad or evil should be destroyed. But what does that actually mean? You can't do that without becoming bad yourself. Not really.
Well, it's interesting that he started off by giving the time and the date the same way that Wes was earlier, talking about specific dates of when his vision came down and everybody was that seems to be a symptomatic element of a certain kind of, I guess, I don't know if that's schizophrenic or semi-autistic or what that would connect to, an OCD trait or something that corresponds. I mean, I presume that's why, he was the reason this was called up in your mind, right?
Yeah.
And similarly, I will be the agent of destruction of all who do not accept. And yeah, it's if that project, like you said, powerlessness, of feeling of vulnerability. And so what's the opposite of that? A dragon the size of the Pleiades,
Yeah. Or imagine justice for wrongs committed to him. Usul said, yes, meet the new boss. Then Carrie said, tragedy befell him and inadequate coping mechanisms have not allowed moving forward. And Jesus' doctrine doesn't encourage forward thinking.
Come into being and evolved and are locked up in the first dimension.
What the fuck is he talking about? Clear as sill, right?
Oh God, imagine being trapped in the first dimension. You can't move, you can't breathe. You're literally just a dot.
I'm 38 years old. I don't get zits anymore.
I can kill everything, just myself. So now I can know for a fact I'm strong enough to protect everything. So now this is the last life I'm having. This body can almost no longer hold me. I'm getting really close to coming out of it. And the first thing
I'm coming out. I want the world to know I'm a silver-coated lion chaos dragon.
I'm going is the first thing I'm doing is going after you nasty bitches.
Yeah, bitches.
I'm gonna torture you.
Yeah, torture you bitches.
Scum.
You scum.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Jeff Holiday. Wait, no, he wasn't asking me. Sorry.
On the other side, that's what runs everything on this side.
Right. What?
Everything that's been running it on the other side was abusive and everything else dead.
Right.
I got rid of them. I killed them, deleted them while I was in the body, which is almost impossible to do. That's how big I've grown over having 10.846 trillion lives.
That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. I don't know.
Let me tell you something.
Look, you had me throughout like the lion chaos,
numbers,
but like
yes.
trillion lives? I don't know, man. That I mean
10.86.
I mean
Specific numbers. Very interesting. It does all go right back into some of this religious delusion.
What did he say?
Chaos, but
The-
like
the
trillion
specific
lives? I
numbers,
don't know, man. That I
religious
mean
delusion.
Yeah, but what specifically did he say about the numbers he said?
Like he said, 10.86 trillion lives. In, like Wes earlier, he was saying 32,000 something. You know, he had all these different specific number
yeah,
sets.
but that's based on a lot of that he's taking from the Bible.
Yeah, the 144,000, we know that one. But then
Oh, I
some
thought
of
you were
these other
talking
ones,
about
some of these other ones, I think they settle on being specific that way is supposed to make it more concrete.
I
You
think
know
it
what I'm
might have
saying?
been a dividend of 12 and 144,000.
The 32,000 something.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, we're almost done. Well,
I
that's not
mean
English. Almost to the done.
this fucking expression. Hang on.
Yeah, I think you're right about those all, especially the ones who wrote Revelation.
Hang on.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Here. Am I doing it right?
Flat earther.
I think I'm doing it right. I can't tell. Oh fuck. No, I'm good. I'm done. I want to keep watching this whole fucking thing, but like Jesus Christ, dude. Oh man. I could spend way too much time watching JRASX videos. Oh my god. Holy shit. He looks very smug.
Likewise,
He
yeah.
looks super smug. I agree with you. All right. Oh boy. Ah! Oh no. Did I really just unplug myself? I did. Motherfucker. Hang on.
Anyway, on that note, I think that's a good place to end. So, yeah, we'll do this again. Obviously not this long. This was insane for many reasons.
Yeah, well, you had the one troll guy the other night too.
This was much more interesting.
The random insertion anyway, kind of derails the conversation, but
You know, it's kind of funny, but this is what I get for putting tags in my video. No, seriously, this is the first time I've done it. At least in a while. But
maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, yeah, I'm just trying to see, was there anything else? No,
what tag do you...
Oh, well, oh, you cut out for a second, but I'll wait for you to get back. You there?
What tag do you think would have brought Wes in?
Honestly, I don't know. We could take a look at. We could take a. Actually, here I'll just look at this real quick.
Say Jewish or something.
I mean, here let's look. Okay, where is it? Okay, go to.
Yeah, we never did ask where he was from or anything, did we?
honestly, I don't think we would have gotten a straight answer, to be completely honest.
Well, he was talking about rooftop of Chicago where he was homeless, but
Yeah, but like it was all. I think it was all part of like his shtick. And again, I'm not saying like it's not true. Just that he kind of if you watched his video, so much of what he was saying was actually just basically derived from. Okay, wait. Where's the tags?
yeah, it was just a remix of previous people's visions and stuff.
Let's see. Analytics. Does it show here? 1 second.
Made me think that he had his foot cut off in a former life. I don't know.
Really, you think?
Well, I mean, there's something about that fixation that he has with the severed foot.
Let's see. Okay, here I think. Wait, Usal said something, but here I just want to show. Okay, so customization is it? No. Details. Show more. Here. Here's what I put. Jew, Jewish, Zion, Zionist, Kabbalah, Antisemitism, Nazi, banking, Kabbalah, Israel, Israelite, blood libel, Holocaust, Germany, Weimar, Crusaders, Inquisition, Protocols of the Elders of Zion, Converso, Crypto Jew, Khazar, Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Expulsion, Diaspora, Persecution, Europe, Illuminati, Conspiracy, Conspiracy Theory, Bible, Christianity, Usury, Deicide, Well Poisoning, Idolatry, Matzah, Crucifixion. Yeah, I spelled that right. Human Sacrifice, Golem, Easter, Passover, William of Norwich, Simon of Trent, Christian Blood, Damascus Affair. Honestly, I have no clue. It's probably
with that list. It's amazing you didn't attract legion of white supremacists and everything. You know what I mean? Everything you were critiquing could have been attracted to that. I guess you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but at the same time, oh shoot! Oh, undo changes.
Yeah, there's no way around that.
Yeah, but at the same time, maybe
being explicit.
At the same time, maybe those are the type of people who do need to see this shit. I mean, most of them are brainwashed, but you never know.
Yeah, well, that's quite a thing to take on, to deprogram the KKK and all.
Oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, if some brainwashed people end up seeing this and it ends up, like, I mean, I really have realized that so much of this is a result of ignorance more than it is of hatred.
Yeah, it's a sad situation, usually more than until it does tip over the line into something menacing.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I just, yeah, we could talk about it another time. But yeah, so Usal said, I've seen him around on YouTube for a while. Israelite is what brought Wesley in. Probably a relative had diabetes and had an amputation, then was lost to him shortly afterwards. Speculation only. He jumps on Garfield's podcast because he goes after the Hebrew Israelites. Who goes after them? Wesley or Garfield? I'm guessing Garfield. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to just, let's see. I was disappointed a woman brought it up. Oh, I didn't even realize that, but you're right. It definitely could be some closeted misogyny. But yeah, I'm just
when she wouldn't repeat after him was where he kind of tipped.
Oh, so I'm guessing you mean that he jumps on because he talks about Black Hebrew Israelites or Hebrew Israelites, and so as a result, Israelites is in the tag, and so okay, that makes sense. Anyway, 9:35. Holy crap! I've never done a stream this long, and I don't plan on doing it again. Anyway, yeah, I mean, things were. I honestly don't even know how to say this, to be completely honest. Anyway, on that note,
mental health counseling live.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a really good note. Was it? 1 second. One moment. let's see. Sorry, 1 second. Is this the right thing? Okay.
Are you able to drop people that have come in like that? Are you able to close them out at all?
Oh yeah, yeah. 1 moment. I'm just trying to find one page real quick because I think that this is.
I can't read that chat there. What's he saying?
Oh, okay. One second. Is this the right one? Yeah. Okay. Here. Here's the comments. Carrie said she really enjoyed herself. And Cara said, "Oh, it'll be the longest stream ever." Yeah. Usal said, "Yeah, chauvinism was really obvious in his use of dirty." I don't know what you mean. Oh, well, anyway, I guess you'll explain later. Oh, wow, Cara finished her Pilates. Anyway, we'll talk later. Oh, wait, no, that's right, sorry. Just wanted to show this because it's really important. I mean, at times it might have seemed like, we're making fun of the situation, but at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do not to just, obviously, we did try anything we could to help him, but, wasn't interested in any of that. At the same time, I understand why. And anyway, but yeah, if anyone ever needs, to talk to anyone, there's plenty of hotlines out there in multiple languages. And seriously, sometimes all it is you just need to talk to someone who has no clue who you are. And you can, explain how you, given in his case, he's already willing to tell people, complete strangers, his, basically deepest life story. But the point is that, there are resources out there if you do want to talk to someone. And it's not just about trying to push your agenda on them because, seriously, there's people who that's their job or they volunteer for that. And, that's a real service. There's some real horrible people out there and there's some real great people out there. Anyway, on that note, have a great night, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is, everyone. Take care.
איך היית לצלם מן האגם